This is the death I saw.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
You now know their leaders. You know what forged them into the monstrosities they have become. Put your seal on that order, and I will be the first to answer the call.
Why are you so eager for this fight, Murad? For a paladin, you seem as bloodthirsty as the enemy.
It is not blood I seek. When you look at me, what do you see?
I see a paragon, a champion of the light.
What you cannot see is the burden I carry each day. I was there during the assault on Shetreth City. Our beloved dwelling of light, under siege by a relentless army of demon-corrupted orcs. I witnessed countless acts of brutality, unspeakable horrors from atop the wall.
Take the last group of refugees to safety! Go! Now!
Yes, Exarch! I did as I was commanded. I gathered the refugees, led them away from battle. And then I saw him. It was my charge to see the refugees to safety, yet the horrors I had witnessed, the suffering, despite all my vows, vengeance burned in my heart. Take the path through the tunnel. I'll rejoin you when I can.
We have no weapons.
The path is safe. The light will be with you. Now go! Avenge the countless Draenei who had perished! I struck out to find the refugees. not been safe. The light that I promised would be with them had forsaken them instead. Just as I had. I know I may not return. But if there is even the barest chance of preventing the atrocities I witnessed from happening again, then I offer myself gladly.
We are all haunted by the past, Murad. Few of us ever get the opportunity to change it. Summon our champions! Make ready for war! Azeroth needs its heroes now, more than ever.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
our destiny. You will all be conquerors. And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything. Reject this gift. And did you bring these mongrels here? Just to watch you die? This was not our destiny. Times change. We will never be slaves! But we will be conquerors.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
worlds will burn. Now at last, on this world, vengeance shall be mine. For I am the Queen of Blades.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Wars are only won upon the anvil of honor.
Victory or death!
Victory requires strategy.
I can help you with that.
Only strength can assure total dominance.
But of course, you could forget all that and just have fun!
Well played.
Hearthstone, Heroes of Warcraft.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Diablo was defeated. For a time it seemed we would know peace. But it was not to be. For Diablo's essence lingers in the Black Soul Stone. I cannot destroy the stone, nor allow its evil to remain within the heavens. And so it must be hidden, even from the angels. I pray that it will be enough. You have done well, Horadrim. Your service here is finished, and you should all run. Malthael.
Go! Find the Nephilim!
Brother. Why? The Nephilim will stop you. No one can stop death.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
King Verin, the hour grows late. You must sign the declaration of war.
I was just a child when my father rushed to confront this same evil. He didn't understand these warlords at all. That mistake cost him his life, and brought this kingdom to ruin.
You are not your father.
I know. But how can I succeed where he failed?
You can start by trusting my counsel. I have faced them before.
On Draenor, you were there all those years ago.
Yes. Believe me, they are not invincible.
Then tell me of them, Murad. Tell me everything.
Very well. Kargath had no clan. He was raised a slave. The ogre's cruelty was intolerable. So he sought a way out. The arena. 100 orc lives was the price for freedom. Fight. Kill. Salute. Kargath was unstoppable, and the day of his final fight had come. One last kill, and it was over. Lives. Kargath had earned his reward, like every champion before him. Buried beneath the arena, the promise of freedom, nothing but a lie. But Kargath would be chained no longer. Take your vengeance. Bound by vengeance, their name would be spoken in fear. This was the birth of the Shattered Hand.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
I understand your hesitation, my king. This mission will take great resolve. There will be lives lost.
There are always lives lost. But marching our forces blindly into Dranu
poses unthinkable danger, yes. But you must have the fortitude to face whatever awaits us on the other side. I assure you, our enemy's will is unwavering. Let me tell you of their leader. A warlord whose defiance in the face of death became legend.
Groma, mighty warrior, brought to heel at last. You are weak. Say it. Is that all? To think you once struck fear into my people.
Gromash had begun leading raids deeper and deeper into Ogre lands. He and his clan, the Warsong, were insatiable and relentless. It was only a matter of time until the Ogres retaliated. Among the victims of their retribution was Gromash's mate, Golka.
I am done. Give me the warrior's death I deserve.
No, you will not be broken. A true war song spits in the face of death.
Don't you see? It's too late. End it.
So many of my warriors bent like reeds. And now you are a wolf with no teeth. All of you. Look at you. The days have not been kind. Say the word, and I will kill you quickly. I admire your spirit, but I will break it.
Gromash knew the Ogres could not have gotten far. He called upon his forces to hunt them down. But for many of the Warsong, the cost had already been too high.
Bury your weak. I will show you what it means to be Warsong.
Once again, Gromash struck deep into Ogre land. This time, however, the ogre warlord and his armies were waiting.
Your warriors. They begged for death. Your lands are mine. Your body is broken. You have nothing left. Say the word, and I will end your suffering. Yes.
He was certain that Grommash had given up, was ready to die. The body, after all, had grown so weak, had become so thin.
Say it. Say the word, and it's over. This wolf still has teeth.
From that day forward, the war song rallied to the banner of Grommash Hellscream. The warlord with the Iron Will.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
You cannot hesitate, my king. The Iron Horde must be stopped.
You speak only of their savagery. But surely they are not all monsters.
There was one. Durotan. His clan prided itself on suppressing rage, for they knew that those who succumb to the beast within become their own greatest enemy. The clan was named for its kinship with the snow-white Frostwolves. Together, they hunted the mighty Clefthoof. Every winter, the Clefthoof would migrate, and the clan would follow. But one year, when Durotan was very young...
Mother, they're leaving. You've got to wake up.
His mother Gaia had been bitten by a drift lurker. Those who suffered its bite fell into a deep sleep, and few had ever awakened.
We can do no more for her! If we don't go, the entire clan starves! Or worse, the Garn will be hungry!
You want them to feed on our mother? Father wouldn't leave her, Gunnar. And neither will I.
Father would know we can't carry our dead with us. She's not dead! Calm yourself, brother. You know what your anger can lead to. While the others are gone, I speak for the clan. We leave! Now!
I'm not going.
Days passed. Durotan remembered the lessons his mother had taught him, and with the aid of Gaia's old wolf Stormfang, they survived.
Mother, winter is setting in. You have to wake up. Wake up.
Orc and beast alike feared the Garn. Great black wolves. Among the most vicious and cunning predators on Dranthor. Durotan and Stormfang killed the lone wolf. But Durotan knew that the Garn hunted in packs, and with the setting of the sun, they would attack. He prepared to make his final stand.
Mother, they're coming for us. You have to wake up.
Outnumbered and surrounded, Durotan fought. He fought not just the Garn, but the rising tide of rage within him. Durotan was driven to the brink, and in the heat of battle, bloodlust claimed him. Anything that moved, he killed.
Durotan. Durotan.
Mother. What?
I can see that you shed blood to protect me. But I would rather have died than know my son had become a beast.
Durotan wore Stormfang's fur until the end of his days. A constant reminder of the old wolf's courage and loyalty. But a reminder also that even the most noble of orcs may fall prey to the savagery within.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Taking the fight to our enemy may be the only option left to stop history from repeating. This very city was nearly burned to the ground by the same warlords we face.
Don't lecture me, Marad. I was there. I lived it. The only thing that got my people through those dark days was their faith in the light.
Faith is a powerful weapon.
So I'm told. The Alliance has the light from which to draw its strength. What steels this iron horde in its darkest hours?
One clan, the Bleeding Hollow, finds truth in the surety of their deaths. They are led by an orc named Kilrog. Kilrog's clan once ruled over the jungles. Until the Arakoa came. To survive, the clan went into hiding, living each day consumed by fear. Their chieftain even forbade them to stray beyond the borders of their forest refuge. For years, disease had eaten away at the once mighty warrior's flesh. And as he faded, so too did the clan's hope for the future.
Father, one day the stream will dry up. Then we will find a way to carry on. Like this. Look at us. We were never meant to live this way. Jumping every time the wind blows. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. Is this the death you saw then? No. This is not the death I saw. But perhaps it is time you finally saw your own. Go. Face your destiny.
Kilrog was bound by the legacy of his father, and ruled by ancient tradition. Those who would one day become chieftain performed the most sacred of rituals. They would sacrifice an eye for a vision of their own death. Sometimes, the vision would show much more. Kilrog saw his clan not as they were, but as they could be. Crushing their enemies in a tide of savage bloodlust. And Kilrog was one of them. His determination unwavering. Even when death finally came for him, he did not fear what he saw. He welcomed it.
So, tell me of your vision, my son. I saw our clan, strong and proud, victorious against our enemies. A glorious vision of the future. Why then do you seem so troubled? Because you were not a part of it. You were right. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. At last, this is the death I saw.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Know their leaders. You know what forged them into the monstrosities they have become. Put your seal on that order, and I will be the first to answer the call.
Why are you so eager for this fight, Murad? For a paladin, you seem as bloodthirsty as the enemy.
It is not blood I seek. When you look at me, what do you see?
I see a paragon, a champion of the light.
What you cannot see is the burden I carry each day. I was there during the assault on Shattrath City. Our beloved dwelling of light, under siege by a relentless army of demon-corrupted orcs. I witnessed countless acts of brutality, unspeakable horrors from atop the wall.
Group of refugees to safety! Go! Now!
Yes, Exarch! I did as I was commanded. I gathered the refugees, led them away from battle. And then I saw him. It was my charge to see the refugees to safety. Yet the horrors I had witnessed, the suffering, despite all my vows, vengeance burned in my heart. Take the path through the tunnel. I'll rejoin you when I can.
We have no weapons.
The path is safe. The light will be with you. Now go! Avenge the countless Draenei who had perished! I struck out to find the refugees. My heart fell. The path had not been safe. The light that I promised would be with them had forsaken them instead. Just as I had. not return. But if there is even the barest chance of preventing the atrocities I witnessed from happening again, then I offer myself gladly.
We are all haunted by the past, Murad. Few of us ever get the opportunity to change it. Summon our champions! Make ready for war! Azeroth needs its heroes now, more than ever.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon? To me, BlizzCon is community. Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
must we give in return? Everything. You would reject this gift. And did you bring these mongrels here? Just to watch you die? This was not our destiny. Times change. We will never be slaves! But we will be conquerors.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Armies will be shattered.
Worlds will burn.
Now at last, on this world, vengeance shall be mine. For I am the Queen of Blades.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Wars are only won upon the anvil of honor.
Victory or death!
Victory requires strategy.
I can help you with that.
Only strength can assure total dominance.
Of course, you could forget all that and just have fun!
Well played.
Hearthstone! Heroes of Warcraft.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Diablo was defeated. For a time it seemed we would know peace. But it was not to be. For Diablo's essence lingers in the Black Soul Stone. I cannot destroy the stone, nor allow its evil to remain within the heavens. And so it must be hidden, even from the angels. I pray that it will be enough. You have done well, Horadrim. Your service here is finished, and you should all run. Malthael.
Go! Find the Nephilim!
Brother, why? The Nephilim will stop you. No one can stop death.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
King Verin, the hour grows late. You must sign the declaration of war.
I was just a child when my father rushed to confront this same evil. He didn't understand these warlords at all. That mistake cost him his life and brought this kingdom to ruin.
You are not your father.
I know. But how can I succeed where he failed?
You can start by trusting my counsel. I have faced them before.
On Draenor, you were there all those years ago.
Yes. Believe me, they are not invincible.
Then tell me of them, Murad. Tell me everything.
Very well. Kargath had no clan. He was raised a slave. The ogre's cruelty was intolerable. So he sought a way out. The arena. 100 orc lives was the price for freedom. Fight. Kill. Salute. Kargath was unstoppable, and the day of his final fight had come. One last kill, and it was over. Lives. Kargath had earned his reward. Like every champion before him. Buried beneath the arena. The promise of freedom. Nothing but a lie. But Kargath would be chained no longer. Take your vengeance. Bound by vengeance, their name would be spoken in fear. This was the birth of the shattered hand.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
I understand your hesitation, my king. This mission will take great resolve. There will be lives lost.
There are always lives lost. But marching our forces blindly into Draenor
poses unthinkable danger. Yes, but you must have the fortitude to face whatever awaits us on the other side. I assure you, our enemy's will is unwavering. Let me tell you of their leader. A warlord whose defiance in the face of death became legend.
Groma, mighty warrior, brought to heel at last. You are weak. Say it. Is that all? To think you once struck fear into my people.
Gromash had begun leading raids deeper and deeper into Ogre lands. He and his clan, the Warsong, were insatiable and relentless. It was only a matter of time until the Ogres retaliated. Among the victims of their retribution was Gromash's mate, Golka.
I am done. Give me the warrior's death I deserve.
No, you will not be broken. A true Warsong spits in the face of death.
Don't you see? It's too late. End it.
So many of my warriors bent like reeds. And now you are a wolf with no teeth. All of you. Look at you. The days have not been kind. Say the word, and I will kill you quickly. I admire your spirit, but I will break it.
Gromash knew the Ogres could not have gotten far. He called upon his forces to hunt them down. But for many of the Warsong, the cost had already been too high.
Bury your weak. I will show you what it means to be Warsong.
Once again, Gromash struck deep into Ogre land. This time, however, the Ogre warlord and his armies waiting.
Your warriors. They begged for death. Your lands are mine. Your body is broken. You have nothing left. Say the word, and I will end your suffering. Yes.
He was certain that Grommash had given up, was ready to die. The body, after all, had grown so weak, had become so thin.
Say it. Say the word, and it's over. This wolf still has teeth.
From that day forward, the war song rallied to the banner of Grommash Hellscream. The Warlord. With the Iron Will.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
You cannot hesitate, my king. The Iron Horde must be stopped.
You speak only of their savagery. But surely they are not all monsters.
There was one. Durotan. His clan prided itself on suppressing rage, for they knew that those who succumb to the beast within become their own greatest enemy. The clan was named for its kinship with the Snow-White Frostwolves. Together, they hunted the mighty Clefthoof. Every winter, the Clefthoof would migrate, and the clan would follow. But one year, when Durotan was very young...
Mother, they're leaving. You've got to wake up.
His mother Gaia had been bitten by a drift lurker. Those who suffered its bite fell into a deep sleep, and few had ever awakened.
We can do no more for her! If we don't go, the entire clan starves! Or worse, the Garn will be hungry!
And you want them to feed on our mother? Father wouldn't leave her, Gunnar. And neither will I.
Father would know we can't carry our dead with us. She's not dead! Calm yourself, brother. You know what your anger can lead to. While the others are gone, I speak for the clan. We leave! Now!
I'm not going.
Days passed. Durotan remembered the lessons his mother had taught him, and with the aid of Gaia's old wolf Stormfang, they survived.
Mother, winter is setting in. You have to wake up. Wake up.
Orc and beast alike feared the Garn. Great black wolves. Among the most vicious and cunning predators on Dranvor. Durotan and Stormfang killed the lone wolf. But Durotan knew that the Garn hunted in packs, and with the setting of the sun, they would attack. He prepared to make his final stand.
Mother, they're coming for us. You have to wake up.
Outnumbered and surrounded, Durotan fought. He fought not just the Garn, but the rising tide of rage within him. Durotan was driven to the brink, and in the heat of battle, bloodlust claimed him. Anything that moved, he killed.
Durotan. Durotan.
Mother. What?
I can see that you shed blood to protect me. But I would rather have died than know my son had become a beast.
Durotan wore Stormfang's fur until the end of his days. A constant reminder of the old wolf's courage and loyalty. But a reminder also that even the most noble of orcs may fall prey to the savagery within.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Taking the fight to our enemy may be the only option left to stop history from repeating. This very city was nearly burned to the ground by the same warlords we face.
Don't lecture me, Marad. I was there. I lived it. The only thing that got my people through those dark days was their faith in the light.
Faith is a powerful weapon.
So I'm told. The Alliance has the light from which to draw its strength. What steals this iron horde in its darkest hours?
One clan, the Bleeding Hollow, finds truth in the surety of their deaths. They are led by an orc named Kilrog. Kilrog's clan once ruled over the jungles. Until the Arakoa came. To survive, the clan went into hiding, living each day consumed by fear. Their chieftain even forbade them to stray beyond the borders of their forest refuge. For years, disease had eaten away at the once mighty warrior's flesh. And as he faded, so too did the clan's hope for the future.
Father. One day the stream will dry up. Then we will find a way to carry on. Like this. Look at us. We were never meant to live this way. Jumping every time the wind blows. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. Is this the death you saw then? No. This is not the death I saw. But perhaps it is time you finally saw your own. Go. Face your destiny.
Kilrog was bound by the legacy of his father, and ruled by ancient tradition. Those who would one day become chieftain performed the most sacred of rituals. They would sacrifice an eye for a vision of their own death. Sometimes, the vision would show much more. Kilrog saw his clan not as they were, but as they could be. Crushing their enemies in a tide of savage bloodlust. And Kilrog was one of them. His determination unwavering. Even when death finally came for him, he did not fear what he saw. He welcomed it.
So, tell me of your vision, my son. I saw our clan, strong and proud, victorious against our enemies. A glorious vision of the future. Why then do you seem so troubled? Because you were not a part of it. You were right. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. At last, this is the death I saw.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Now know their leaders. You know what forged them into the monstrosities they have become. Put your seal on that order, and I will be the first to answer the call.
Why are you so eager for this fight, Murad? For a paladin, you seem as bloodthirsty as the enemy.
It is not blood I seek. When you look at me, what do you see?
I see a paragon, a champion of the light.
What you cannot see is the burden I carry each day. I was there during the assault on Shattrath City. Our beloved dwelling of light, under siege by a relentless army of demon-corrupted orcs. I witnessed countless acts of brutality, unspeakable horrors from atop the wall.
Group of refugees to safety! Go! Now!
Yes, Exarch! I did as I was commanded. I gathered the refugees, led them away from battle. And then I saw him. It was my charge to see the refugees to safety. Yet the horrors I had witnessed, the suffering, despite all my vows, vengeance burned in my heart. Take the path through the tunnel. I'll rejoin you when I can.
We have no weapons.
The path is safe. The light will be with you. Now go! Avenge the countless Draenei who had perished! I struck out to find the refugees. My heart fell. The path had not been safe. The light that I promised would be with them had forsaken them instead. Just as I had. I know I may not return. But if there is even the barest chance of preventing the atrocities I witnessed from happening again, then I offer myself gladly.
We are all haunted by the past, Marad. Few of us ever get the opportunity to change it. Summon our champions! Make ready for war! Azeroth needs its heroes now, more than ever.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon? To me, BlizzCon is community. Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Drink. destiny. You will all be conquerors. And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything. You would reject this gift. And did you bring these mongrels here? Just to watch you die? This was not our destiny. Times change. We will never be slaves! But we will be conquerors.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Armies will be shattered. Worlds will burn. Now at last, on this world, vengeance shall be mine. For I am the Queen of Blades.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Adjutant, are my troops ready yet?
Your forces are prepared and awaiting your orders, Commander. Uploading tactical data now.
Good. About time we kick this revolution into overdrive.
Overdrive engaged. Revolution commencing in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Landing position now in sight. Prepare for touchdown. BlizzCon 2014 is now on the air.
Welcome to Anaheim, California. Ground zero for the most anticipated gaming event of the year, BlizzCon 2014.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
It's the mecca for gamers worldwide. A two-day community celebration for Blizzard Entertainment's World of Warcraft.
We will never be slaves!
StarCraft. Diablo.
Malthael.
Hearthstone.
Others believe victory requires strategy and a mastery of power.
And Heroes of the Storm.
Oh, shit.
Tickets sold out in minutes, but you won't need one. BlizzCon on DirecTV has you covered with an exclusive all-access pass. Get ready for over 20 hours of live wall-to-wall coverage. Anchored by gaming insiders Jeff Keighley and Michelle Morrow. You'll have a front row seat to all the events, including the opening ceremony, developer panels featuring first-hand developer insight into the creation of your favorite Blizzard games,
The Costume and Talent Contests, hosted by At Midnight's Chris Hardwick. The finals of the Hearthstone, World of Warcraft, and StarCraft II World Championships.
It's over! They've done it!
And you'll be front row center for an epic closing night performance with Metallica. Prepare for the excitement of an extraordinary television event. Let the gaming begin. It's BlizzCon live on DirecTV.
Blizzard fans, are you ready? This morning, tens of thousands of Blizzard fans from around the world descended here to the Anaheim Convention Center for BlizzCon 2014. 2 days, a celebration of everything Blizzard. From the fans, to the games, to the cosplay, to everything in between. This is what Blizzard fans have waited for all year, and now the time is right to reveal what's next for Blizzard live right here on DirecTV and the virtual ticket. No matter your age, no matter where you're from, you are here to play new Blizzard games and see the tournaments like this incredible Hearthstone stage that will be the main stage for the Hearthstone tournament, and Hall D, where the opening ceremony is just a half hour away, where Mike Morhaime and the Blizzard executive team will reveal what's next. Hello, everybody, and welcome to BlizzCon 2014 Live. I'm Jeff Keighley, and man, it is going to be an amazing BlizzCon, and it's just getting started. But first, I want to introduce you to my new co-host this year, the lovely and beautiful Michelle Morrow. Michelle, it is so great to have you with us.
Oh, thank you,
and
Jeff.
You are a tried and true Blizzard fan. For people that may not be familiar with you, tell us a bit about your history with Blizzard.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm an actress and a host. I've had the pleasure of working with some of my favorite gaming companies, but this is the ultimate. I am a huge Blizzard fan. I've had my own guild for about 5 years. I run it. I raid lead. I run the Nerdist Guild every week on my Twitch show, Massive, with them. I have a great time doing it. I love this game. I play all Blizzard games, so I go every year. This has been a big thing for me. My boyfriend and I always go. We have a great time. And it is a huge honor to be able to be a part of the broadcast and bring BlizzCon to the fans back home and a lot of my online friends. So I'm really excited.
It's great to have you here, and we're going to hear a lot more about your story over the next few days. There's a World of Warcraft documentary that will be premiering tomorrow, and I know your story, which is, I think will surprise some people, is going to be inside of that World of Warcraft.
It is the first time I've ever shared my story, and I hope you guys like it.
There's a lot more to Michelle you're going to find out about over the next few days, so stay tuned for that tomorrow. But we've got wall-to-wall coverage here on the BlizzCon virtual ticket, and we're going to take you through some of the highlights of the things we're going to show you guys over the next 2 days as part of this virtual ticket. So let's get right into it. The first thing we're going to do is obviously show you the opening ceremony in about a half hour, live on stage, all the Blizzard news. That's going to be free for everyone watching this stream. But afterwards, we switch to the virtual ticket, and if you buy the virtual ticket, you're going to get access to developer panels. We've got a lot of big panels throughout the day today.
Yeah.
We're going to get into those in a few minutes, what they are, Michelle. But that's a chance for these developers to talk to the fans and go really in-depth on each game,
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Every time after the panel, we're going to have one of the guys come up here. You guys can ask from home your questions and find out directly from them for not being here at the convention. So definitely watch for that.
Absolutely, and that's great. We can also get your questions answered with our live on-set interviews. So if you have questions, you can tweet them to both of us, and we'll get them in front of Mike Morhaime, who's going to join us immediately after the opening ceremony. If you have questions, he's going to answer them live right here on this stage. Now, we've also got some really cool exclusive feature segments. Michelle spent some time down at Blizzard going behind the scenes.
I did, yes. We've got a cosplay segment that we take an in-depth look at the world of cosplay. We visited a fireside gathering, so we'll be able to see that. And we also hit on the BlizzCon charity auction, which for the very first time this year, it is online. So you can go online, look at the items that are available, and I think it's open until November 14th.
Okay. Yeah, that's right, BlizzCon.com/charity. I think if you guys want to check out the auction. Now, esports is a big thing here at BlizzCon, and we're going to take you through the esports tournaments, the WCS tournaments. Kim Pham, our co-host from previous years, is back this year to take you through these amazing stages and these setups.
The stages are incredible.
A preview of the StarCraft stage was actually in the arena here at the Anaheim Convention Center for the first time. So Kim's going to give you a little preview of that with Mike Morhaime in a few minutes, but it's an amazing arena.
Look at that.
Projection mapping. You can't actually see it all. In a minute, it's going to light up and change, and it's an amazing setup because esports is really taken off this year. there.
Absolutely.
And Blizzard is going to have a big focus on esports on all the virtual channels on BlizzCon.com. You can watch any of the tournaments. Now, costume and talent contest. Your friend from Nerdist, Chris Hardwick, is with us, right?
Yes, he is. He's going to be hosting the talent and cosplay contest. I'm really excited about this year.
Right.
And we also have Metallica playing.
I know.
That's huge.
Pretty good 1-2 punch of Chris Hardwick, who's going to be with us live today, actually, answering your questions at our desk, the Costume Talent Contest, and then Metallica tonight. These guys are going to be, tomorrow night, they're going to be rocking out Saturday night, the closing concert. BlizzCon, I've always wondered when they were going to get Metallica.
Yeah, you were
like
saying that. You said that was kind of like the band you wanted to see.
It started with Offspring back in the day, and they've always gone sort of in the metal era, Tenacious D, things like that. Eventually, they were going to have to get to Metallica. This is the year, and those guys are planning an absolutely amazing show tomorrow night, and you guys will get to see that show live as part of the virtual ticket. So as I described before, Michelle, we're going to be able to show you the opening ceremony for free if you're watching this preview on DirecTV or online. But at noon Pacific today, 3 p.m. Eastern, we switch to the virtual ticket, and that's something where you can subscribe and get all the BlizzCon information live to your desktop, to your tablet, to your phone, to DirecTV if you have it, and be able to get all the information throughout the next 2 days. Now,
what's great about that is you can go back and watch the panels for the next couple weeks.
Yep.
So if you got the virtual ticket, if you missed any of the panels, because how can you see everything?
I know.
I mean, how can you see it all? So this way you can go back and watch it, so it's a great thing.
Absolutely. Now, if you guys want to continue watching BlizzCon 2014 and you happen to be watching on DirecTV, subscribers can go to directv.com/BlizzCon for details on how to order, and purchasing the DirecTV BlizzCon pay-per-view event unlocks access to the Blizzard virtual ticket. Now, if you're watching this online, the BlizzCon virtual ticket at BlizzCon.com or any other site online, you can go to BlizzCon.com and follow the ordering procedure to lock in your virtual ticket for BlizzCon 2014. And believe me, there's things like the Warcraft movie panel, there's the Metallica concert, there's a costume talent contest.
Cool. And you can gift it, which is really cool. So anybody that isn't here that you would like to be here, you can gift them the virtual ticket, which I think is kind of a cool thing.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's really a community effort for everyone here to be a part of it, but also at home. You want to share in the goodness of Blizzard. And believe me, there are a lot of surprises you're going to want to be a part of, so lock in now. All right, well, as you know, it's been a huge year for Blizzard, and it's about to get even bigger in the opening ceremony. But before we look ahead, let's take a quick look back at some of the most memorable moments in our Blizzard Rewind.
We kick things off with the Grim Reaper. Back in March, brave Nephilim from around the world embarked on a courageous crusade against the fallen angel himself when Diablo III Reaper of Souls launched on Windows and Mac. With the addition of a new character class, a brand new act to slay through, and the introduction of Adventure Mode, it was no surprise that Reaper of Souls sold over 2.7 million copies in its first week of release. June saw the premiere of Blizzard's first ever reality web series, Azeroth Choppers. Legendary custom motorcycle designer Paul Jr. led two competing teams made up of bike experts and Blizzard developers, challenging them with one epic task: to create a pair of asphalt-kicking choppers, one representing the Alliance and one representing the Horde. So which faction emerged victorious?
And the winner is Horde!
Despite being outnumbered by Alliance players around the globe, the Horde rallied for an epic victory. Scorching temperatures were no deterrent as thousands of World of Warcraft fans lined up outside the Ace Theater in downtown LA on a hot August morning to witness the worldwide debut of the epic Warlords of Draenor cinematic. The Iron Horde is on the march and almost upon us as the Warlords of Draenor are primed to invade Azeroth on November 13th. And as if that wasn't enough, players were also treated to another exclusive, the debut of the Lords of War 5-part video series. It's also been a big year for Hearthstone. After months of beta testing, the digital card game Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft was officially released for Mac and Windows PC on March 11th. Just a month later, Hearthstone went portable with its release onto iPad.
Victory or death!
Then, on July 22nd, Blizzard introduced a whole new way to play Hearthstone as the first wing of Curse of Naxxramas, a Hearthstone adventure, was released. The game was an instant success, and within the first 6 months, reached over 20 million players worldwide. That'll do it for our Blizzard Rewind. Now, let's get back to BlizzCon.
So that was Blizzard so far in 2014, but what can we expect in the future? Well, we've got a lot to bring you today, and let's take a look at what is coming up. Of course, it all starts at the top of the hour with the opening ceremony at 11 a.m. some big news, hopefully, from Mike Morhaime, Chris Metzen, and the team at Blizzard. 2:15, we've got the Warcraft movie presentation. Director Duncan Jones will be on stage, along with one of the actors from the film. 3:30, the Heroes of the Storm overview panel. 4:45, the World of Warcraft items, class changes, and more panel. And at 6 p.m., the fan contest with Chris Hardwick hosting those. So that's all today you're going to see as part of the virtual ticket. Now, Michelle, you mentioned earlier that we've got a lot of guests coming by from the development teams.
We do. It's very true. Lots of people. So if you guys have questions from home, it's your opportunity to ask the devs right here to us. You can tweet your questions on set to our guests at Jeff Keighley and at Michelle Morrow, and we will try to answer them live on air for you.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of great guests coming by, including Mike Morhaime, and he's going to be live on stage over in Hall D for the opening ceremony. You can see over here the fans are obviously in their seats, getting excited about the live opening ceremony. They'll be starting in just about 17 minutes' time. Now, there's been a lot of speculation about what Blizzard is going to talk about. A lot of the fans walked in here to the hall and saw there was this big area that is a bunch of computers with nothing on the screens, no signage, no nothing. People are wondering, what is that? What could Blizzard be talking about today? Michelle, lots of speculation online. What do you expect from Blizzard in the opening ceremony?
Well, you know, it could be absolutely anything. We're looking at so many different franchises that they have. There could be, they could announce anything, and that's what's kind of cool about the opening ceremony. This is the 10 and 20th year anniversary of Warcraft and World of Warcraft. I mean, the World of Warcraft has been going on for 10 years, Warcraft 20 years. So all in all, this is very exciting for them. I can't wait to see what it is. I've never missed an opening ceremony. So
having done this for so many years, I got to say this is probably the biggest opening ceremony Blizzard has ever done. There are some pretty amazing surprises inside of it. So you guys are definitely going to want to stay tuned.
Don't miss it.
The hype is, the megatons are about to drop. All right, well, let's head over to Kim Phan, who got to hang out with Blizzard CEO Mike Morhaime over at the StarCraft Arena stage to hopefully get a little bit of a tease of what's ahead for the BlizzCon opening ceremony. Kim, take it away.
Hey everyone, you all know him as our CEO and co-founder of Blizzard Entertainment, but I know him as one of my favorite people to talk to about esports. Mike, I love it that you are over here in the StarCraft Arena checking out the stage before the opening ceremony. What are you thinking?
Well, this is a brand new stage that we built just for the WCS finals here, and it's pretty amazing. You guys need to come and check it out.
And of course, the Hearthstone stage is also amazing, but we'll talk more about that later. Talk to me about the opening ceremony. I know we're only moments away. Jeff and Michelle wants me to try and get some information from you. Can you tease us or give us any kind of hint what we can expect?
I think it's probably better if everybody just waits a few more minutes, and we'll get to that. But I can tell you, I'm so excited. I've been looking forward to this moment for a really long time.
And now BlizzCon, this is our 8th BlizzCon. So can you talk to us about how much it has grown since the very start?
Well, it's pretty amazing. You know, walking around the floor this morning, I just think back to the first BlizzCon where we only had 2 halls. We used the arena for the closing concert, but there were no live streams. We weren't on DirecTV. So if you weren't here, you didn't get to see any of this stuff. And now we're going to have a lot of people watching and a lot of people showing up. We've got the whole Anaheim Convention Center to ourselves. So it's going to be pretty amazing.
And we're so glad to have everyone tuning in. Can you talk to us about something that maybe people don't know about? Like, there's a lot going on here at BlizzCon, but what should we be checking out that we don't know about?
Oh, there's a ton of stuff, but one of my favorite things that we're doing this year is we set up a new the BlizzCon Master Control Room. Basically, we put it on the floor. There's windows around it, so anybody can walk by and look in. And effectively, every single audio-video feed from the whole convention center runs through that room. So everything leaving the convention center to go to all the live streams, it's all going through that Master Control Room, and you kind of get an idea for how much stuff is going on here.
And people can just go and check it out too. It's actually live, like that's where they're working out of.
It is. You can't actually go in the room, and don't use any flash photography, but it's very cool. I recommend it.
Well, Mike, thank you so much for taking the time. I know the opening ceremony is about to start, so I need to let you go. We don't want you to be late because we don't want to miss the opening ceremony. Good luck walking all the way back. Thank you so much for taking the time, and good luck.
Thanks, Kim.
Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Kim. And Michelle, I got to say, Mike, I've never seen him that giddy. He's just
so
excited, right?
Oh, it's so cool, which makes me excited because now you guys cannot miss opening ceremony
Yeah, you
at all.
guys should be excited, and I know why Mike is excited.
You
and,
see him not happy, you know.
Oh, yeah, I think it'd be great. He's going to be with us live right after the opening ceremony, probably around 11:45. So we'll have to ask him how it went. And if you guys have questions for Mike, send them to me at Jeff Keighley and at Michelle Morrow, and we'll ask them to Mike live right here on DirecTV. Now let's take a look at some of the things that are going to happen after the opening ceremony. There's been a lot of speculation online that the opening ceremony ends around 11:45 or noon, and then there's this big gap until the next panel at 2:15. So we'll have to see what's going to happen in between there. But the next panel that is officially announced will be the Warcraft movie panel, and that happens at 2:15 today. Now, Duncan Jones, the film director, will be on stage with Chris Metzen and Rob Kaczynski, one of the actors. Now, Michelle, you're a huge World of Warcraft fan.
Yes.
Warcraft movie completed principal photography in Vancouver earlier this year, not coming out until 2016. But there's a lot of mystery around where this is set in the universe, what characters are involved.
Yeah,
right?
they've given out very little details. They've been excellent about keeping it under wraps. They've got a huge technical challenge in front of them and making this, bringing the orcs to life, bringing this world to life. We have a 2-time Academy Award winner on the special effects team from Life of Pi and the Golden Compass. So I think we're in good hands as far as that's concerned. I'm hoping today that we're going to learn a little bit more about the characters, what roles people are playing. We know that Medivh is the only character on IMDb that is currently confirmed.
You never know if IMDb is real. Is that real?
I don't know, but it says Medivh, so that brings us back to the First War. So fingers crossed for an origin story.
All right, well, there was rumors that they're going to show some footage here, too. Duncan Jones was tweeting that there might be some footage as well, so stay tuned on that. Now, other panels today. 3:30, we've got the Heroes of the Storm overview panel. We've got, obviously, Dustin Browder, who serves double duty on StarCraft and Heroes. Hopefully there'll be some news on the maybe a beta or something tied to Heroes of the Storm.
I think that's what everyone's looking forward to. People have been playing the technical alpha.
Yes.
Yeah, like me. It's awesome. It's such a great game. So I'm really hoping that they're going to talk about the beta, and hopefully we'll see some more Heroes released, because obviously the expanded Blizzard universe, we've got so many different characters that we can look at. So I'm hoping they release a few new ones.
Rock and roll racing cars. All right, moving on to the next one. We've got 4:45, the World of Warcraft items, class changes, and more panel at 4:45. Michelle, this is interesting because the next expansion is actually coming out next week for World of Warcraft. So hopefully we'll get a little bit more details on that. And then finally at 6 o'clock, we've got the talent and costume contest hosted by Chris Hardwick. That's always fun. And I heard
it's my favorite part of the convention.
Well, people are so creative. And I remember last year the guy had the South Park costume that absolutely just stole the show.
Jared Mandan, he's a friend of mine. He actually was a walk-on last year. There was a little bit of confusion because people were like, you were robbed. But honestly, he didn't apply. He wasn't a part of the costume contest. So he just walked on, and it is, rumor has it, that this year he is coming back with a new costume, and he is entered into the contest. So that's my one to watch.
All right.
That's my cosplay to watch.
It's
Jared
always
Mandan.
fascinating to see what people come up with. And, that'll be happening later tonight on Hall D. But right now, let's take a look at Hall D as the fans are hyping each other up for the opening ceremony, which is going to be happening in just about 10 minutes now. And it's an amazing stage, as always, that they put together there. It's very blank. There's nothing on the stage right now, but eventually I think we're going to see, obviously, Blizzard guests, some other information about new Blizzard games that will be coming up, and Mike will take the stage in just about 10 minutes' time, and we'll give you complete uninterrupted coverage here in high definition on DirecTV and the virtual ticket. Everyone's waving there in Hall D. They look like they're ready and fully hyped for what BlizzCon has for them. All right, we're going to head back to Hall D in a little bit. And again, I think there's a lot of anticipation about what Blizzard is going to announce this year, and we don't have to wait long. They've been holding their secrets. Only 10 more minutes to go, guys. Now, let's move on to something else that's going to be happening throughout the BlizzCon weekend. It actually started earlier this morning with the Hearthstone tournament. Joining us now is my partner in crime every year on all things esports, the beautiful Kim Pham. Kim, great to have you back with us again.
It is so great to be back. And Michelle, I'm so glad you're here. It's great to have you here.
Much.
It's been so exciting. Yay!
Well, you're excited. Mike's excited. You had a great interview with Mike.
Thank you.
Opening ceremony is coming up. Now, you work at Blizzard, so you got to tease us. Are we going to be pretty excited about what's in the opening ceremony?
Everyone will be very excited about what's in the opening ceremony. I tried to get it out of Mike. I knew he wasn't going to say anything, and I definitely won't say anything either because we're so close.
Yeah.
But we're only 10 minutes away.
You don't want to spoil that collective shared moment when everyone gets to find out things together, but I think people will be cheering. All right, well,
Yes.
Kim, let's talk a little bit about esports, because you have been a huge champion of esports over the years. I remember when I first did BlizzCon in like 2007, I think. It was, esports was here. You guys were starting out. Now it has blown up on the front page of the New York Times, and you guys are blowing out esports across the convention. What can we expect?
It is much bigger, this BlizzCon. I love esports, you know I do, and I'm so happy to see how much events we're having here. There are 4 tournaments taking place at BlizzCon. You have the StarCraft World Championship Global Finals in the arena, which that stage is amazing.
Stage is incredible.
I love that stage.
Kim took us for a little cart ride yesterday, and we got to take a look, and it's unbelievable. You guys did such a great job.
Thank you. It's very dynamic. It changes. I don't know if you were able to see it when I was interviewing Mike, but it actually morphs into different map looks, to different race looks. So that's really great. We also have the Hearthstone World Championships with another beautiful stage.
That one's incredible, right behind us here. It's
I
incredible.
love that stage so much, and I want to live in that stage.
It's awesome. I want to play a match between myself and Jeff Keighley.
Look at, I do it, because I mean, you go over to the stage, it's like you can smell the wood. I mean, it is.
Look at the trophy.
I want that fireplace for our set.
I want
jealous
the trophy.
now.
The trophy is incredible.
The trophy is very,
Trophy
very
and the
beautiful.
fireplace. So we'll be showing, that tournament, of course, online as part of all the streams,
Right.
Kim, and that's an amazing setup. But let's zero in on the WCS StarCraft 2.
Right.
That's an amazing arena set, as you talked about. What can we expect from that tournament over the next 2 days?
So because of all the events we have,
Yeah.
I didn't even mention the World of Warcraft 3v3 arena
Okay.
and also
Right.
the Heroes exhibition.
Yes.
But StarCraft is a very big event for us.
Yeah.
And with so many matches in only 2 days, we actually had to move a lot of the matches earlier last weekend for the World Championship opening weekend. And that took place in Burbank. And it started with 16 players, of the best 16 players in the world. And we had to narrow it down to 8. So today at BlizzCon, you're only seeing the top 8 players.
Yep.
And that means there were a lot of upsets. So let me talk really quick about some of the upsets. The first one is Life versus Zest. I mean, Life advanced, but everybody was expecting Zest to do well. Zest is a player from Korea who everyone thought would win. And already he's out, and he's out because of Life. And then another person who is out, Michelle, I know you really were cheering for Jaedong.
I'm bummed.
I'm so
Jaedong,
sorry.
he was my guy. He was huge in Brood War. I was really hoping that he would come through now, and he was knocked out by Bomber.
Yes, so that was a very close match. All of the matches were so close and so exciting. But there's more. There's 8 more matches that are happening, or seven over the weekend. And the first one I want to talk to you guys about is Bomber versus MMA.
You love
Bomber
MMA.
I do love MMA, and Jeff knows that. But Bomber is the one that took out your Jaedong.
Okay, so
sorry.
go MMA.
Immediately, Michelle's going to cheer for MMA. And it is a Terran versus Terran matchup. Bomber is on Team Red Bull, MMA is on Team Acer, and Bomber is your currently ranked 1 player on the rankings. So it's not a surprise that he defeated Jaedong. And in fact, Jaedong, it went 3-2, so it's very close. MMA, on the other hand, was here at BlizzCon in 2011, where he took the title for GSL. And he was the underdog. I mean, it's really hard to say that these players are underdogs.
Yeah, exactly.
But he wasn't expected to win, and he did. And so in this tournament, I'm cheering for MMA again. I think he will surprise people. I don't think people are expecting him to win, but I am.
I'm with Kim on this one.
Well, we'll find out, and if people can obviously watch all these tournaments live online as well. That's one thing we should talk about, is if you're a fan and you want to see these tournaments. We're going to cover some of the panels, obviously, live here on the main stream, but all the streams of all the games are completely free to watch, right?
They are. The esports streams are entirely free. Just go to blizzcon.com. There is a tournament bracket or page that you just go to there, and there are so many streams available in many different languages too. So if you want to watch it in French or German or whatever, you can. It's
That's
free.
fantastic. And if you are actually in the Anaheim area, you can buy a ticket. It's only $25 to go just to the arena to watch the StarCraft tournament. Is that correct?
It's worth it. It's
Yeah.
so worth it to go, just even to check out that
Just
stage.
to see the stage.
That's amazing. All right, well, let's get to one of the other tournaments. You mentioned it earlier, the Hearthstone stage behind us. Now, tell us about some of the players to watch, because that's new for Blizzard, a new game that really has just come in, to sort of full release this year.
Yeah.
So tell us about what can we expect.
I love Hearthstone, and I love the World Championships. We also had to play some matches earlier in the last weekend, and we started off off with 16 players representing 5 regions, and it's now boiled down to 12.
Wow.
4 have already been knocked out. The matches have already started today, and another 4 will be knocked out. So if I could name 2 players for you guys to pay attention to, the biggest names are on the same team. It is Kolento and StrifeCo, both coming from Cloud9. And Kolento is representing the Europe region, and StrifeCo is representing the Americas region. And these two guys are not only friends and teammates, but they're amazing. Kolento is expected to win the tournament by a lot of people watching.
Now they are on the same team, so do we expect that the 2 of them kind of know each other's play styles?
I'm sure they do practice with each other, but they also practice with other people. I know that there was some smack talk between them because they were fighting over for practice partners, so it's great. But I will tell you, one of the matches that took place in the opening weekend between Kolento and StrifeCo won. So everyone was like, oh my gosh, they were expecting Kolento to win.
Yeah.
And now Kolento is 1 match away from possibly being knocked out in the tournament. We'll find out today if he stays in. But those are the 2 you should keep your eye on.
One of my
For sure.
favorite things about the Hearthstone stage is that these guys are in an isolated chamber together so that they can smack talk, they can have fun together. I think that's really cool.
And we have no idea what they're saying, right? They'll be lip readers trying to...
Can we have no idea what they're saying at all?
No, we can't, because we don't want them to hear the crowd either.
Right.
So yes, in StarCraft you have the players in separate booths. They're focusing, playing like machines. In Hearthstone, there's a lot of thinking and a lot of stare downs too, because they're not very far from each other. So their players are just kind of like...
It's very poker.
Yes.
Stare down.
Yeah. I wonder through the years if it's going to get more and more like crazy.
Yeah, which part are they going to play?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a cool thing about it. The Hearthstone guys are in 1 booth. It is really awesome. They've got that fireplace. Jeff, where's our fireplace?
I asked for it, Kim. We'll have to see. Maybe by tomorrow we'll get a little fire. We have sort of, I don't know, ice flames or something happening behind us. All right.
Ice flames?
Whatever it is. What is that? I don't know.
This is our ice fire.
Ice fire.
Ice fire.
Exactly.
Our blizzard.
Blizzard, exactly.
Hey!
It's a blizzard, exactly.
Yeah,
It's controlled
Michelle.
blizzard. All right. So you also mentioned that there's, we talked about briefly, obviously World of Warcraft, Heroes of the Storm. You've got competitions going for those as well, right?
Yeah, I'm so excited that we are showcasing Heroes of the Storm here in an exhibition match because the game is still in tech alpha,
Right.
and the community is loving Heroes and they're already playing it as an esport. So I'm glad that we have also a brand new stage for World of Warcraft and Heroes. You have to check that out too. New stages everywhere. Go esports. But yeah, there's going to be an exhibition match to show some of your friends.
Yes, it's very true. We've got the guys from Rocket Jump and Nerdist playing against the guys from Smosh with Jesse Cox and Krendor and with Husky.
Yeah.
So these guys are going to go head to head, and hopefully a little later today we're going to have an interview with them, talking smack, seeing. I know that Jesse Cox and Krendor, they're calling their team Low Expectations.
Okay.
So,
Well, we'll have to wait and see. It's an amazing couple days that are planned for BlizzCon fans. We're just 1 minute away right now from the opening ceremony where Mike Morhaim's going to be on stage. So, there's so much that Blizzard could talk about, right? I mean, a lot of people are wondering about Legacy of the Void. Are they going to talk about that? Yeah. Are there going to be a new Hearthstone expansion? What are they going to say about Diablo? World of Warcraft, the expansion's coming out next week. What could they say there? Could there be more? Could there be other news, other surprises? Kim's just looking very poised.
There will be surprises. There are going to be many surprises. You're going to love it.
All right, well, we are so excited to bring this to you guys. And of course, this is just the start of our coverage. Michelle and Kim will be with you for the next 2 days as we go through everything related to BlizzCon and show it to you all here as part of the virtual ticket. But right now, it's time to head over to Hall D for the opening ceremony of BlizzCon 2014. You guys have been waiting for it. I hope you enjoy it live right here on DirecTV. It's BlizzCon 2014, and it starts right now. Enjoy the show.
Couldn't wait to install this thing, and I logged in. Holy cow! It's real. It's real now.
And you're just like, wow, this is exactly what I imagined it would be like. This is awesome.
It was a thrill to log into the game and see so many people in the game and playing.
No one had really seen that number of people all come together all at once to play a client-server game of this size and magnitude. We were not prepared.
Warcraft Orcs and Humans was my first experience. I immediately fell in love.
We had worked so hard to try to get anybody to even let us do it.
One of our competitive advantages at the time is we had no idea what we were doing. We were just trying to make great games.
We were certainly a little naive, but extremely enthusiastic and didn't think that there was anything that could stand in our way.
We were sleeping on the couches, eating at our desks, doing whatever it took to get what we had in our heads and get that into the game.
That was sort of this realization of what we really wanted to see, which was connecting players together.
I don't even know if Future was even considered. It was just a bunch of guys hanging out, making cool stuff.
Based on those early games, never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that Warcraft would grow up to be what it's become.
The company made the decision, we want to change the direction we're going.
We said, hey, if we were going to start from scratch right now, what game would we make? A massively multiplayer online game.
We all had this idea, wouldn't it be cool if you were a character in this universe, able to go around and explore it with your friends?
Without Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, I don't know what we would have built World of Warcraft to be.
We were really skeptical that we were going to enjoy success, so it was very reassuring during open beta that so many people were attracted to the game.
Everybody started getting those feelings and like, we might have something kind of special here.
I'm heading down the freeway towards the World of Warcraft signing party. Traffic started to back up on the freeway.
Is there a concert in town? What's going on?
We couldn't even park within a mile.
The fans that had shown up for the Midnight launch wrapped around the building, and then it wrapped around the entire parking lot.
And it was just one of those moments, and we just realized that this is bigger than all of us. The game is really just a setting to be able to experience with your friends.
My dad has not ever really played any games that I've worked on 9 years later, and he's got 5 or 6 max level characters. A full half of my best friends are people that I met in World of Warcraft, of course, including my wife.
The human need for connection goes beyond what we can provide in a virtual space.
We wanted to create a way to be able to connect with our players more intimately.
An event, a moment, a platform for people to literally come together.
Thank you for all the support that you guys have given over the years.
Thank you to everyone for being part of this.
It has been so important in so many people's lives.
It's been the community that has made this the most amazing experience through passion for the game, through comments.
It's what we rely on to continue doing what we're doing.
And let us know how you guys feel about it. Yell as loud as you possibly can, because that just gives us more momentum.
It's been a hell of a ride so far, and in many ways, we're just getting started.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President and CEO of Blizzard Entertainment, Mike Morhaime.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to BlizzCon 2014. I know there are some of you who have attended multiple BlizzCons. How many of you have been to BlizzCon before? And how many of you are joining us for the very first time? We are thrilled that you are here. Not only are you among friends, you are among family. Some of my favorite life memories have been created here with you at past BlizzCons, and I expect this year will be no different. This is an extra special celebration for us. It's our 8th BlizzCon together, and this show is our biggest one yet. Millions of people will tune in from around the world to watch the show on more than 50 broadcast streams and in 14 languages. And more than 25,000 of you have come here from all 50 states and from nearly 60 countries across 6 continents. You've come from as far away as Brazil, New Zealand, South Africa, and Russia. That's amazing. We truly are a global community. Whether you are joining us from near or far, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in. For the next 2 days, this will be our home. We're going to be playing games, talking about games, cheering on our favorite esports and contestants in the contests. Before I go on, I'd like to take a moment to talk about something serious. Over the past couple of months, there's been a small group of people who have been doing really awful things. They have been making some people's lives miserable, and they are tarnishing our reputation as gamers. It's not right. BlizzCon is a great example of how positive and uplifting gaming can be. Let's carry the good vibes from this weekend out into the world all year round. There is another person on the other end of the chat screen. There are friends, our brothers and sisters, our sons and daughters. Let's take a stand to reject hate and harassment, and let's redouble our efforts Let's redouble our efforts to be kind and respectful to one another. And let's remind the world what the gaming community is really all about. Thank you. Okay, now as you know from the video, this year is the 20th anniversary of Warcraft. It's also the 10th anniversary of World of Warcraft. Seeing the history of Warcraft in that video gave me chills. It's obviously been a big part of my life, and I know it's been a big part of yours as well. We can see clearly how this community has grown around this amazing fantasy world, and I'm here to tell you that the best is yet to come for Warcraft. I'm talking, of course, about Warlords of Draenor. The game is almost here. It's coming in just a few days. We're really excited about it because we're going to take you back to some of the settings and characters that established the world we've been adventuring for the past 20 years. It's fun to reminisce about those adventures that we've taken in Azeroth together. To help you do that, we will be screening a special documentary to commemorate the 10th anniversary of World of Warcraft. It includes a look back at the making of the game and key moments in World of Warcraft history. The film is called Looking for Group, and the world premiere is tomorrow at 5 p.m. right here on the main stage. You'll be able to watch it again later on the World of Warcraft site as well as on the Warcraft YouTube channel. We also have a special party planned for the World of Warcraft 10-year anniversary. That'll take place tonight at 8:30 p.m. just outside the convention center. We will have food trucks and drinks as other fun surprises. The party is open to the public, so tell your friends to come join us. And there's also another cool bit of Warcraft news that we hope you'll tell your friends about. Coming in December, we're rolling out a new World of Warcraft charity pet. 100% of the proceeds made this year will be donated to support Red Cross in Ebola relief efforts. It has been really rewarding to partner with you to assist worthy causes in the past, and we're honored to continue the tradition this year. Okay, last but not least on Warcraft, the movie. We are very pleased to have Duncan Jones, the director of the Warcraft movie, who will join Chris Metzen and other guests on a special panel. That'll be here on the main stage this afternoon at 2:15. And throughout the show, we have a special theater on the 3rd floor of the convention center. This theater will be running continuously to show you Blizzard's latest cinematics, as well as a sneak peek at work-in-progress footage from the film. And I gotta tell you, Dolby set up a special sound system in that theater that is completely amazing. And if you want even more info about the movie, go visit the new websites that Legendary Pictures just set up, fightforthehorde.com and fightforthealliance.com. Choose carefully and be true to your faction. All right, there'll be time for that. So that's a ton of Warcraft for the anniversary. But BlizzCon is more than just Warcraft. It's a celebration of the entire Blizzard community, your passion, and your creativity. We have a lot of contests this year. The talent, movie, art, and costume contests will all be hosted by Chris Hardwick right here on the main stage tonight at 6. Don't miss out on that. It is always one of the best parts of BlizzCon, and it's a chance to cheer on your fellow gamers and congratulate them on their hard work and unique talent. We have some other very special guests coming to the show tomorrow. Level 90 Elite Tauren Chieftain will be back. And they will open for a band that needs no introduction, Metallica. And of course, I can't forget one of my favorite parts of BlizzCon, esports. This year, we have more games to showcase than ever before. Here's the Storm exhibitions, World of Warcraft Arena, Hearthstone, and of course, StarCraft 2. $750,000 are on the line during the next 2 days. And these talented pro gamers have run a gauntlet of grueling and challenging competitions all year just to make it to BlizzCon. We've got a video here with highlights of this year's competition to give you a taste of what's in store this weekend. Let's roll the video.
Be very, very careful about this. The Vikings go tumble. That's a big storm to start things off. The wall, he's attempting to raise it. SCV's pulling up.
No, it is! 14 damage, he can do it.
Oh, he can't use Blizzard. He can't use Blizzard. He can't do it, it will kill him.
Oh, no, not again.
Not
Oh,
again.
the Medivacs caught on the edge of the map. Bolt steps up, kills every single one.
For the siege tank, he's going to bring that down as well. GG!
He blocks offensively. Pry is going to go down.
They're trying to break this tank line.
He has gotten his ticket to BlizzCon.
But there's only one high tempo left. The storm doesn't really hit the mark. This is a strong bioforce here.
Not enough. The procs come in. Soda goes down.
GG!
Awesome. We will have esports action going on all weekend. Hearthstone is just next door in Hall C, amazing stage. World of Warcraft Arena and Heroes of the Storm exhibitions will take place in Hall B. And the StarCraft 2 World Championship Series Global Finals will be over in the arena. That's all the way at the other end of the convention center, past Hall A and through the tunnel. We've created a brand new stage for the WCS Finals with dynamic lighting and visuals. We think you're gonna love it, so make sure to get over there to check it out. Of course, we have a few new things to share with you. Let's start with Heroes of the Storm, our upcoming team brawler. This game has your favorite Blizzard heroes from all of our universes fighting on unique battlegrounds. Thanks to your feedback during the technical alpha, Heroes is coming along great, and it's going to continue to evolve through the years. We've got fun new stuff to show you here at BlizzCon, so let's take a look. Roll the trailer.
Come out, wherever you are. For Doomhammer!
So that's right, closed beta is coming January 13th, and we're excited to get more of you into the game to continue helping us make it even better. All the new heroes and the Sky Temple Battleground you saw in the video are here at the show. You can get a sneak peek at what else is coming in Heroes by attending the panel discussions today and tomorrow. So like I said earlier, this is our biggest BlizzCon yet. We are so excited and have so many cool new things to share with you. To get us started on that, I would like to introduce our production director on Hearthstone, Jason Shays.
Greetings, BlizzCon! Well, this has been an incredible year for Hearthstone. When we were last together at BlizzCon, Hearthstone was in closed beta. Since then, the PC version of Hearthstone launched in March. In April, Hearthstone for the iPad came out and quickly climbed to the top of the App Store charts. In July, the doors to the ancient necropolis of Naxxramas swung open, releasing the first Hearthstone adventure for players everywhere. Then, in October, some of the top players in the world earned their tickets to BlizzCon and will be competing here in the first ever Hearthstone World Championship. And then finally, coming up this December, we'll be opening the tavern doors for Android tablet players everywhere. Now, Hearthstone has come so far already, but we're even more excited to geek out with you guys about what's to come. Today, as it turns out, is a very special day in the Hearthstone Tavern, because today we have something new to share with you. Something bigger. And for that, we're going back to the very beginnings of Warcraft, to a long-standing rivalry between two proud races. One embodies the nobility and the fellowship of the Alliance. The other, the honor and the resilience of the Horde. For the first Hearthstone expansion, we've brought these two races together against their will for all of you. And the results are explosive.
Goblins and gnomes. Goblins and gnomes. Both are super brilliant, but you would never know. Everything they seem to make is salty or explode. Perfecting imperfection. Goblins and gnomes.
Unleash Goblin Fury.
For Gnomragon.
Goblins vs. Gnomes is the explosive first expansion to Hearthstone. In it, you'll find over 120 of the most dangerous cards you could imagine. You'll find the greatest inventors in Azeroth's history, along with their amazing creations. Creations of blood-curdling horror, like the explosive sheep. Devices of raw genius, like the amazing Annoyotron. Now, the team is in its final balance pass on Goblins vs. Gnomes, as well as our final safety checks. But make no mistake, the fuse has been lit. Goblins vs. Gnomes will be launching for players everywhere next month. Now, all of you aren't going to have to wait that long, because Goblins vs. Gnomes is playable here at BlizzCon today. We've got a ton more to share with you on Goblins vs. Gnomes, so make sure to check out the fireside chat that'll be happening on the panel stage later this afternoon, where we'll reveal a bunch of new Hearthstone cards. And then finally, on behalf of the dev team, we wanted to thank you all very much for all your incredible support and passion for Hearthstone during this, its first year of launch. We cannot wait to share with you guys what we have in store. In the meantime, we have many other awesome updates to share with you guys. So for that, we're going to call up to the stage Game Director Dustin Browder.
BlizzCon, I'm here today to talk to you about a game called StarCraft 2. This is a game we've been working on inside Blizzard for 10 years. StarCraft has a tradition going all the way back to 1998 with the original StarCraft and Brood War, where Blizzard created these amazing characters and this incredible science fiction story and put it inside a real-time strategy game. And then, in 2010, we brought you Wings of Liberty, where we had this amazing campaign, and we had a whole game devoted just to the story of the Terrans. And then in 2013, Heart of the Swarm, where we told the epic quest of Kerrigan's hunger for revenge, for her betrayal at the Battle of New Gettysburg, which happened all the way back in that original game in 1998. And now, today, in 2014, we are ready to show you a glimpse of StarCraft 2, Legacy of the Void.
Future can be held only oblivion. The Zerg swarm came as was foretold. And the Protoss rose to fight them.
The invasion fleet stands ready. We await only your command, Hierarch.
Today, we will reclaim our homeworld!
Now, the Xel'Naga that forged us all are returning.
The galaxy will burn with their coming. Fitting that we should face oblivion together.
Amon whispered of this from the stars. He told you of ruin, extinction, end of all things. The fate of creation hangs in the balance. My life for ire.
In Legacy of the Void, you will command the power of the Protoss. You will reunite the scattered Protoss tribes and find the ancient technology to create your Protoss army. You'll command the Spear of Adun, this ancient arc ship from a lost age that will always be above you in high orbit. With the touch of a button, you can command that arc ship to destroy an entire enemy army. And you're going to need that firepower, because the threat of the Xel'Naga is very real. In the end, all of your questions will be answered. The fate of Kerrigan, Zeratul, Raynor, Artanis, all the others, the three races of the StarCraft universe will come to a conclusion in this, the final chapter of our trilogy. Now, I know some of you have not had a chance to get into StarCraft just yet. And that's okay, because this is not an expansion pack. Legacy of the Void is a standalone product. You don't need a copy of Wings of Liberty. You don't need a copy of Heart of the Swarm. You can just get a copy of Legacy of the Void and jump right into the action. There has never been a better time to check out the StarCraft universe. We have so much to show you here today at the show. You can play as Artanis, and you can build your Protoss army and check out an early look at our campaign missions. We have new multiplayer units for all 3 races. And yes, the Lurker is back. We have a new mode, Archon mode, that combines the best of cooperative and PvP play in a single mode, where you and a teammate will work together to control a single base and a single army together. If you want to know what it feels like to be a professional gamer, to be able to be everywhere at once at the same time, this is the mode that can give you that experience. It takes 2 of us to make one of them, maybe more, we'll see. Come to the arena tonight to see your favorite pros playing Legacy of the Void, and check out our panels today and tomorrow to get more information about StarCraft 2. BlizzCon, thank you so much for your support of StarCraft 2. You've been absolutely amazing. And next, please give a warm welcome to Chris Metzen.
What up, BlizzCon? Holy cow. Guys, it is so good to be back with you all this year, especially given this anniversary we are celebrating. 20 years of Warcraft, 10 years of World of Warcraft. Looking back, it hardly seems possible. How is that possible? I know how it's possible. It's kind of crazy thinking about it, guys. As Mike said earlier, this community is everything. And looking back 20 years with all the worlds we were able to build, the stories we were able to tell, the heroes, the villains, the rise and fall of it all, the amazing thing looking back is the friendships we've made, is the connections we've made through this thing. It's so much more than a game in a box. Look, guys, look around. Look at this room. It is amazing to feel part of this thing, almost like this tradition that is uniquely ours. So thank you, and thank you for being here and celebrating with us this weekend. We love you guys. In light of that, I thought it might be fun to kind of do what we do in these opening ceremonies and take a little roll call. Get the blood pumping. I'm going to assume that most of you in here have played a little game called World of Warcraft. Oh, come on! 10 years, y'all. Here's an interesting one. How many of you have been with us since Warcraft 1? It's pretty cool. How many of you have played a little series called StarCraft? Oh my life for ire. Are you kidding me? So good. How about Diablo? Where's the Diablo players at? And how about a little game called Hearthstone? It's pretty cool, guys. Think about this. We have shared, over the years, many adventures together. Exotic worlds, heroes and villains, probably some convoluted plot lines here and there. It's fine. And in a moment like this, it strikes me. It has been something like 17 years if my math holds up, since Blizzard opened the door to a new adventure. Since we opened the door to a new world of heroes and villains, a new universe of adventure and possibility. And if any of you had ever wondered what kind of new world Blizzard would create, well, I think 17 years is too long to wait. And my friends, the wait ends right now. Holy cow, this is going to happen. We're going to remember this moment, guys. I want you all, as I freak out, to relax. I want you to open your hearts and your minds to what comes next. You are about to get a glimpse into the future. So my friends, get a load of this. We hope you love it like we do. I'll see you on the other side.
Conflict. As the world teetered on the brink of anarchy, a new hope arose. An elite international task force charged with ending the war and restoring liberty to all nations. Overwatch. Soldiers, scientists, adventurers, oddities. Guardians who secured global peace for a generation. Under its steadfast protection, the world recovered. And today, though its watch has ended, its soaring ideals of freedom and equality will never be forgotten.
That was so cool! In that one battle, they had Soundquake. Remember, he has, like, chest missiles? So which one's your favorite? Mine's Fusionator. No. Tracer. Yeah, Tracer. She's like, cheers, love. The cavalry's here. Pew, pew, pew. Whoa. That's Doomfist's gauntlet. Oh, man. They said he could level a skyscraper. And remember, he was all fighting and Winston beat him and was like, Primal Punch!
That's only in the holovids. Everybody knows Overwatch got shut down. Half of them are just mercenaries now.
Enjoying the exhibit? All right, playtime's over. Get to cover.
Come on, move it!
There you are.
Psst, what are you looking at? Gallery's here. Come on, big guy. Get up. Oh no!
Stay here.
Watch out!
Hey!
You know, the world could always use more heroes. Yeah! That was awesome!
Overwatch. It sounds like you guys liked what you saw. It feels good to share this idea. Holy cow, that's a feeling. I'm sure you all have many questions at this point, not the least of which is, well, Blizzard, is there a video game associated with this idea? My friends, I am very, very happy to announce that in fact there is, and it is nearer than you think. To tell you a little more about Overwatch, I would like to introduce a good friend of mine. Many of you will remember as your first game director on World of Warcraft. He's one of the greatest game developers in the world. He is the game director on Overwatch. Give it up for Mr. Jeff Kaplan.
What's up, guys? It's so good to be back here with everyone. You guys look beautiful, by the way. Just a good-looking group. So we wanted to make a game in a genre that we have always been passionate about at Blizzard. So what Overwatch is, it's a team-based multiplayer shooter that is completely action-packed. You guys are going to get to meet our cast of characters. They're absolutely dynamic, over the top. They've got great abilities. But what we're going to do is make the game very approachable and allow for everybody to experience what can be fun about this game. You guys know that with Blizzard games, what we like to do is find genres that we're in love with and game types that we're in love with and take the best elements of those and really amplify it and bring that out. You saw us do it with the real-time strategy genre, the massively multiplayer online game, and most recently the collectible card game. But you guys do not want to hear me talk right now. Would you guys like to see Overwatch? All right. Play the movie.
Attackers incoming. Prepare your defenses.
Get behind!
Locked and loaded. Prepare to attack. 3, 2, 1. Capture the objective.
Let's do Let's try that again.
Welcome to my reality. Turret deployed. Teleporter online. Vara reporting. Justice reigns from above.
The dragon hungers. The objective is mine. Perfect.
Objective captured.
See through the dragon's eyes. Time to reap. Let's get to work! Come on, damn machine. Shield up. Fall back.
Turret down.
Open core! Armor here.
Did someone call a doctor? I've got you. Healing stream engaged.
Sniper, be careful.
Heroes never die.
Oh, thanks, love.
One shot, one kill. I see you.
True self is without form. Pass into the iris.
You need a timeout.
Ivan takes them all on! Unstoppable! Hammer down!
が敵を食らう。
All right, so we weren't lying about that beta 2015. You can sign up at playoverwatch.com. We know you guys want to play. We want you to play. We're very humbled to be bringing this genre to you guys, and we want to hear what you have to say. So it's going to be awesome. So a couple other things you guys should know. At 12:30, we're going to have a panel right here in this hall. Chris and I are going to tell you everything you need to know about Overwatch. So please... Mostly. I kind of lied when I said everything.
Some suspense.
Some stuff. We'll tell you some stuff at 12:30 right here on the stage. Hopefully it'll be good. But there's one more thing. As you guys were wondering what that space is over there with those mysterious dark computers, Overwatch all weekend long is available for you guys to play in Hall C. We've got 600 machines there for you. We want to hear what you think. There will be Blizzard developers in the space the whole time. We want to make this game with you guys, and we care about what you have to say.
Absolutely. And guys, as we wrap up here, please, there's a lot of people in this room. If you're making your way over to the Overwatch machines, just be careful. Take care of each other. There's a lot of kids in the audience. Don't, stampede or anything like that. You got all weekend to play. Guys, thank you for being here with us once again. We hope you've enjoyed your first look at Overwatch. We love you. Have fun this weekend. Take care of each other. Have a great BlizzCon!
You're watching BlizzCon 2014, an original DirecTV production since 2008. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV.
And there it was, the opening ceremony of BlizzCon 2014. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Keighley back here at the DirecTV virtual ticket stage with Michelle Morrow and here with Mike Morhaime from Blizzard. Mike, what an amazing opening ceremony. I've been with you guys for so many years doing this, and I got to say, it felt so amazing this year with you addressing, Gamergate right up front there, talking about being inclusive. That was such a strong message for you. One of the first executives in the game industry to really address that head on. So I want to thank you for that on behalf of gamers like Michelle and I, but also the announcements. I mean, Overwatch. I mean, we saw the interview with you and Kim when you did it at before. You were so giddy with excitement.
Yeah,
how do you think it went for you?
That excited.
I know.
You're very excited this year for BlizzCon.
We've been wanting to show those videos for a really long time.
I bet. I love that there's actually gameplay footage that you guys have showing for Overwatch, and people can play it.
You can go play
right here. There's 600 machines.
It's a blast. It's so much fun.
Oh, it looks incredible. One thing that I know that we wanted to clarify and talk about was for the StarCraft 2 expansion, that we had talked about how this was a standalone game, but this is actually still an expansion.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you for all the players who have wings in Heart of the Swarm, it will act just like an expansion. But if you don't have all of that, they're not required. Yeah. So anybody can come in and purchase Legacy of the Void and just start playing the Protoss campaign.
Oh, that's so cool.
Now, we've got our virtual ticket that's going to start at noon. So if you're watching the free stream, I just wanted to mention that we will be switching over to the virtual ticket starting at noon. But you'll get to see that Overwatch panel, the Warcraft movie panel, Metallica. Mike will be playing tomorrow night, level 90, ETC,
That's
right?
so cool.
I know, that is pretty amazing. How long have you
guys got the band going on for?
Well, we started a long time ago, and then, really with Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne, there was an opportunity. We always use sort of joke song for our expansions, and so somebody came up with the idea of having our band do the joke song, and so that's how Power of the Horde happened.
And now you get to open for Metallica.
Yeah.
That's always one of the benefits.
Looks good on the resume, right?
Well, that's amazing you got Metallica after all these years. I knew they were eventually going to come. Now, if you guys have questions for Mike, you can send them right now to me at Jeff Keighley and at Michelle Morrow, and Mike's on Twitter as well at Mike Morhaime. But Mike, let's talk a bit about Overwatch, because this is a game that, first time in 17 years for a new IP for Blizzard. It's a first-person game, an action game. It's something very sort of unexpected, I think, for a lot of fans coming from Blizzard. Tell us about the gestation of this game. I know there'll be more in the panel, but how did this game come together? How'd you keep it a secret for so long?
Yeah, I don't know how we kept it a secret for so long. I'm amazed.
It's pretty incredible. No one knew. This came out of nowhere.
Right. Well, there were teases of the name, I think. There's like someone, you guys sometimes file trademarks, but people didn't know what game it was, what would it be. So Overwatch, tell us, this game, why did Blizzard want to make this game?
I think it's, like Jeff said, a lot of times it comes down to we're really passionate about a particular genre, or we think that there's, we have an idea for something that maybe hasn't been done in a particular way before.
Right.
And so Jeff and a few of the other guys on the team, really started brainstorming around these ideas. And, they really resonated. We thought there was an opportunity here, so we let them go.
What is the hook of it? People look at it and will compare it to obviously other action games out there. And what do you think is so unique? What's so Blizzard about this game to you?
Hello and welcome to BlizzCon 2014 here in Anaheim, California. My name is Zoe and I will be the host for the World of Warcraft Arena World Championship. And I have to say, I could not be more excited. I'm so looking forward to all the matches taking place here on stage. But before we're going to dive into the first one, I want to get the stars of the show onto the stage. So please, a warm applause for our players. Eight teams, 24 guys from all over the world who managed to get here. And before we're going to dive into all the action, we want to take a look at their road to BlizzCon.
The World of Warcraft World Championship. Players from Europe, North America, and Asia will put their teamwork to the test as they compete for the title of Best World of Warcraft Arena Team in the world. 8 teams are all that remain from hundreds of online contenders, and now all have the championship trophy in their eye. Through Blizzard Entertainment's global qualifier system, teams faced off in regional events to find out who would secure their spot at BlizzCon. In Europe, teams clashed at DreamHack Stockholm in the historic Ericsson Globe Arena to compete in the European qualifier. Fighting for 3 coveted slots, teams battled across 2 days of matches. With a trip to BlizzCon on the line, World of Warcraft witnessed some of the best matches of the year. Skill-capped EU, Playing with Fire, and Bleached Bones secured their spots representing Europe's finest in the World Championship. In Asia, teams from China, Korea, and Taiwan faced off in regional qualifiers before advancing to the Asia Qualifier Tournament. With fierce competition, teams from China and Korea grabbed the 2 Asian slots to the World of Warcraft World Championship. Pop CD No Skill from China secured their nation slot, with Push Push from Korea representing their homeland at BlizzCon. In North America, the best talent on the continent met in the Hammerstein Ballroom in New York City. There, fans watched on as the best arena teams from the region faced off for the remaining 3 slots. 3 Amigos, a team who has been kicking tail in World of Warcraft PvP for years, managed to snag the first slot, with Penny for Your Thought, who escaped from the lower bracket, and Death Innovators grabbing the other 2. Despite their home turf advantage, the North American teams will have to give it their all in the quest for the title of champion. The World of Warcraft World Championship. Though their roads have varied, the top 8 teams have their minds, wits, and teamwork put to the test in a gaming event like no other.
And those guys are battling it out for an overall prize pool of $250,000. And on top of that, they're also going to get those lovely trophies right in front of me. And if that's not enough, of course, they also will be awarded with the prestige of the title as a world champion. So a lot is on stake here for those guys, and we're now going to take a quick look at the groups as we divided those 8 players into 2 groups, Group 8 and B. And yeah, both of the groups already played some matches previous to this event here. And we can see on the schedule that it's actually already sorted. So we see Skill-capped EU as well as Bleached Bone already made it through. They are waiting in the semifinals already. So we have some more teams, and this time it's all or nothing for them. If they lose today, they are eliminated. So there's a lot on stake for both of those teams. And to see what we have coming up today, we're going to take a look at the schedule. We're going to start things off with a Pop CD No Skill versus 3 Amigos. And again, I already heard 3 Amigos already has quite a fan base here. And again, this is all or nothing. The loser is going to go out of the tournament. Afterwards, we have the Koreans from Push Push going up against Death Innovators. And then we are following with Penny for Your Thoughts against the winner from the very first game. And then, of course, we have, last but not least, Playing with Fire going up against the winner from the second game. So it's going to be a lot of really, really good matches, and I'm really, really, really excited. Let's see, let's hear it. Are you guys excited for the matches? That's what I thought. So I really, really can't wait, and that's why I would say, let's just get the players here onto the stage. And we're going to start with the first team. Please give it up for Pop CD No Skills. and they will be going up here in the first match on stage against 3 Amigos. So let's start over here. You already have quite a backup here in the audience. Does that make you more confident, or is that actually a bit intimidating because you kind of have to deliver, right?
Well, we've been here plenty of times, so this is pretty comfortable for us. BlizzCon's basically home.
Nice. And it's nice to have you back here, home. Now, the team all the way from China, they made it here, and they so far already showed us a good performance. Are they confident with the match they're going to be playing against 3 Amigos?
所以你们在一路走到暴雪嘉年华现场，接下来你们希望面对这边的对手，你的信心如何？
对面3个人都是拿过世界冠军的人，我对他们非常有了解，我们有充足的信心打赢这场比赛。
Okay, so we are facing the former champion team. However, I am very confident we are going to win this game.
That sounds promising. So we're going to dive into the first game here today, and I literally can't wait. So thanks a lot, guys, and of course, good luck to both of those teams. Before the action is going to start, we're going to show you a quick video, and then we're going to head over to our casters.
Every member of a team is responsible for using crowd control abilities on their opponents to gain an advantage. A crowd control ability is one that you use against another player to prevent them from performing actions, such as polymorph, cyclone, fear, and stun effects. You might, for example, see a healer crowd control another healer to assist offensively for their team. Then, as a response, you might see the other team's damage dealer crowd control one of the attacking damage dealers to lower the incoming damage. For more examples of team compositions and strategies, visit worldofwarcraft.com and navigate over to the Arena forums.
Hello and welcome to BlizzCon 2014. We are here live in Anaheim, California. I am Azael, and of course joined by my good friends Lore as well as VHel. I'm so excited to be here. We're going to have some amazing games. How you feeling about it, guys?
Oh my God, the hype has never been more real than right now. The hype train has been heading full steam directly here to the Anaheim Convention Center at BlizzCon 2014 for these, and what a great match to start off with as well.
Yeah, I feel like a broken record because I've been saying this over the past years. Every single tournament that I've been to leading up to this point has just been the best tournament over and over and over. And this year, it is absolutely crazy how good these teams are.
Yeah, I mean, the teams from every region have been performing exceptionally well. You know, the Chinese team barely losing 3-2. You know, 3 Amigos did lose 3-0 in their first match, but an extremely strong team, one of the favorites for the tournament still, if they can perform, you know, up to their standards. So all these teams have a great shot at this tournament, and I think it just makes it so much more interesting because the matches are so impossible to predict.
They are. I mean, putting us on the spot, we tried over and over last weekend to predict them, and we were wrong almost every single time.
Not so good. But, I mean, these teams are awesome. We have teams that are coming from all over the world. From the Asian region, we had 2 teams. We have 3 teams from North America, 3 teams from Europe. You know, it's the 8 best teams in the world. And, you know, we did have some matches last weekend, so, you know, we have a little bit of an idea of how strong some of these teams are. But, you know, it's so tough to know who's really going to come out on top.
Yeah, especially on a stage like this with everyone in the crowd. I mean, you know, during last weekend, they were playing, you know, in closed locations with a studio audience, and it wasn't the gigantic crowd and, you know, loud cheers and stuff. So they really have to be on their game.
Yeah, it's a lot of people sitting behind us right now, just waiting, so ready to get into this. I think we're going to take a look at the rules really quickly first before we move on anymore. We're going to talk about the teams more in a second, but first let's go through the rules. We start off with the group stage. It's now heading into a single elimination bracket. If you lose at this point, you are out of the tournament. This next round and the semifinals are going to be a best of 5, and then of course the grand finals are going to be a best of 7. And like all the World of Warcraft tournaments, pretty much everywhere, we're starting on Nagrin Arena, and then from there on, the loser will pick the next map in the series.
It really does give a big advantage, and winning that first map not only provides some momentum for your team, but it does also give you the advantage in only having to win on your map selections. You know, especially when we do have the teams with very differing compositions, it makes a huge difference. So winning that first map on Nagrand is often the key to taking a series.
Yeah, Nagrand is a great map to start off with as well, because it's It's very simple, just the 4 pillars, very flat surface, but it makes it very, very well balanced as well. There isn't like a really major advantage for any individual comps on that particular map, so it's more or less you go in on the most balanced for every combination possible. If you win that map, like you were saying, from then on you only have to win on the maps that you pick. So,
yeah. And I mean, especially
really
for teams, like LSD2, having knockoffs on a map like Blade's Edge can provide a huge advantage. Whereas, if you're playing a melee team playing on something like Runes of Lordaeron can really give you that edge. So, regardless, it is going to be a big deal to win that first map. But I think we are going to take a look at these team sheets. We want to head into the action. I know you guys do too. So let's take a look at the teams.
Yeah, one of the things that we've talked about before, when you win your first map pick and stuff, we talk about the momentum in terms of map pick. Of course, on your screen is going to be Pop CD, No Skill, the team from China. I actually talked to the Monk, because I play Monk myself, and I was able to talk to the Windwalker. He is so good. When I turned on the Asian qualifiers and I caught part of the last match, and I just happened to look at it while I was playing another game, and then I saw him on Dalaran Arena force every cooldown out of the Resto Shaman like 10 seconds into the game. It was scary.
Yeah, that much burst out of a Windwalker that early is just crazy, too.
Yep, so it is going to be Xeon playing the Monk. It's going to be Jay, I believe, on the Shadow Priest, or rather on the Shaman. It is going to be Beethoven playing that Shadow Priest. So should be very, very interesting. And yeah, I mean, I think the Monk really was their standout player. He performed exceptionally last weekend against Penny for Your Thoughts. They barely lost that series. There was a couple overlaps they had with Silence and Incapacitate. And it was like, if they didn't have those small little mistakes, I really think they could have taken that series. But now on screen, we do have the hometown heroes. It's 3 Amigos. It's going to be Snuts playing the Warlock, Sidhu on the Shaman, and it is Venruki playing the Mage.
As you guys can hear from the crowd cheering behind us, these guys barely need any introduction. They've been here so many times over the years. It is fantastic. Like, what better match to start off with? We've got these guys playing against a team that in the event last weekend, I think really surprised a lot of people with how well they did. This is going to be an epic match.
Yep, definitely going to be exciting stuff. I think a lot of pressure on 3 Amigos here. They were one of the favorites coming into the tournament. They got blanked last weekend against Skillcap DU. They cannot afford to have a repeat performance like this, not in front of all these fans. The expectations are high, not only from the fans, but from themselves as well. So to lose here is just basically not an option. They must win. We'll see if they're going to do it. I believe we are ready to get into this first game here. As soon as the players are ready, we're going to get it going.
I mean, how much pressure do you think is on 3 Amigos at this point? You think, like he was talking about on stage, that, they're comfortable here, but they have so many fans that came up to me after, today, yesterday, talking about how they lost just 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, they expect better from themselves. The fans expect better from them as well. They know they need to perform, and I definitely do think that adds a little bit extra pressure, especially if they fall behind early. If you make a mistake early, sometimes the pressure can really start to mount. Those mistakes can start to snowball a little bit and cost you a series.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you look at the team that they lost to last weekend, it was a 3-0, but it was a 3-0 to Skillcapped EU, who then went on to the semifinals. They've been doing fantastically. I really think that we have not seen the best of 3 Amigos just yet, and I'm hoping that that's what they're going to bring for us here today.
Well, they're going to need to against Pop CD, No Skill. The Chinese team definitely representing their region well so far. I have to say it's probably the strongest team we've actually seen come out of the Chinese region. Definitely quite a good team. China traditionally hasn't had as much success at these international events, but this team definitely coming out ready.
That's a pretty sweet transmog.
It really is. We're going to get these teams in just in a second. Looks like they're going to reform their group just quickly, making sure everything's all set on stage for them. Let me see. Get them queued up right away.
So as we said, it is going to be starting off on the Grand Arena as usual. It is going to be the Windwalker Monk, and it is going to be a Shadow Priest. He can also play a Warlock, so it'll be interesting to see if he does bust that out. But it's going to be Shadow Priest or a Warlock, a Windwalker Monk, and the Shaman. And then 3 Amigos, I'm expecting just to see their standard, Mage Lock Shaman composition. But Venruki, also a very good Windwalker Monk. We could see that come out. Sidhu does play, Mistweaver Monk. Snuts can play a Warrior. There are some differences there, but I think for this series, there's no real reason to start off with anything other than their main composition.
Absolutely. You always want to start off with putting your best foot forward, play what you're super familiar with. It is a really, really huge advantage to be able to play different compositions in those cases where maybe you run into a comp that's a little bit better against what you normally play. But for the very first match on Nagrin, especially against this Windwalker, Shaman, and Shadow Priest or Warlock composition. Usually Shadow Priest, I believe they've been playing. Might as well just go with the MLS. Just start off, put your best foot forward, and see what you can do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they did actually qualify with a Warlock, but the Warlock, I'm not sure if it was a visa issue or what, but he was not able to make it. So this was a last-minute replacement. So, that adds a little bit of extra, I think, difficulty for this team as well. When you're preparing all year long with one teammate and then last minute you have to swap to another, it can be difficult. And this team doesn't have as much consistent pressure, but what it does have is it does have, a massive amount of burst potential. They are going to have to be playing very quick, but we are going into the game, guys. It's going to be game number 1 between Pop CD No Skill and 3 Amigos. Let's kick it off big at BlizzCon 2014.
And the gates are opening right now. We are going to follow the Windwalker straight out of the start. Xeon is my favorite out of this match because he does play that Windwalker and he does so well. Already 8 stacks of Tiger Eye. The game has started. It's so exciting that right away he's starting to stack up those, and it's amazing to see them constantly rebuff right from the start, knowing that they're going to be constant purges out.
Yep, and we are going to see, 3 Amigos playing Alliance, deciding to prioritize the extra damage that they can put out, with these double DPS trinkets over the stun reduction from Sea-Doo. So Sea-Doo is going to have to be extra careful here. Not having that stun reduction as an orc, could be trouble for him. We'll see how this game is going to start off, though. Both teams, just kind of stacking up those icicles right now. In comes Xeon, though. He's going to start things off on Venruki. Snuts with the early fear over onto him, though, is going to keep Venruki safe.
Yeah. And as you can see, the Windwalker just absolutely, he has 11 stacks now. He does like to stack up to 20 before. Actually, I'm completely wrong. He hits his first stack of Tiger Eye Brew, but he's immediately CC'd.
Yeah.
Great job.
Full sheep on a G, that's going to have to be trinket as Xeon is getting very low, already having to use a lot of his defensives there. Venruki did blow his trinket in the attack, but now they're just going to sheep him up. They see that he has been healed through, but the next swap onto Xeon could be huge as G is not going to have his PvP trinket. I mean, he just blew his last stand as well. He's blown through most of his defensive cooldowns, and G is sitting without a trinket. 3 Amigos off to a great start.
Yeah, and watching what they're doing so far, they're just putting as much CC onto Xeon as possible. They know what he's capable of. They were watching him last weekend. He can do so much damage in such a big, short amount of time. He's already stacking back up to 13 stacks of that Tiger Eye Brew. He likes to save it until he can do 2 of those in a row, and then he can just do such a tremendous amount of pressure for such a long period of time, but they're not really letting him get in there.
Yeah, they definitely aren't. We are going to have to see, what they're going to be able to pull off here. As Xeon, he's constantly rebuffing. They are sitting back behind the pillar right now, trying to do that the best that they possibly can. Now going to be pushing out over onto Venruki. Venruki going to be taking some damage. Pops the temporal shield. Beethoven getting involved there, putting a little bit of damage in. Perhaps they are looking for the swap to Sea-Doo as Xeon was moving in that direction. But it is going to be the attack over onto Venruki. Venruki going to be taking some damage. Devouring Plague coming out. Venruki looking for the sheep. He's going to get sheared on that. Block has to come out at 100k HP. Pretty dangerous there for Venruki.
Yeah, he does not want to risk anything as far as those ice blocks goes. Wants to make sure. Oh, Xeon actually dipping there pretty low for just a second. He's now going to come over here out of line of sight and try to get himself healed up again. Coming back out, you're trying to put on some more pressure. I love all the fire blossoms that he's firing off there. Just doing every little thing that he can to build up those Tiger Eye Brew stacks.
Yeah, constantly spending those chi. It's a great job because he knows that he can't push in really deep against this MLS or he will be punished.
Yeah, he needs to find a good moment to go in there, pop everything. Having Touch of Karma available would be fantastic as well. Get in there. And look, wow, he's actually even using the Storm, Earth, and Fire to throw a clone out there for a second just to put on a little bit of extra pressure. I am really impressed with this Windwalker.
Yep, he is doing a good job so far. And I mean, they have lived till G's PvP trinket did just come back up. So, I mean, that is definitely what they were looking for. But there's a deep freeze on Xeon. Halitair on a G. He's not going to have the tremor. He doesn't want to trinket. Now he's going to get emptied out by Beethoven, but it costs both their trinkets as well as the Nimble Brew there. Now going to go offensive onto Venruki with the Ring of Peace. Temporal Shield comes up. Venruki is taking quite a bit of damage, but once again, that overlap onto Sea-Doo, the Silence and the Incap both overlap. May keep Venruki alive for now, but the NS has to come out. There's the Ascendance as well from Sea-Doo, realizing the danger that Venruki was in, but that overlap cost Pop CD No Skill big time. I think they would have got the second block.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely not a position they want to be in. There's another deep freeze onto Xeon right now, taking a whole lot of damage.
There's the life grip. Will it be enough, though? Touch of Karma comes out just in time onto Snuts. That is barely going to keep him alive. Nice life grip there by Beethoven, pulling Xeon out of danger, and I really think that is the only reason he's still standing.
It is, and that was a great Karma, choosing it to hold on to it as long as he could. He's already back up to 19 stacks again. So let's see if they can make an offensive push with these cooldowns.
Yeah, I definitely think he didn't want to use his Touch of Karma just yet, though. As we were seeing him play last weekend, he likes to use that in almost an offensive manner. There's another deep freeze coming in. Not on the Frozen Orb is out. He's taking a ton of damage.
I think this is going to be it. Xion does fall, and game number one gonna go to Three Amigos. The CC onto G was too much.
It was, and we saw the trinket come out right at the end, just doing an amazing job. Three Amigos coming out of the gate, they know they have to win every single game. They were super confident coming into this match, and they made it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Great first game there out of Three Amigos, really showing how they were able to, like, that was just so impressive how they were able to, like, almost dismantle Pop CD No Skill in that matchup. They just did not give them any space whatsoever to do almost anything.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Pop CD No Skill there, feeling the pressure a little bit. We saw, the series last week, it was cost by these CC overlaps. It's not a composition that has an unlimited amount of CC. The silence into the incapacitate is really your go-to CC. Yeah. 2 instants coming out on the healer. That's when you need to force cooldowns. Twice in this match, they almost completely overlapped those. And those 2 times, I mean, if you don't mess that up, the first time they did it correctly, they got a block out of Venruki. The second one should have been the second block, and the third one could have been the kill. So, I mean, this is something that you just cannot afford to mess up against a team of this caliber, because they are not going to let you get away with it. If every mistake you make, you will be punished for. And Three Amigos, taking full advantage of those mistakes. Venruki able to hold on to those blocks, not really put into danger. It allows them to play aggressive and secure that first victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you're saying, at this level of play, these are some of the best people in the world at this game. Any single mistake could be the end of the game in no time at all. Really, really excited to see where we go from here. I mean, that was only game one.
So one of the things to note that we talk about this a lot, but if this is one of your first time watching these tournaments, we don't allow them to use any add-ons whatsoever. We allow them to write scripts to move around their frames and stuff so that they're comfortable, the same idea, but overlapping CC and keeping track of cooldowns is extremely hard when you don't have immediate access to those.
Yeah, it definitely is hard. It's one of the things that players really need to be practicing with, not just before tournaments, but all year long, because it is something that takes a lot of time. And a lot of players, do use things like, the interrupt bars and things like that, and being able to track not only the cooldowns like Cloak and, and trinkets and things like that, but tracking just even kicks and CSs can become very difficult, especially against a team like MLS. There's the Fell Hunter CS, there's also the Mage CS, so 2 counter spells that the Shaman on the other team is really going to have to keep track of. They're not really CSing the Shadow Priest that much. Most of the interrupts are going to be going on to the Resto Shaman, and he really has to keep track, knowing exactly when he can fake, when he can't. So it makes a huge difference, and we'll see how they're going to be able to adjust going further in this series. They are talking things over. We can see both teams going to take a little bit of time, talk about their strategies there. Is a great Three Amigos sign.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think it's also good to point out, just so that absolutely everyone is aware, we are playing this on patch 5.4. It's what people qualified as. It's what they were playing on and training on for months. Obviously, World of Warcraft patch 6.0 did just come out a couple of weeks ago. But for this tournament, better to stick with what everybody has been playing as up until this point. But that also means that there's no CC disarmament. There's still a ton of CCs to keep track of. So like you were saying, that's all stuff that they've sort of got to kind of keep track of in the back of their mind while they're doing everything else. Just a very, very difficult situation for anybody. These guys have been playing it fantastically. That is an amazing little mask.
Yeah, even tracking DRs and things like that can be definitely challenging, and the added pressure, the excitement, and the adrenaline that starts to go through sometimes players, kind of miscalculate, and those mistakes can actually just decide the series. So. Still just waiting for the next map selection here. We'll see what Pop CD No Skill is going to go with. If I was to guess, I would think it would be something like a Sewers or a Runes of Lordaeron. Something a bit more aggressive, where they can get in the face of Three Amigos, try to dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, definitely we saw a lot there. Three Amigos not letting them get across. It's a relatively small distance on Nagrin, but Three Amigos still was not letting them get across over there and start putting in some pressure. I definitely think that you're right. Like a map like Sewers would be great for this situation, just so that they can. It's just a little bit closer. You can get in there much easier, and especially with a Windwalker on your team, that's one roll from box to box on the Sewers. So we are going to be getting into this game very, very shortly. Here it is starting up, counting down just a moment away from game 2 of Three Amigos versus Pop CD No Skill.
So one of the great defining moments of that last match for me was Venruki's onslaught. He basically killed the Windwalker by himself because he was able to take that gateway, because the Windwalker's been doing an amazing job of staying behind the pillar when he knows he's in trouble, when his diffuse isn't up, when his trinket isn't up. So we'll have to see if they can do the same, because on Sewers, he is going to be basically in his port range nonstop. So he is going to feel kind of safe for that. But as we saw, that gateway can just punish so hard.
Yep, definitely can, but one of the reasons you might want to go to a map like Sewers is because the gateway is not that max distance. It's much harder to get a good one on this map. But the game is going to be starting up, guys. Let's hear it for these two teams. Pop CDU No Skill versus 3 Amigos for game number 2.
And we are going to follow Venruki right out of the gate. Match has started. He is already stacking up those living bombs all over the enemy team. You know, that's really important to get those bolts out immediately.
Yep, so it is going to be the damage coming in onto Xeon right off the bat. They're trying to get aggressive here. Snuts taking a little bit of damage back, but, you know, Xeon going to be pulling out. He doesn't really want to go too aggressive at this point in the game. Beethoven going to be sheeped up by Venruki. They're just trying to set up, get the proper CC. Snuts now going to be pushing forward, looking for the CC over onto the Shaman. Shadow Fury is going to land into the Sheep. Fear Ward comes out, but it's going to be immediately removed. The Fear to follow that up. Xeon in some trouble. They could be seeing cooldowns coming out early on here.
Yeah, there's already Diffuse. He already has his unused Trinket popped, and the Tiger Eye that does fade. Didn't do much with it. Actually, look at the damage taken from Venruki, and look at his mana. How much is he spell stealing?
Yeah, he is just spamming spell steal out, cleaning off all his buffs. He wanted to get the Fear Ward. He was able to do it, so definitely worthwhile. He's going to have to slow down on those spell steals for now, but it's not going to be really much of an issue, and Snuts going to be able to get that upper gateway, something extremely important for this team. It's going to allow them to play aggressive, gate in, get those fears. Now, Snuts once again pushing forward, looking to get the CC out. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. Xeon trying to push him back. Fist of Fury coming out. There's the silence on a Sea-Doo. Snuts in trouble. Going to have to trinket. Heals come out as well. Snuts overextending a little bit there, and he is going to get punished for it.
Yeah, definitely. Very scary moment there. They did manage to get back and recover a little bit, and now Xeon actually taking a bit of damage there. He is going to Zen Med behind the box here. Great move. That's a tough cooldown to use in the midst of battle, so good on him for getting out of line of sight and just saying, yeah, I'm just going to make things a little bit easier for my healer for a second.
Yep, so we do see Snuts once again spreading those dots, trying to get things rolling while Venruki builds up those icicles. They're looking for this burst setup. They need to get the CC onto G and then burst onto Xeon. That's what the strategy has been so far, but will they be able to adjust? So far, G has been able to stay back, and Snuts with no trinket, no healing cooldowns, is going to have to be careful about pushing too far in. If he does overextend again, it could be trouble for him. Out comes Xeon. Snuts just going to intelligently drop back, doesn't want to risk it. Xeon taking a lot of damage from Venruki. There's the deep freeze over onto G. Into the Sheep, they are making the adjustment. Venruki going aggressive for the CC. We see the damage over onto Venruki now, though. Devouring Plague has come out. Sea-Doo, though, in the background, healing him up. Not in too much trouble just yet. Xeon going really aggressive. Going to jump down on Venruki. First block comes out as the silence connects with Sea-Doo.
Yeah, that was double trinket plus full Tiger Eye brew from Xeon to force that block. So that was a lot of damage coming out from him. But now that his trinkets are down, they need to find a flaw in this team of 3 Amigos.
Yep, I mean, they do force a block. They still have Snuts as an option. No heals, no trinket for about 45. Going to keep that in mind for sure. But for now, they're going to pull back. He's going to be building up those stacks once more, up to 7 already, just building them off the water elemental here from Venruki. And they're just going to continue to do this. They're going to get the stacks, they're going to get the orbs, and they're going to push in and burst. And now, going forward, onto Snuts. We'll see if Snuts decides to pour it out of there. But Snuts, you know, just making it so difficult for Xeon to do the damage to him, always being out of LOS.
Yeah, for sure. And Xeon just, he's used his Tiger Eye Brew like 3 or 4 times at this point. He's now back up to 12 stacks, so it's ready again. But he has that in there, and actually is. Tiger Eye Brew coming out. They're going to try and do as much damage as possible. Venruki dipping kind of low there for a second. Yeah. But it looks like he is going to be able to get away, and now Xeon actually taking a bunch of damage as well.
Yeah, the deep freeze did come out, was able to be sat through, though. Still every trinket available. Look at Venruki down very low as the interrupt did come over onto Siu from Xeon. Xeon forcing that block almost single-handedly. But the fear over onto Beethoven. UA dispel onto G. Could be some trouble here for Xeon. Sea-Doo going to get the Hex out. He does fake the grounding. He gets the Hex onto G. G is going to have to sit through this. We'll see if they can force anything. It doesn't look like it. Venruki could be in a lot of trouble here. Down to half HP. No blocks available. Sea-Doo needs to pick him back up. Out comes the Ascendants. He's going to pop Unleash. Spearwalker's Grace as well. Sea-Doo working through this. But a beautiful in-cap there from Xeon over onto Sea-Doo. And that is going to interrupt the heals. Venruki, though, still sitting high on HP, but is going to be in a lot of trouble as the silence comes out. This could be it for Venruki. Down to 200k. What do they have? It is the Link and the Trinket from Sea-Doo, so that is the last of his defensive cooldowns. And 3 Amigos have not forced anything.
Yeah, this is scary right now for 3 Amigos. This match is not looking great for them. I mean, Sea-Doo has his trinket down, and he's already blown most of his cooldowns.
Yeah, Xeon once again popping Tiger Eye Brew and immediately getting feared off of that. So 3 Amigos doing the best they can to keep him under control. There's the deep freeze onto him as well. Yeah. Doing the best they can to keep him from doing damage and actually deal a little bit of damage back to him as well. Really, dipping a little bit low there for a second.
Yeah, really more of a defensive deep freeze though. I mean, they didn't have the CC on G, but it's a bit of a desperation play. Venruki now, Devouring Plague comes out. He's going to blink into the gate. Nice defensive play from here, setting up the ring, but he's going to get ported onto. Beautiful play by Xeon. Can he interrupt the poly? No, but he's going to get dispelled out. Venruki maybe going down here, 200k. Sea-Doo silenced up. This could be be it. He kites away. The Nova does land. Devouring Plague comes in there, and Zeon is going to get Sheep. Fear going to land as well. Tiger's Eye Bruin Trinket with pop. The Fear going to be swapped over onto G. They do recover. Out comes the Orb. They're looking for the damage. MCS onto Zeon. G is still feared up. The Shadow Fury to follow that. Deep Freeze onto Zeon. That's going to be the trinket from him as he pulls back. G still in the Fear, holding on to his PvP trinket, but a good battle back there from Three Amigos. They're putting on the pressure.
That defensive CC was incredible. Really saved Venruki's life. Snot's doing a great job of CCing.
Yeah, now we do have dampening starting to set into place. As you can see on the top of the screen, we're at 2%. That will continue to increment as time goes on, making it harder and harder for these healers to keep their teammate alive.
Yep, so we do see the in-cap over on a Sea-Doo. The Hex going to be triggered by Snuts. A Silence to follow that up on a Sea-Doo. Venruki in trouble once again here. Devouring Plague comes out. Can Sea-Doo top him off? Venruki doing a good job kiting so far. Blinks away once again there, but he's down to 100K. He's got to be careful of the touch death. He knows it. One Rising Sun kick into that touch death would have been the end of him, so he's going to block early. He's going to be able to get topped off by Sea-Doo. Intelligent play by Venruki, but still, G sitting on his PvP trinket, looking for the CC over onto Zeon, trying to set things up, but he's going to get feared up by the Psy Fiend. Venruki really having trouble getting the CC over onto G, and Snuts has just not been able to get enough out by himself. Beethoven, though, down to half HP. Three Amigos trying to mix it up, trying to put some pressure onto the Shadow Priest. They're realizing their tactic is not working.
Absolutely, and as this continues to go on, I believe this, as we get deeper and deeper into dampening, it should be a little bit scarier and scarier for Pop CD No Skill. The teams are relatively evenly matched in dampening, but I feel like the longer this goes on, the more of an opportunity Three Amigos is going to have to actually take this home. Zeon taking a ton of damage yet again, dipping really low there. Looks like he does get the Touch of Karma out, so he's going to be okay for now, but that's still a scary moment, especially, like I said, as that dampening continues to set in.
It's true, but I worry for Three Amigos. Sea-Doo with no trinket. Venruki just having to block again recently. Next CC on Sea-Doo could be trouble. There's the Fear onto. What do they have out of that? As the Silence into the in-cap comes out, Snuts is in trouble. The Fist of Fury are out on him. He's down, getting dangerously low here. Sea-Doo trying to top him back off. Where's the Silence? We'll see if it comes out. Dark Regen does come up as well, but he's getting burst through this. Nice peels from Venruki. The Sheeps come out onto Zeon. That's going to be enough to keep Snuts alive, but another cooldown blown through. We see Ascendance did come out. Heals came out there as well, and Three Amigos still on the back foot. Venruki now taking a lot of damage here. The Temporal Shield comes out. There's the Palm Sheep on a G. Deep Freeze over on a Zeon. There's the first trinket out from G. He's going to get Shadow Furied up. Snuts looking for the Fear. Is the Tremor going to come out? Doesn't look like it's available. This could be the end of Zeon, but no, he has the Diffuse. Now the damage swapping back over onto Beethoven. Venruki in trouble though, caught in the full Fist of Fury. He has the Alter Time up. Alter Time's back to high HP. Beautiful play by Venruki, and it's going to keep him alive. The pressure's still mounting onto Zeon. Down to half HP, and G in a full Hex. This could be the end for Zeon. He's trying to get out of there, and G has just been CC'd so much. Beethoven low, Zeon low as well. Can G top them back off?
Yeah, this is rough. Both Beethoven and Zeon are getting very low. G with no PvP trinket and has used a lot of cooldowns so far. And you can see their team is playing super defensive right now, just waiting for those trinkets to come back up.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams are out for blood at this point, trading blows back and forth like crazy. Want a brief little respite there for a second, but now they're going back in. Zeon coming in onto Venruki, switching to Snuts very briefly, but switching back over. Venruki's going to try and get the Sheep out. It lands on Beethoven. He immediately trinkets that. Zeon actually taking a little bit of damage into the Deep Freeze there. A whole bunch of damage coming out on Zeon, dipping very, very low. He does get the Karma out yet again, but I think he's out of defensive cooldowns now. Yeah. One more big burst like that. He gets stuck in the ring there for a second. One more big burst and Zeon could go down.
Yeah, he has just got his second trinket back. He has the Fuse up in 20, so he's going to have to live through that. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. The Orb does come out. A full Sheep onto G. Zeon kiting well here, but he is rotting down, and his self-healing is doing less and less as we see the dampening build up.
Yeah, 22% into dampening means it's going to be harder and harder for these healers to top people off. In between things, Zeon dipping really, really low. G and a whole bunch of crowd control there for a second. Deep Freeze comes out onto Zeon, still just hovering so low. G doing everything he possibly can to top him off. Fear onto Beethoven, but they're turning him back around. Damage going out onto Snuts there for just a second with that Fist of Fury. Venruki trying to get the Polymorph out, does land that on Zeon, and that's going to slow things down yet again for just a second.
Yep, full Fear onto Sea-Doo though. Great crowd control though from Snuts and Venruki, peeling for each other back and forth, keeping Zeon from getting the damage out that he does need. And keep in mind, he did have to use his Diffuse as soon as it does come up, so he doesn't have that available. Touch of Karma up in 35, but will he get there? G's going to have to trigger the Fear, and that could spell trouble if Palm comes up soon for Venruki. We'll see if he's going to be able to stay alive here. Sea-Doo did have to trinket in that exchange as well. Venruki and Snuts all with no trinkets. Both teams are completely running out of cooldowns here. We're going to have to see, next CC chain really could spell it all. The VT Fear going to catch over onto Sea-Doo there, but he does clean his team fully of the dots. We see that the Pet going to be hit here by Zeon. Once again, just trying to build up the stacks, waiting for that touch of karma, which is up in just 10 seconds now. The pet is going to go down. Not a big deal, though. Snutt's already resummoning. We see Vanruki sitting in the background. 5 icicles available. He's going to look to get some big damage going out here soon.
And look at Beethoven sitting on those procs, waiting for his monk. They are really going to line up all these cooldowns. The proc trinket just procced right there, so he's not going to have that available for the next onslaught quite yet. But there now he's at 11 stacks. Let's see what they can do with it. 2 procs sitting for Beethoven right now, so they're going to be able to dump a whole lot of damage into them.
Yeah, and looking at the soul well coming down in the middle of that should tell you how much damage these teams have been taking and how much they've had to use to keep themselves alive. They've already gone through all their health stones just trying to keep themselves alive in the middle of all this damage. I feel like very, very shortly here, they may just be waiting on trinkets or something, but there's going to be a very, very brief window where CD will have his trinket back, but G will not, and we'll see if Three Amigos decides to use that as an opportunity to push back in and try and score themselves a kill.
I think Xeon was just waiting on the diffuse magic. It is back up now, and now he's going to go aggressive. Snuts, though, pulling back. They're going to look at Vanruki, who did just get feared out in the middle of the map. A bit of an awkward position from him. Temporal Shield comes up, but Beethoven taking the worst end of this exchange. There's the incap onto Sea-Doo. Do they have the silence followed up? Vanruki may have to block here. A beautiful silence into the Viscid Fury. Vanruki could not block that. Nice play from Xeon, but now comes the deep freeze. G going to be MCS. Xeon in some trouble here. He's going to pour it out of there, though. He does use the nimble, but he's down dangerously low. He's trying to stay alive, but Beethoven at the same time, Disperse is going to be forced. Cooldowns coming out left and right. There was the Zen Med from Xeon as well, desperately trying to keep his teammate alive, but we can see G really starting to struggle here, trying to keep his team up as these dots are starting to do work from Snuts. 40% into dampening. Things are starting to look bad for Pop CD. No skill, they're losing their pressure.
Yeah, that Zen Med was incredible. He caught the haunt too. That would have been so much damage onto him.
Yeah, and everybody's cooldown or their trinkets are now up again. So this is just going to come down to a trading of blows here very, very shortly. There's a big polymorph on the Xeon, slowing things down as much as possible. They want to wait for the right opportunity to go in. I feel like the next big engagement we see, we're at 41% dampening. The next big engagement we see could be the end of this.
Yeah, I mean,
scary on both sides.
Sea-Doo did have to blow his Ascendants coming out of the silence there, so another cooldown down for him, but he is rotating through them well, has the Link and the Trinket available, which is key, especially in dampening. Those aren't going to be affected by it. Xeon, though, taking pressure once again. G and Sea-Doo, relatively even on mana. Sea-Doo going to drop the Healing Tide there, trying to keep Snuts alive as he is down to half HP. The Sheep over onto Beethoven, Fear onto G. Nice cross CC here from Three Amigos. It's going to be dispelled up, though, as the Tremor does come out. Xeon popping his stacks on Vanruki. Vanruki down to half. Full Fear onto Sea-Doo. It will be Tremor, but will it be enough as the silence comes in? Nice play there. Leg sweep over onto Vanruki. I think he's going to have to block. The block does come out, but Sea-Doo's going to need to do some work here if he wants to top him back off. G into the full Sheep, though, out of that UA dispel. Vanruki turning the pressure around. Karma comes out before the deep. Beautiful play there by Xeon, sensing the damage going to be coming back in, and he's going to use it to go offensive onto Vanruki, even throwing the incap onto Vanruki to catch back up onto him. This could be big trouble. They're going to gate away, but Vanruki's going to be on that hypothermia for quite some time. And here comes Xeon. The MD is out there. It's going to be able to get him out of the Nova, back connecting onto him. Vanruki not going to have block for quite some time. Sea-Doo running low on mana, but Xeon solo. 50 HP,
Wow.
And Xeon is going to go down. Three Amigos are up 2-0.
Where did that damage come from?
It was entirely Sea-Doo's setup. When they ported back, he dropped the capacitor totem knowing that they would chase, and it caught both Beethoven and G in that stun, and they were able to layer CC immediately after onto G. That was incredible.
That was beautifully played, beautifully executed there from Three Amigos. I believe we do have a replay we're going to go over into here for just a second to take a look at what just happened.
That was crazy. I mean, look at how deep into dampening that was. As you can see,
that as well. Triple Shadow Fury caught there. Xeon so low. And I think it was a Snut scream we did just hear there. and I mean, G, it's unable to pick him back up. That beautiful triple Shadow Fury there from Snuts. But really the thing that stood out the most to me from that is Three Amigos. Although they get on the back foot, they're able to turn it around so well. Vanruki coming out of that block. He does use them early enough that he's going to be safe, but he cancels it knowing he's going to be okay as well with the communication to Sea-Doo. Gets the Sheep off of UA Dispel. He sees the UA Dispel from G, knowing he can't drop the ground, he can't shock the Sheep, and he's going to cancel the block. Get that Sheep, and that's something that really did allow them to start turning around the game, and it's something that's one of the most difficult things to do in WoW is knowing when you're on the back foot, when you can go aggressive and take those risks.
Right, and especially at a tournament, knowing that you need to turn it around immediately, and that's what we see out of these teams, that there are some teams that will play super duper defensive, as we saw. They were sitting behind the boxes, rebuffing constantly. I really like that the Monk is taking the time to wait on Diffuse every time before he pushes out.
Absolutely. Great play out of both of these teams. We're going to get the next map going here very, very shortly. I'm curious what they go to next at this point. They've obviously they lost on Nagrin, and they just lost on Dalaran Sewers, which was their pick. So where would you go with your next map pick as this composition?
I think it depends on how all in you want to go. I think if you go runes, you could try rushing down Sea-Doo. And honestly, I feel like it's a bit of a mistake to not have tried this at all, especially because he's not playing Orc. I think that's something that they haven't really tried to take advantage of enough. And, you know, in my opinion, going Alliance is a bit of a greedy play from Three Amigos. They want the extra damage, that's fine, but they're giving up the safety of that stun reduction, which is so big. And they're forcing out trinkets from Sea-Doo with a silence. I mean, if you take advantage of that, you get a full Fist of Fury into a DR leg sweep, into a silence. There's nothing that he can do for that entire duration. You're looking at 8 to 10 seconds of CC, where he's not going to be able to react whatsoever. And when you look at the amount of damage that they're putting out, the cooldowns that they're forcing out of Venruki, you put that into the Shaman instead. He just dies without a trinket. So I feel that, you know, although they're playing very well, I think that they could make some changes in their strategy. And I think that doing something like going to runes, putting the pressure onto Sea-Doo could be the key to try turning this series around.
Well, I'm not going to make a guess because I already know.
Okay.
Because I've been talking to the players, getting them ready and queued up, and they are ready. I'm so excited for this. It is going to be on Tiger's Peak as possibly. Okay. I think that's really good for the Windwalker.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. To me, that just shows that they're not probably going to go on Sea-Doo. It's like, you know, they want to have the pillars that they can pull back to. Runes is very, like, all in. You know, there's not going to be really the turtling that they can do like they did on Sewers, like they did on a Grand. You know, you see they like to go out, force a cooldown, and then retreat. And, you know, they're going to be able to play that same kind of strategy on Tiger's Peak with the first pillar.
Yeah, for sure. Tiger's Peak, one of my favorite maps. I just think it's very, very pretty, and I feel the need to point out how pretty it is every single time we see a match play on it. Also, look how pretty Sea-Doo and Venruki are. Very, very fabulous players right there, getting themselves ready for this match. It is starting very, very shortly here. Three Amigos up 2-0 against Pop CD No Skill. We will see very shortly if Pop CD No Skill can turn this around, or if Three Amigos are going to get maybe a little bit of revenge for that 3-0 that they had last weekend and pull out a 3-0 of their own.
Now, since we give the players some time in between rounds, I do believe it's 3 or 5 minutes that they are allowed to take. We saw Three Amigos constantly walk off the stage, especially after the first match where it was kind of one-sided.
Yep.
Do you think that that plays into their advantage to kind of delay it and make the team sit there and stew on stage and, you know, and wait for it?
I think it does, and it's something that I talked with them, you know, over this past week a fair bit. You know, just making sure you're taking the time, thinking through your strategies, having a complete game plan, and being on the same page. And I think if they're going to be able to do that, they can do very well here. And we can see that Pop CD No Skill is going to be battling against the crowd. And we are going to have the game starting up, guys. This is possibly the last match of the series. Three Amigos up 2-0, looking to force their way into the next round, while Pop CD No Skill is going to have to take 3 straight against the former global champions.
And look, nuts out of the gate already, double trinket dots coming out onto everyone with that Dark Soul too, so this is a lot of pressure. And look at Xeon already dipping pretty low.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, this is single elimination. If Pop CD No Skill loses this game, that's it. They are out of the tournament. They will go home with that 5th to 8th place prize of $10,000, but I mean, really, if they win this game, they have so much more that they have access to at that point. Obviously, you do not want to lose in this situation right now.
Yep, but the damage coming over onto Venruki. You can see he's down about half HP. Devouring Plague coming out. Nice Shadow Fury catches too. The Fear over on G. Beethoven in trouble. We see that he is going to be forced to disperse already. And they force a trinket. A lot of cooldowns that coming out of G. Xeon even last standing there. I think that was a mistake. He wasn't even being targeted. He does pop the last stand there, which is a fairly big deal. And I mean, now with Beethoven having no disperse, I just don't think they expected that damage to come in on him. They weren't expecting that strategy. And the mix up there from Three Amigos is really putting them ahead early in this game.
I think it was a lot of cooldown use from Snuts. He's already burned through 2 of his Dark Souls immediately, straight away, so he's going to have a while for him to set up the burst, as we do see Xeon already using that 10-stack Tiger Eye Brew with also 8 in reserve.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get those remaining 2 stacks in a hurry, but not if he's feared off on the other side of the map. And that, once again, is what Three Amigos has been doing every single time he pops that Tiger Eye Brew, is just saying, all right, take a chill pill. Just calm down for a second, Xeon. Just calm down. Quit being so angry all the time. He's got back up to those 10 stacks again, but it looks like they're just sort of hanging back for a second and waiting for a good opportunity yet again.
Yep, and we can see Sea-Doo going to be changing pillars. They want to stay aggressive, but he wants to maintain control of that. They're keeping Pop CD No Skill out in the open, which is not what they want. Snut's going to be taking some damage here as the Devouring Plague does come in. They're popping those cooldowns over onto him, but Sea-Doo in the background not being CC'd. Now the in-cap comes in. Can they force anything from Snuts? No. He's going to port right out of there. Ring of Peace comes out offensively. Silence onto Sea-Doo, but it's going to be DR'd from the Ring of Peace, unfortunately. Beethoven getting feared up. That's going to be the end of the aggression. Now it's Three Amigos' turn. There's the Shadow Fury into the Fear onto G. That's going to be beautifully MD'd by Beethoven. He wasn't even sitting through that for a second, but Sea-Doo landing the Hex. Beethoven could be in some trouble. Deep Freeze comes in. There's the Orb as well. Do they have the follow-up? In-cap over onto Sea-Doo. No follow-up onto G, unfortunately, and that also will be the end of the aggression from the other team. Sea-Doo going to be popping Spearwalker's Grace. Sentence comes out as well. Pretty early cooldown usage there from Sea-Doo, but anticipating the damage coming in on Venruki, and it is coming in quite heavily as he's down to half HP. The Unleash comes out from Sea-Doo. That Healing Surge not going to be enough to get him out of the woods just yet. Venruki does trick it though, kiting back, trying his best. The Snuts does peel Zeon off. The Fear is going to be spammed out there. They're looking for the CC onto G. The Shadow Fury does come in. Sheep over onto Beethoven. Now the Fear out onto G. That's going to be tremored up. Beautiful play here, rotating through the MDs. The Tremors by Pop CD No Skill though. And Three Amigos not able to get G's Shinken just yet.
And G's able to clean his team off of dots completely. Snuts really needs to make some things happen with these dots. There we go. Gets one stack up on, there we go, 2 targets. So this is what he needs to do to capitalize on it. What do you think about the gateway placement? It seems like more across the map, not where Pop CD No Skill is.
Yeah, I think they just want that maximum distance gateway. They're saying, you know, we will outplay this team. We will win in the late game. And, you know, they just want the safety of that. But the silence comes in onto Sea-Doo. There's the MCS onto Snuts as well from that kick. From Zeon, and Snuts does pop the healing cooldowns, being a little bit safe there, perhaps a bit overly safe because he wasn't too low, but the in-cap over onto Sea-Doo. They're trying to turn the damage around onto Zeon, Fear onto G, MCS onto Beethoven. It's a 3v1. We see the MCS onto Beethoven. He does pop that last stand. The Karma has to come out as well, though, down to 100k. Re-Fear over onto G. He's not out of the woods just yet. Can they follow it up? Sea-Doo trying to get aggressive. There's the NSX from Sea-Doo. That's going to have to be trinketed. A beautiful aggressive play there from Sea-Doo does cost the trinket. Now the Sheep does follow it up. Can they continue the aggression? Venruki, though, being pushed back. Snuts as well, down about half. Venruki going to get bursted really hard here. This may be the block. He does block very early that time. Was up above half HP with heals coming in, but just did not feel like he was in a position to risk it.
Yeah, absolutely. Zeon had popped a whole bunch of defensive cooldowns. He actually used his Fortifying Brew there as well as his Touch of Karma. So I feel like that was a good block from Venruki, just saying, all right, you're trying to use these to be aggressive right now. I'm going to shut that down entirely by being immune to everything that you can throw at me. So I do really like that block from Venruki.
Yep, and so we do see once again Zeon just trying to build up those stacks, looking to get aggressive. You know, once again, when Beethoven has the orbs, when he has the stacks, they're going to get in there. Venruki, though, you know, is off hypothermia, going to have another block available. Here comes the Demon Soul from Snuts. He wants to get aggressive. Shadow Fury over onto G. Fear onto Venruki. He's going to trigger this. Zeon going to have to trigger the deep as well, pulling out of there. You can see he uses that the roll into the kick. He's just going to jump right out of there, back behind the pillar, over with G. Now going to get aggressive again, using that second roll charge over onto Snuts. Devouring Plague comes out. No CC for Sea-Doo just yet. The Unleash coming out from him. He's down to half HP regardless. Zeon being sheeped off by Venruki. Snuts and Venruki working beautifully together so far in this series.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out real quickly that Snuts, in the middle of all that, got a banish out on the Psy-Fiend to make sure that no extra fears were coming out. That presence of mind is
Look at Venruki, though. He's down to 100k.
Oh.
He did, actually, the Link has to come out as well. He did blow his block. He canceled that trying to go offensive, I do believe, and he got down dangerously low there. Sea-Doo, it's going to cost him his Link. Zeon, though, could be the end of him. We see the sheep over onto G. Do they have the follow-up? The Touch Karma does come out. It is aggressively used onto the Venruki, who does not have a block here, so he could be in some trouble. Spear Hand Strike coming out onto him for the silence, trying to delay the blink away, but he's going to get it out of there. We see Spearwalker's Grace used by G, and they do use that gateway, just going to pull back, get out of there, and be able to reset once again. Beethoven and Zeon, though, pushing forward. They want to keep the pressure on. They feel that they are getting into the advantage, and they don't want to give it up. We'll see what they're going to be able to get done here.
Yeah, just like you were saying earlier, using that that long gateway to play defensively. Big damage coming in on Venruki. He's actually silenced into a Hex. He's getting really low, and down goes Venruki.
Yeah, Venruki,
wow.
I mean, Sea-Doo did use his trinket there. He had the Ascendance up as well, but the burst coming out was just so much from Pop CD No Skill. They are going to be able to take down Venruki. 2-1 is the map score now, and you know, I have to say, you know, Venruki normally, you know, I really do like how he uses his blocks. He pretty much, even though he's kind of known for the whole, you know, the whole down goes Venruki thing. Right. He's one of the mages that you basically will never see die before using cooldowns in a tournament setting. But I do have to say, I feel that this game, he used his block too early. He used it at about 400,000 HP. I feel like the orbs were already used. Most of the damage had already been worked through. And, Sea-Doo had heals coming out. He wasn't even CC'd. So I feel like that was a bit of kind of like
It was a very risky play.
It was just like he was trying to be too safe, I think, and that like being that safe is almost dangerous because
it becomes a risk yet again, and like you're trying to be too safe to not take damage, so you're thinking about it too much, and then you end up taking what ends up being a risk, and it definitely did not pay off for him there. We are going to have a replay to go in here real quick just to see, I believe, just the final moments of that game. So much damage came out in a hurry.
Yeah, and we can hear the team communicating. They're going to go aggressive onto VanRookie. You can see the burst coming out onto him. There was a full silence onto Sea-Doo, which he did trinket. Pops the Spirit Archer's Grace. But look at that Psychic Core on the very last second of it from Beethoven. He's the one who set up the kill. He uses his one orb that he built up there from his proc, I do believe, to get that Psychic Core on the end of the Spirit Archer's Grace heal, already forcing the trinket with the silence. So beautiful play there from Beethoven coming out onto Sea-Doo, shutting down those heals. And, they just weren't able to keep him alive. The amount of damage that Windwalker Shadow Priest does put out is massive.
Yeah, those burst potential of when you stack up all those procs and get ready, and then plus the 10 stack with double trinket, there's so much potential for a kill at any moment, which is why we see VanRookie blocking at such high hit points constantly, because, a fully procced out Windwalker, with the Rising Sun kick is a massive amount of damage right now.
Yep. Absolutely. So we will be getting into this potentially final game here. We are now 2-1 in favor of Three Amigos in this series. So just one more win, and like you were saying earlier, Azael, this now means that they get to pick the map. They really only have to win on the maps that they get to pick at this point. So I'm really curious to see what they're going to end up picking here in this potentially final game. What map can they take home the win on?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It's all just comes down to the strategies that teams want to play. Once again, I talked about Runes could be good for the other team because of aggression, but Runes also does take away the kind of turtling potential that Popsy No Skill has. So Three Amigos may feel that that's their best bet. If they want to play it a little bit safer, they could be going, on a Tolvaron or something, trying to spread it out, because moving between the pillars is pretty difficult, for that team. And if G gets caught out in the middle on Tolvaron, I think the CC chains are going to come out pretty heavily. It looks like it is going to be Tolvaron Arena as the selection. I think this is kind of the safer choice.
For sure.
And it's one that I like. Although there is a pillar on this map, it's a lot harder to LOS with it because it's so big and it's it's kind of the sharp angle. So it's like, although you turn around the corner, you still have quite a bit of distance to cover before you actually get out of LOS again. So it's much harder, and you can get a great gateway on this map. If you spread it out, I feel like it's going to be difficult for G to stay out of CC.
So as I just popped into the game real quick, I caught the very tail end of Ring of Peace on Xeon, which means they are going to be sacrificing that stun from the leg sweep, and he's been setting up a lot of kills with that.
Yeah, he did play Ring of Peace at least one of the games, at least the first game, but I think the last game he did go to leg sweep. So it's interesting that he's now going back again, after having the success with that. But the gates are going to open up, guys. Let's hear it for these two teams. Three Amigos on the verge of eliminating Popsy No Skill. Will they be able to tie it up, or will Three Amigos knock them out of the tournament?
So VanRookie rates out of the gate, like we see him always, trying to stack up those living bombs on everyone, just needing those procs right away, building up the icicles. There's a lot of pre-setup going on for this mage. Of course, Snut's trying to get all his dots out, but G doing a great job of keeping them all dispelled.
Yep, definitely doing a good job of that so far. We are in the game, so if we can hop on in, that would be great. But, Xeon just kind of mounting around here. Both teams just looking for that setup. We'll see what they're going to be able to do. There's an unbound will coming out of Snuts immediately. He is taking quite a bit of damage here. We see the MCS over onto Beethoven. There's a Hex over onto Snuts. That's going to force the trinket. Silence over onto Sea-Doo. VanRookie already down to about half HP. VanRookie already in a lot of trouble. Devouring Plague coming out. Now the Deep Freeze over onto Xeon. We see the Ueda spell caught there by G. VanRookie's in quite a bit of trouble here. He is being healed up by Sea-Doo, though. The Sheep over onto G, going to be able to turn this around, perhaps. We see the Diffuse coming out from Xeon, last stand from him as well. He wants to stay aggressive onto VanRookie. The Howl, though, over onto G. Will it be Charmered up? The Hex onto Beethoven. It's a 3v1. VanRookie so low, though. Barely gets the block off before the Touch of Death comes out. And the offensive cooldown usage there by Xeon is going to pay off as long as G can keep him topped up here. It looks like he will be able to, but will he? He's down so low, down 100k. Used the Zen Med there. Actually ate a Sheep that was coming in on G, so beautiful play there by Xeon, and that is going to be a great start for them.
Yeah, that potentially prevented a trinket use from G. It's great to watch these players just know when that kind of CC is coming, especially because Xeon knows that he was the target at that point. He did get out of line of sight, and he might have been okay, but there could have been a kill potential there with those gateways.
Absolutely. It's just the sort of game sense that you get after playing for such a long time, especially with this comp. They did have that one team switch, and Venruki taking a whole bunch of damage again. He's going to pour it out of there. His team's following closely behind. There's the Ring of Peace coming out, though, and the
He has no blink. Yeah, that's the second block already. I mean,
Wow.
this is trouble. They did gate out of there, but the Flying Serpent kick got Xeon right over there. Healing Tide dropped by Sidu is killed off immediately, and he's right back onto Venruki. Venruki's going to be in a lot of trouble. I mean, he has no blocks already just about a minute or two into this game, and Touch of Karma, everything's still available here. There's the in-cap onto Sidu. We could see a silence to follow that up, and there would surely be the trinket. The Devouring Plague comes in on Venruki, already down to half HP. He's trying to kite out of there. He's using the Touch of Karma offensively. He wants to try to finish the game right now, but he is being sheeped up, and Xeon, he could be punished big time for this. That was way too aggressive from him. He blows the trinket and touches offensively at almost full HP onto Venruki, and this is not something that Three Amigos should let him get away with. Now he's going to be feared up. Are they going to look for the setup? I think they are. If they can get the CC onto G, this could be the game right here, right now. Xeon pulling back. He knows he's made a mistake and he has to get out of there. Now that G is going to be having to trinket. He's going to be re-feared by Snuts. This could be it. The deep freeze comes in on Beethoven. They may force a disperse here. Both players being pressured so heavily. Ring of Peace coming out defensively from Xeon. G desperately trying to top his team back off. He is getting a little bit of time to do so now. It looks like they may stabilize. The stacks being popped by Xeon. He's going to get aggressive onto Venruki. Hacks over onto Snuts. Silence onto Sidu. It's a 3v1. Venruki going to get out of there. Diffuse does come out once again from Xeon. He's feared up. Looks like he's going to be okay.
And there's the link coming out from Sidu. This is a lot of cooldowns so far. As Beethoven down to half Xeon. And look at the CC onto G. It's great.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous CC right now. Xeon once again having to get out of line of sight. Beethoven in trouble. He's frozen out in the middle of the map. Does have to pop the dispersion there.
But he is still in the full sheet. This is going to be it for Three Amigos. They're going to come down. That's going to be it. Beethoven goes down. And Three Amigos are going to claim victory in what was an insane game.
Yeah.
So fast-paced. Honestly, some major mistakes there made from Pop Seed, skills. Xeon just getting way too aggressive. He sensed the kill. He wanted to finish off Venruki, but they were in an amazing position. I feel like if they just played the game out smart, they would have had that. I mean, forcing both blocks from Venruki almost instantly, and then he decides to trinket Pop Karma at full HP just for the damage coming in, but they're not going to burst into that. I mean, this team is too smart. Venruki just simply sheeped him up. He wasted his Karma. He wasted his trinket. Next burst on him forced the trinket out of G, and it just snowballed from there.
He just got overly eager. I think that the fact that they pushed so many CDs out of Three Amigos right from the start, that Monk just got overly eager with that, knowing that he doesn't have a second block to block off that Karma. It was a judgment call at the time, but they ended up losing because of it.
Yeah, and I think that's part of why he went with Ring of Peace in that round, too. They were just trying to be super, super aggressive. They know that the longer the game goes on, the less of an opportunity they would have to be able to actually take that home. They were trying to go for a quick win there. They almost managed to pull it off. The Ring of Peace into the Fists of Fury, that's so much damage, but a mage can normally just blink out of the Fists of Fury. So that's why the Ring of Peace, to make sure that he can't actually blink at that point. Great idea, but you do have to actually kill him.
Yeah, I mean, Xeon was also doing a great job with the spear hand strike, silencing as well with the Fist of Fury. So, well played series by both teams, but Three Amigos going to be moving on, and Pop CD No Skill, unfortunately for them, are going to be the first team eliminated from the tournament. Let's hear it for both teams. Three Amigos going to be able to take it 3-1, and we are going to have more games coming up. The next lower bracket game will be coming out, and once again, every one of these games, these teams are facing elimination today. Three Amigos, they did win here, but they're going to have to face Penny for Your Thoughts next to be able to even get to the semifinals. So they still do have a hard road ahead of them. They're not safe just yet by any means.
Yeah, definitely. Starting out in the lower bracket, fighting your way all the way back up to the top. It's grueling almost. Like, you have so many games ahead of you that you have to be able to win if you want to take that first place prize. Whereas someone like Skill Capped or Bleach Bones already in the semifinals, they've only got a couple of games they even have to worry about. And they can be watching what their opponents are doing the entire time.
And that's a big thing.
Yeah.
They can talk over strategies. They can kind of watch. And I mean, the teams that are in the semifinals don't even have to play today.
Yeah.
It was so important to win your first two matches last week. We talked about it with the players, and they were saying how it would be the worst week of their life if they lost that first game. And, a couple of them have turned it around, such as Three Amigos, and we know that they've been practicing over and over and over and over. They really wanted to prove to their fans that they were ready for this.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, you can see them they're talking about this is their home. You can see them talking on social media as well. Promising to do better, not only for the fans but for North America. They wanted to show better games. They wanted to represent the region. And last week, North America did not have the best showing. Europe really was the one that stole the show. 2 European teams going straight through the semifinals right off the bat. SkillCap.eu definitely looking like the strongest team in the tournament by far. And it was funny just listening to some of these teams. They're like, wow, like we really just sucked. We need to play better. And they have stepped it up so far. We'll see if they can continue that going forward in the tournament.
It's really important for them to bounce back. It's when they like Pop CD no skill. This was a very close match for Three Amigos. They know they have to bring this momentum into their next matchup.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
But we are going to have Zoe over on the stage, so let's check out what she has for us.
Thank you very much, guys. And now I have the winners with me. Please, once more, give it up for Three Amigos. That was an absolutely incredible series we got to witness. So let's talk a little bit about what we just saw. This time I have Venruki next to me. I specifically want to talk a little bit about the second game, because at the beginning, it really looked like Pop CD no skill had the upper hand. But the longer the game went on, the more you guys seem to be like really, really in a good position. What do you think turned the tide there?
Well, the longer the game goes on, I think the better it is for us because of dampening and the way this tournament works. I think it's after 5 minutes, healing starts getting reduced. And with a heavy CC comp like ours, it's hard for the healer to pick up. Another thing is whoever pushes in usually is at a disadvantage because there are other healers protected behind the pillar and the DPS has to kind of open up. So it kind of works out where whatever team pushes in usually like ends up falling behind. It's weird.
Is it? Well, now you guys are going to go up against Penny for Your Thoughts next. What are your thoughts on that? Like, are you confident against that team, or do you think it's going to be very, very close?
Yeah, we're pretty confident against them. They're a good team. They've been to BlizzCon before, so it's not going to be an easy game, but we played them at regionals and did very well, and we expect the same result.
All right. Thanks a lot for joining me here on stage. Once more, of course, congratulations. Can't wait to have you guys back here. And before we're going to head into the next game, we're going to go into a very quick break.
Positioning of each of the players in an arena is important, as different spells and abilities have different ranges, and most require a clear line of sight to their target. You'll often notice players retreating to defensive positions near pillars or other obstacles in the arena. This allows them to break line of sight from enemy casters and pull enemy melee characters into positions where they may be out of line of sight from their healers or other team members. For more examples of team compositions and strategies, visit worldofwarcraft.com and navigate over to the arena forums. Positioning of each of the players in an arena is important, as different spells and abilities have different ranges, and most require a clear line of sight to their target. You'll often notice players retreating to defensive positions near pillars or other obstacles in the arena. This allows them to break line of sight from enemy casters and pull enemy melee characters into positions where they may be out of line of sight from their healers or other team members. For more examples of team compositions and strategies, visit worldofwarcraft.com and navigate over to the arena forums.
Hello and welcome back to our World of Warcraft Arena World Championship. We already are done with the first game, and I gotta say that was an incredible series, so I hope the second one is gonna follow suit. And I'm really pumped. I'm really excited. How about you guys here? Are you awake? Are you with me? Nice. Wonderful. So for everyone who just tuned in or for everyone who just sat down, let's take a look once more at the groups so we know who we're going to see today. And there they are, Group A and Group B. Group A is already topped by Skill Cap. They're already waiting in the semi-finals, whereas in Group B we have Bleach Bones, who are already waiting. Both of those teams will be playing tomorrow, so let's take a quick look at the schedule so we see what more we're going to see today. As we do have the second game coming up in just a bit, and that's going to be Push Push, the Korean team, going up against the lovely guys from Death Innovators. So that's definitely going to be an interesting series, and that will be followed by Penny for Your Thoughts going up against the winners from the first game, and that's of course Three Amigos. And last but not least, we're going to have the guys from Playing With Fire going up against whatever team is going to win this very series. So still a lot of action to come, still a lot of ahead of us today, and I'm really excited. So I would say, without any further ado, let's get the first team onto the stage. So please give a warm applause for the guys from Korea. Push Push! And now, welcome to the stage, their opponents, Death Innovators! Awesome shirts. Perfect. So we got our guys ready, so let's have a quick word with both of the team captains starting over here. Once more, of course, we have a translator helping out, so thank you very much for that. I really have to say, a lot of people didn't really give the Asian scene that much credit up until now. Push Push really showed amazing games previous to this event. Are they confident that they can actually take the whole thing?
이번에 아시아 팀들이 굉장히 부진한 것 같은데 그거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지, 어떤 자신감으로 이렇게 나오시는
일단 한국 아시아 팀 다른 팀들하고 뭐라 해야 되지? 이해가 제대로 안 돼.
그러니까 아시아 팀들이 되게 부진했는데 어떤 자신감으로 이 앞에 나오게 됐는지.
일단 다른 아시아 팀들하고는 저희가 충분히 다르다고 생각하고요. 그다음에 뭐 북미에서도 엄청 연습 많이 해서 다른 아시아 팀들하고 다른 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
He said he knows that Asia teams are very not noticed among audiences, but he's here on the stage and he's very ready to face North American teams, and he's pretty confident that his team will lead to the victory.
That is great to hear, and we're so happy to have you guys here, and I can't wait to see them playing. Now, they seem very confident. How about you guys? Are you happy going up against Push Push now, and do you think you can take it?
Oh yeah, we got practice against their comp, so we're ready. We're gonna win it.
You're gonna win it.
For USA.
For USA, they're gonna win it. So we have a good match ahead of us. Thanks a lot for joining me. Good luck to both of those teams, and we are ready to go. So let's hand it over to our casters in just a bit.
Hey guys, what is up? Welcome back, and we are ready as well. This game is going to be so sick. The Korean team, talking to a lot of the players, this is the team that they actually feel is the most impressive team in the tournament. I personally thought that, Skill-Capped EU was the heavy favorites after last week, just based on the performances. Of course, it comes down to matchups and stuff as well, what kind of brackets we do see. But the players were all raving about these guys. Skill-Capped EU, Three Amigos, and pretty much every team that I talked to were just talking about, the coordination and teamwork that this team was displaying. They were blown away by just how good they were. So, definitely really impressive stuff from them, in the war games that we saw, practicing, and as well as in their series against Bleach Bones. They barely lost. It was a 3-2, and a lot of people were thinking that was probably the toughest matchup for them in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. And it was incredible watching Coding play that Resto Druid and keep his team barely alive, crazy deep into dampening.
Yeah, and they almost won. They were playing Warrior Mage Druid into the Moonkin Warlock Shaman team of Bleach Bones. They almost won on Blade's Edge.
That was so
down to
close.
10% and 5% on the Moonkin a couple times. It's just ridiculous. Like, how do you do that as Warrior Mage Druid? Apparently Push knows how. So we'll see what they can do against Death Innovators here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that series really was down to a razor's edge. Laser Chicken was living with no HP over and over every single game. So that was insanely close, and definitely disappointing for them to get knocked down in this series. But they are going to be going up against Death Invaders, who is a very impressive team of their own. But now we do have these guys right on the screen. It is going to be Push. That is the Korean team, and as we can see, it is going to be Coding playing the Druid, Yun on the Mage, and it's going to be Young on the Warrior.
Yeah, again, these guys have just been playing absolutely fantastically. Like you were saying, all of the other teams are really thinking that these guys are possibly the team to watch out for. So we're just going to have to see how well they can bring it against Death Innovators in this match. That just, I don't know what else I can say about the play that we've seen from these guys so far. It's just it's crazy how they're able to pull this stuff off.
Yeah, I mean, I think Death Innovators is going to be stiff competition as well. Maldiva sounding very confident in that pregame interview. The war games that I saw, this was a few days ago, so things, can obviously change very quickly as you do figure out the correct strategies. But, I mean, they were very close games, extremely close, but it was the Korean team that was coming out on top in almost all the pre-games that I did see.
Wow.
So it's definitely going to be interesting. But once again, they were extremely close games, and you never know what a team is hiding in these practice games if they're really going all out. But now on the screen is Death Innovators, your representatives from North America. It's going to be Dorothy playing the Shaman, or playing the Hunter rather, Casca on the Shaman, and it's going to be Maldiva on the Warlock.
Yeah, very interesting composition. We haven't seen a ton of. That's actually why they call themselves HLS sometimes, is it's the Hunter Lock Shaman sort of thing. So going to be, it's been interesting to watch them so far. Very, very hybrid composition. They do have a good amount of burst damage, but they're also able to pull back and be defensive when they want to be. So I'm excited for this match. It looks like we're going to be getting underway here very shortly. Can't wait to see what these teams have in store for us.
Yeah, HLS definitely, it's a powerful team. It has a lot of CC. A lot of it is instancy, thanks large in part to the Hunter. But they have good spread pressure. They have good control. They can play those long games. So it's very versatile comp. Definitely could go either way. We'll see what these two teams are going to bring to the table. Dorothy, probably going to be playing survival because his Hunter has SV in the name. I'm guessing that is going to be a survival spec Hunter.
I mean, this could be the curveball.
Yeah.
Where he names himself SV, but he doesn't play it. I'm pretty sure.
Something.
Yeah, well, we will find out, guys. This is going to be game number 1. It is Push going up against Death Innovators. It's the lower bracket. Lose and you go home. Win, and you have a chance at that $120,000 first place prize. A lot on the line here. Let's hear it for these two teams.
And so we are going to be following the great Warrior Hope from Young. A lot of Warrior players are excited to see the fact that there is going to be a Warrior at BlizzCon. And just immediately we see Dorothy right out of the gate. Looks like he is going to be playing Survival.
Yeah, and I mean, they did stop the gateway from Maldiva. He does get storm bolted immediately by Young. Now he's going to get locked out on Sphere. They're going to go aggressive battle stance already from Young. He really wants to get the pressure on Maldiva. Remember, he has no gateway. He ports out of there. He's trying to turn it around, but we'll see if he's going to be able to do so. Yun taking quite a bit of damage here. Casca already having to pop Ascendance, though, trying to heal through this. Young really putting the pressure up here. Yun is taking quite a bit of damage himself, though, getting forced back. We see that it is explosive shots. So yes, indeed, he is playing survival, and the spread pressure is going to be very heavy here. Coding already having to pop Heart of the Wild, really wants to keep his team topped off. The early Innervate going to come out from him as well, knowing mana could be an issue later on.
Yeah, and these guys are already push, doing a great job transitioning between pillars, moving with their healer, which is very difficult as WMD because obviously the warrior has to be in melee range the entire time. So doing a great job of keeping each other alive and in position for each other, doing a whole bunch of damage down onto Maldiva there, trying to do anything that they can, but Casca doing a good job of keeping his team alive.
Yeah, Yunyun able to eat the trap there for Coding, but Coding actually not dispelling that, so it must have been on cooldown. But still, Maldiva needs to go for the gateway. I can't believe he hasn't tried to pull back and get one just yet. I mean, not having that is huge. We do see that there's a deep freeze onto Dorothy. They're going to be spreading the pressure over onto him, and yeah, he does get interrupted once again. We do see that the shockwave now over onto Dorothy. The orb does come out. Yunyun still taking a lot of damage here, though. Casca, you know, doing pretty well on mana, considering Yunyun actually the one forced into the ice block here. So even without this gateway, you know, Death Innovator is doing very well. The Voidwalker actually putting out a fair bit of damage, did get the disarm over onto Young, and we do see Maldiva now down to about half HP, trying to pull back a little bit. Still, no CC really able to come out on the Casca because of the immense amount of pressure that Dorothy's putting out onto Yunyun.
Young's actually running the Root Interruption glyph, and there we go, Recklessness onto, that's a lot of cooldowns coming out of Young right now. Look at the damage onto Maldiva.
Yeah, he is down to below half HP, had to trinket there as well, drop the Shadow Fury defensively. Now, Dark Regen does come out from Maldiva. There's the full ring onto Casca. Casca gonna sit through this, he will be able to for now, but the sheep over onto Dorothy. A massive NS crit from Casca there with the Dark Regen is gonna bring him right back to full, but now look at Yunyun. Yunyun is trying to pull back, even using the healing touch with the Symbiosis, trying to top himself back off, and he is trying to stay alive, but this may be his second block having to be used here as he gets lower and lower. Coding desperately trying to top him back up, but he's not able to do it just yet. Down to 100k, still holding on to the block. Very risky play. Actually could have gone down there easily had there been one or two more crits. Coding does dispel off the dots, but the nice explosive trap from Dorothy knocks Yunyun off the pillar. Now the shockwave over onto Maldiva. We see Stormbolt over onto Dorothy. Yunyun still sitting so low. Coding just really struggling to heal through this. He does not seem to be able to deal with the pressure.
Yeah, Yunyun trying to get a polymorph out there, but can't. He's just under so much pressure right now. Really doesn't want to use that other block. He wants to save that for as long as he possibly can. Now Young taking a whole bunch of damage as well. Coding in a trap. Needs to get his team topped off as quickly as possible here. There's the polymorph coming out. It does go out on a Casca. That's an interesting choice with how much damage this is, and Yunyun has to block.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to turn it around. They have to get CC on the Casca, but it's just not in a position really to go for that. Blinks forward, and Young now is the one taking the pressure. Coding just falling way too far behind. HLS is just dominating this WMD right now. We see Young down low, Yunyun down low as well. Coding really low on mana, has no PvP trinket. The scatter comes in. Will the trap be able to land? No, but may not even matter. Yunyun down to 100k. This could be it. The Shadow Fury connects onto Coding. Do they have the CC to follow it up? MCS on Maldiva prevents the howl. Nicely done by Yunyun, keeping his Druid out of that CC. Maybe the only reason they're still alive right now, but they need to turn it around. When are they going to do it? We do see the Palm Ring comes down. It's going to land onto Casca. Casca will sit through this. This Yunyun is just being pushed back way too hard to get the damage out. Now, though, Maldiva forced to port Dorothy into the sheep. They're starting to get something going a little bit. Casca once again sheep back up. We see Maldiva down below half. Will they be able to get anything done here? Yunyun going to trinket. He wants to stay offensive. Maldiva going to get an MCS, but now they don't have the interrupt for Casca. Casca still struggling to top Maldiva back off. Coding seems to have stabilized, but his mana is really hurting. At the same time, though, Casca having to spend so much of his own mana, not able to use those efficient heals because of this offensive surge. And Yunyun has 4 icicles. He's looking to set it up. 5 icicles now. Maldiva could be in trouble.
Yeah, definitely tons of damage coming out from both sides. This is very, very back and forth, edge of your seat sort of stuff right now. Stormbolt comes out. Young trying to put as much damage in as he can. Dorothy dipping really, really low into the deep freeze. Stock Shockwave as well, so low. He needs to be able to get out of there. He already used his deterrence, and he's going to be able to stabilize here for just a second, but the disarm comes out, slowing down that damage as well. Push is starting to turn this around.
Yeah, and I mean, there is the scatter coming out of that Wyvern. There was a trap off of that as well. So, I mean, so much CC over on a Coding, but he's able to sit through it all for now. Maldiva now, the orb out onto him. They're trying to push him back once more. Coding doing a great job maintaining at the low mana. Has been his signature throughout this tournament. Iron Bark up onto Yunyun. He's trying to get something going here, but he is really struggling. Now the blink into the deep freeze onto Casca. Ring of Frost is going to land onto him. But what can they get done to Maldiva here? Still, Casca sitting with his PvP trinket. Maldiva with his as well. Nice Shadow Fury over onto Young. He's pulling back, kiting well here. May decide to use the port. He does as the intercept comes out, though. Maldiva going to get caught into the shockwave. Yunyun blinking over, trying to look for the sheep. Not able to get it just yet. That one was grounded. Now the Wyvern over onto Coding. Yunyun may have to be blocking here. He's down very low. Temporal is up, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Coding sitting through this. Yunyun doesn't want to block either. But now the trinket is going to have to come out as the howl comes in and the ice block is used.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at both healers' mana so far, we're only 4% into dampening. They're already so low. This match will not go on for much longer. Somebody's going to run out here very, very soon. There's a full sheep onto Casca. He's holding his trinket. He feels comfortable right now. Silence on Maldiva. Looks like he's going to be okay. That was a good choice by Casca to sit through that sheep. But now he's into a full cyclone. Things are looking very scary for Maldiva at the moment.
Definitely. I mean, Casca is still, though, holding on to his trinket. So is Maldiva, so that is key. Dorothy, though, without his trinket, we saw the burst potential that they do have over onto him, and they are looking at him now. They know he doesn't have that trinket. They need to get a burst kill, and when are they going to go for it? Coding down to 60k. Shockwave comes in. This could be the burst that they're looking for onto Dorothy. The Ice Lances come crashing in. Deep Freeze to follow that up. This could be it. Will he go down? 40k HP. Nice charge off of that. Look at that CC chain. This stun out of the stun. 3 in a row onto Dorothy, almost finishing off before the deter. The Link has to come down. Casca using his trinket as well. All 3 are now low. How is this WMD turning it around? Yunyun in trouble. He's going to get caught into the frost trap that actually removes all the dots off of him. Coding now going to get scattered up into the fear. He's stuck in this. They need to keep the pressure going, though. Casca's very low on mana. Maldiva low as well. The MCS comes over onto him. He can't pour it out just yet. He's trying to finish off Young, but he's going to pop the shield wall. He wants to stay aggressive, and Casca is spending the last of his mana to heal him back up. Ascendance is up, but he has nothing left. Maldiva's so low, he still didn't get a gateway this whole game. Shockwave comes in. That's Maldiva's trinket gone. What do they have for Casca? Can they follow it up by Yunyun? He's trying to get the ring down. Not going to connect just yet. And now Dorothy into the sheep, out of the storm bolt. MCS onto Maldiva once again. Deep Freeze onto Casca, looking for the sheep. He does get it. That's a full sheep, but Young is low as well. The Heart of the Wild Tranquility coming up from Coding. Howl's going to be triggered by Yunyun. Maldiva dangerously low. A re-sheep comes out on Casca. Will this be it? The orb coming out. 100k, 70k, 40k. He may go down. He falls. And the Koreans, against all odds, are going to strike first. They take the game, killing off Maldiva. And look at the excitement on their faces. What an amazing coordination there towards the end. I mean, just playing fantastically throughout the whole game, but the key was Maldiva never got a gateway, and I feel like that is just such a huge mistake. I mean, yes, he got interrupted, but in a game that long, you need to commit to getting the gate off. You need to kite away, port back, pop your Demon Soul, even for the haste, to get that gateway down. I mean, think about how close that game was. He didn't have a gate. That's like the most important defensive thing that a Warlock has.
It really was. And what was really impressive for me is Young was able to put out that amount of pressure. Yunyun obviously set it up for him, but that was after his recklessness was down. He had no cooldowns towards the end when they were putting all that pressure out.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And that is why this team is one that, this push team is one that everybody has been just talking so much about backstage. Let's go ahead and take a look at a replay to see once again, the last few moments from that game. And yeah, here it is. Just look at that setup.
Yeah, so we can hear the green team here. Look how low Yunyun is, but he knows he's safe. The communication is there, and they are going aggressive. There's the Deep Freeze into the sheep onto Casca. Maldiva getting so low here, and they know they can finish it off. We do see just so much damage coming into him. The Trinket even used on Shadow Fury there by Yun. Coding, popping the Heart of the Wild Tranquility, keep his team offensive. Just the communication, you can hear it. You don't need to know what they're saying to know how talkative these guys are, to know, you know, the level of coordination and communication that they have is just astounding. And you know, interesting also to see that Maldiva, you know, he did do the most damage in the game, but Young was right up there. He was neck and neck, you know, barely did less than the most damage in the game. And I mean, for a Warrior, a single target to be putting out that much pressure, you know, versus you know, a Warlock here who has 4 targets basically. I mean, he is able to dot the water rally as well as the 3 players. So, you know, the amount of pressure that Young is putting out is just insane. And a lot of that really does come down to the fact that Maldiva, you know, he's not able to kite as well. He's not able to stay as safe because he didn't have that gateway. So, you know, with the map pick coming out, I feel like on the back of that game, they're going to pick one where they can get a guaranteed gate.
Which I have a feeling it's going to be. Just talking over it right now, it sounds like it is going to be Runes of Lordaeron going into it. I mean, that's a great pick for HLS.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does give them that guaranteed gateway, but we have to also remember that this green team is very adaptable. They can switch up the strategies, and you know, just because they sat on the Warlock and the Hunter that game doesn't mean that they can't rush down your Shaman. And this is the hardest map to survive as a healer. You know, so WMD also is one of the best healer killing teams. You have Deep Freeze into Shockwave. We saw how well they coordinated some of those stuns onto Dorothy, almost killing him without being able to deter. They had a Deep Freeze into the Shockwave, into the charge stun. You know, no overlap whatsoever. Everything perfectly placed, perfectly timed. So, you know, if you have that kind of level of coordination on a shaman, if you can force out his trinket, then swap to him, or even sometimes just ride him start to finish, it can be extremely hard to survive on Rune's Lordaeron.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful to see the way that CC chain works and just the way that they were able to turn that last game around. But this is going to be Death Innovator's pick, so we'll see what they can do on this map. They must feel pretty comfortable on it to actually choose it into the team that just beat them. So this is going to be starting very, very shortly here. Push up one game against Death Innovators. Here we go, game number 2.
All right, guys, let's hear it for these two teams. We have the Koreans, Push, looking to push their advantage against Death Innovators, your North American team.
And there we go, Gateway straight from the start. Going to be really hard, if not impossible, to interrupt that, and he's able to get it off. That's going to be a huge difference from the last match.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely does get that out there. Dorothy already taking a little bit of damage over here. And Casca into the deep freeze already as well. Into the Sheep, into the Fear. Definitely overlapping a ton of CC there. May have been a little bit of a miscommunication, but this early in the game, I don't know that it's a huge issue. Maldiva actually taking a ton of damage out of this as well. Push is just going for it. They are being super aggressive in this match.
I mean, with the Sheep and Fear overlap, they actually did force the trigger from Dorothy, though, because Casca couldn't chime her being in that Sheep, so was very nice there. And they do have an opportunity to swap to Dorothy now if they decide to, but now the Sheep thrown over into him. Yun once again under pressure. Coding has trinketed. He's using the early Heart of the Wild, wants to keep his team aggressive. Maldiva being forced back somewhat. Another deep freeze onto Casca. Full Sheep comes out. Clone over onto Dorothy. They have the 3v1 setup onto Maldiva, but it doesn't look like they can connect just yet. Now the Shockwave over onto Dorothy. They're going to swap it up. We see the Sheep coming out once again on Casca. He's out of that, though. Has sat through it. He is okay to heal his team right back up, and Coding is really starting to struggle. The scatter comes in. Young getting low. Will the wall have to come out? Doesn't look like it just yet. Yun able to eat the trap. Well played by him, but the Howl will connect on too. Young could be in trouble. Now the wall does have to come out. He cannot afford to fall too low. Although he's using a high HP, I think it is the right choice here. Wyvern to follow that up onto Coding. He's not really being able to play at all right now. The ring going to come out on Casca. It actually whipped. He missed it, and that is huge. Yun making a big mistake there. It could cost him massively, as Casca now going to be able to free cast here. No ring available. Dorothy does walk into it, unfortunately, but Ascendance has been popped, and Casca going to be able to keep Maldiva alive as Yun gets forced into the block.
Yeah, just super low there for a second. Actually waited a second even to use that ice block. So very, very dangerous situation for Yun. Now the silence coming onto Maldiva. They're going to try and turn this around, and this is what happened last game too. Push started off kind of on the back foot, but they were able to turn around. Young now taking a ton of damage over here. Does have that Cenarian Ward and the Iron Bark on him. That's going to be able to keep him alive for now, but they're running out of cooldowns. Push does not have many big buttons left to push.
The CC chains onto Coding are brutal this match.
Yeah, Casca is going to be put into the full Sheep. That is that Sheep Fear that they are looking for, so the Tremor can knock him out. Dorothy's going to be feared up. Maldiva going to be forced to trinket. He's down to half HP. Resheep comes out. Now look at the clone on Dorothy. There's the trinket from him. And we just see the MCS to fall. A beautiful cross CC. This is incredible play. The heal's coming out from Maldiva. Will it be enough? Now the deep freeze. That's going to be the trinket and the link. Look at this cross CC from this WMD, just giving a masterclass on how to coordinate as a team right now, playing out of their minds.
Yeah, so Casca's trinket forced out of that, but we see the Dark Soul dots coming out from Maldiva right now, but Coding doing a great job of keeping his team clean throughout the entire match.
Yeah, and Coding does have his trinket still too, and that Innervate coming out, so he should be relatively safe for the time being. He has been like standing sort of out in the open, which is opening him up to a ton of CC, but now we see him down here in this opening area here, which will help him a lot with being able to stay out of line of sight of all that crowd control.
Yeah, there's the deep freeze onto Casca, though. They're going to look for the Sheep. This could be the kill that they're looking for. MCS on Maldiva, he can't port it just yet. And we just see they're going to be swapping over onto Dorothy. Disarm over onto him. Battle Stance comes out, but Yun decides to pull back. Doesn't want to risk it. Coding was sitting through the Wyvern, and they are going to be able to survive with that, though. But look at the PvP trinkets across the board. All the Koreans do have theirs. No one on Death Invaders has their PvP trinket. So pushing forward here, it's going to be tough for Casca as he's put in the Shockwave. Maldiva is going to be put in the Shockwave as well. Nice silencing shot there from Dorothy to be able to break up that Sheep that was coming out. That could have been the game. Young getting pretty low here, though. Has to go into defensive now, once again into battle, really trying to push the pressure up here onto Dorothy, who's down below half HP. Casca still going to be fully cloned up. This could be trouble for Dorothy. We may have to see the deter coming out. Not just yet, though. He's at 250k. Maldiva walks into the ring. He's going to be caught in that for now. Deep freeze onto Casca. Can there be a Sheep to follow that up? Yes. There now the Sheep does connect. MCS onto Maldiva. Fear onto Dorothy. Look at this cross CC. Just insane play. But unfortunately, the Sheep is broke early by something. A Resheep does come out from Yun. He's still under pressure. Coding in the background. Has his trinket into the Wyvern. Trap going to come off of that. Can Yun eat it? He is able to. No, he's not. My mistake. Coding going to be caught in the trap.
Yeah, and it's interesting to look at the healer mana so far. Coding at half and Casca almost at full, but it almost doesn't matter because when it comes time for push to do some damage, Casca doesn't get to cast any spells. They've been doing so fantastic with that CC, but now Young in a little bit of trouble here, trying to do some damage to Maldiva, but dipping pretty low himself. Does have his trinkets, both trinkets now active. The Cenarian Ward will come out, but he's going to get disarmed on top of both of those trinkets, not able to do the damage that he really wants to there, as the Tranquility now comes out from Coding.
Yeah, that fast Trank healing for so much. Coding doing a great job of playing the Illaoith on the stairs, as he is going to try to make things happen for his team, keeping them offensive. I like that he's been dispelling it so often. Dorothy getting pretty low right there. Casca able to pump out some huge heals onto him. The Gateway has been really the saving grace for this team so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And dampening is now beginning to set in. Only at 1% so far, but it will ramp up very quickly, as we've seen. Casca now in a Stormbolt. Deep Freeze onto Dorothy. He's dipping really low. He could go down right here. No, the deterrence does come out at the last possible second. Just barely able to keep himself alive there with that cooldown. That was a very scary moment there for Dorothy.
Does cost Casca his trinket though, and this was a problem for Dorothy in the last series. Popping the deters too late is something he cannot afford to do. They need to prioritize Casca's trinket above all else. And now not having that, I mean, it doesn't matter if he has his trinket, if his shaman gets CC'd out. And now the sheep comes in, there's a Fear on Maldiva, 3v1 setup. Dorothy gonna have to trinket here as well. Young gonna be the one who has to shield wall though, as Coding is put into the Howl of Terror for Maldiva. The orb out on Maldiva though, he's out of range of his port, he's in some trouble. He's trying to pull back, Deep Freeze over on the Casca. Can they get this damage rolling though? Young being pushed back, Yun taking some damage as well. The sheep over on Dorothy is gonna be dispelled off by Casca very quickly. Maldiva still sitting half HP, Young down to 200k though. Really great pressure coming out right now from Death Innovators. Doing a good job spreading around the Daunts as Maldiva, and great CC has been coming out of Dorothy onto Coding. They're looking to get the kill here. They can't do it just yet though. Coding gonna pop the NS, Innervate dropped as well. Maldiva dangerously low though, has the life dab at 200k. Catches a big kill from Casca, but he's caught into the Stormbolt now. Can Yun push forward? He wants to do it, but he doesn't feel comfortable to do so just yet.
Coding pretty low on mana right now. Must be a while on its Innervate because he is doing a great job of keeping his team up right now. See the explosive shot onto Yun. You can tell that they are going to be switching it back and forth from Young and Yun.
Yeah, there's a scatter over onto Coding. Yun getting down to about half HP. Scatter into the Wyvern. He's going to look for the trap off of that. Will he be able to land it? He is able to land it, and that costs the block from Yun. Casca, though, spending quite a bit of mana himself. He's down about half. Coding very low, though. He does Trinket. He's into the Shadow Fury now. Shockwave is going to connect. We do see Stormbolt over onto Maldiva. Fear onto Yun. Great CC and pressure from the Death Innovators. They're looking to battle back here. They know they need to keep this damage going because at any time, the WMD can turn it around.
Yeah, absolutely. They are definitely starting to turn this around a bit, as both Coding and Young now do not have their PvP trinkets available. Yun still does, and of course he can blink out of stuns as well, so he'll be kind of okay for the moment, but he's so squishy. He's used his block relatively recently, and I don't believe he does not have his Deep Freeze, or excuse me, his Cold Snap up to be able to use that again in a hurry if he needs to. Casca, though, into the Deep Freeze, into the Polymorph. Tons of damage coming out on Maldiva here. They're going for the kill. They need to make something happen here very soon, and it's obvious that they want to. They're putting out so much pressure right now. Now the Cyclone on the Casca. We do have the trap coming out, the Wyvern into the trap, but he's going to be able to get broken out of that. Maldiva dipping super low. Oh, the Link does come out. That's going to keep him alive for now, but Casca having to work super hard to keep
has the
Maldiva
tap.
alive.
Look at his HP and look at his mana. He can't even do anything right now. He needs the tap, but Casca can't heal him back up. There's the Deep Freeze. This may be the trinket. Healing cooldowns coming out from Maldiva. The ring is going to try to land onto Casca. It does connect. That's the trinket now from Casca. Still Silver Rhino. He gets sheeped instantly on his trinket. Nice job there by Yun. The Howl coming out, trying to stay alive as Maldiva, but the clone to follow it up. This could be it. Maldiva in so much trouble. Still needs a tap. Shockwave comes in. He's so low. Is he going to go down? The disorienting roar onto Casca from Coding. 100k HP. Gates down to there. Casca's not there, though. He's going to go down. The Koreans take two. Casca leaves the game instantly, and they are up against the wall now. Push is showing what they are made of.
And look how happy they are with that win. That was one that they used everything. The Death Innovators used everything that they could, even the Gateway. They did have the Gateway down that time. It gated out of there, but if you gate out at 50k health with a Warrior on your tail the entire time, you can only go so far. And it wasn't far enough. He was not able to stay alive there. Got too far away from his healer and just couldn't survive any longer.
There was a real difference to me on this Death Innovator between the beginning of the match and the end in terms of the coordination of the cooldowns. And Casca was trying to hold his trinket for so long, but it looks like there was just a disconnect between what was going on between the DPS. Maldiva did a great job of porting back himself, but he still wasn't able to top himself off, and then leading to the point where he had 0 mana going into that.
And I mean, that's one of those things that you have to look back further in the game, because at that point, yes, he can't tap, but you have to find the times when you are behind the pillar with your shaman. If you're low on mana, you're full on HP, you tap the full mana to avoid those situations. Because, you know, when you get caught with no mana, life tap is devastating.
Yeah.
You know, it's doing 100 to 200,000 damage to you. I mean, the life totals are so high right now. So we are going to go into a replay at the end of this game, but you'll see, you know, Maldiva really with no mana left here. Casca is going to get sheeped on his trinket right there immediately out of that ring. And, you know, Maldiva forced to run here. The clone coming out on Casca. The CC chain just does not end. Coding on top of him. So Maldiva has no choice but to run. But we can see the disorienting roar there now. He gates out, but Casca unable to get to the gateway. And this warrior coming in hot pursuit. The heroic leap comes in. Recklessness is popped, and just no chance for Maldiva there getting finished off.
Yeah, and even the sheep, the last second sheep, which was trinketed by Dorothy, but it slowed him up just for a second to make sure that there wasn't going to be any sort of, obviously he was running Wyvern that game, but there wasn't going to be any sort of anything that was going to be able to stop them from getting that kill. So we are going to get into this next match here very, very shortly. It looks like it's going to be a Dalaran Sewers pick coming out of Death Innovators.
And it's a great pick. I think that they can really do a great job with this. Hunter can make a lot of things happen on this map, especially playing as Survival, as he's not choosing to swap it up at all. Dorothy's been doing a great job at playing Survival so far, really putting the pressure out, you know, with those dots. And we've seen a bunch of great CC chains onto Coding. There were times during that match where the CC just wasn't ending at all on him.
I mean, just look at the faces of these two teams. The Koreans laughing, joking around, having fun. You can see the stress, the pressure kind of mounting here on Death Innovators' faces. You know, they know they're up against it. They have to win 3 in a row now, and you know, it's such a mental advantage for the Korean team. And the games are going to be opening up here. It's 2-0 for push right now. Death Innovators have to win 3 straight. Will they be able to do it? We'll find out as we do follow Maldiva out the gates. He's looking to get that gateway, but he's going to get stopped on the gateway. A repeat of game 1. Will he be able to get one off this time? He needs to focus on that. Casca's going to be MCS. The palm ring does come out. Will it land? It does land. Maldiva already in some trouble. The orb comes out as well. They're getting aggressive. Clone over onto Dorothy. Casca's still sitting through that. Maldiva down to half HP. Walks into the ring, unfortunately. Sheep over onto Casca again. Maldiva is still so low. Has no gate. Recklessness has been popped. They're going to swap it over onto Dorothy. Disarm over onto him. Maldiva is not going to be able to get pummeled there. He does fake that interrupt. Nicely done by him. Casca will pop his Bjorkar's Grace, but it looks like they're okay, and they're turning around to Young.
Yeah, Young taking a bunch of damage here. The Die Sword does come out, as well as the Stampeding Roar to be able to break him out of those things. Stormbolt does go on Maldiva. That's trinketed instantly. He wants to continue doing as much pressure as he possibly can. Coding doing a good job of trying to stay back out of line of sight over here, sort of sitting by the stairs there, jumping back and forth. So just trying his best to make sure he can keep his team alive without getting caught into any CC. Casca actually popping Ascendance there. I didn't think he was in too bad of a shape. I'm curious about that choice to use that.
Yeah, use the NS with that as well. So, you know, really, I guess just wanting to try to keep his team aggressive, push the pace, but he's going to get deep. The ring is going to come out after that. It should land. No, does not actually be able to get that off. Young did get interrupted on the ring, so nicely done there. Maldiva going to pour it out. Needs to go for the gateway now. He's going to go for it. He sees the opportunity. He gets it. That's big for Death Innovators. But Yun getting so low, down 100K. Will he have to block here? He does as Coding goes into the Wyvern. Out of that now, but that is one major cooldown force. Maldiva, though, still didn't take the opportunity to tap back up. Look at his mana once again. This is something that adds so much more pressure to your team. When you're having to tap up well in combat, he's down to half HP. He has no mana. He's going to have to tap here, and his HP is going to spike. We'll see how they're going to be able to deal with this as he gets locked out. The Warrior, will he be able to get right back to him? Young going to jump right onto him. There's a deep freeze onto Casca. Fear over onto Dorothy. Such nice cross CC as always from these Koreans. The Shockwave to follow that up connects on both the DPS. Casca's trying to get over to Maldiva. He's going to get full sheep though. Maldiva out in the middle of the map. He's going to pour it back. Does have the gateway available. Uses the support sprint, but you know, I really want to see him tap up, take these opportunities to do it.
Yeah, and it's really awesome to see them actually using the deep freeze on Casca. A lot of teams in this situation, having dipped Maldiva so low, would think to themselves, no, we need the extra damage on the kill target. We need to be getting those big ice lances out, and so they would do that instead. But if they would make that switch, then Casca would just be healing the entire time. So really, really good play coming out of push. Young dipping low, Yun dipping low as well, is going to get top back off there. Maldiva now in a whole lot of trouble. He's actually having to resummon his pet. Is not able to at the moment, but he will get top back off.
I think he actually just port sprinted by accident. I don't know if he has any ore shards. I don't even know if he can instant summon out a pet. Young getting very, very low here. Young going to trigger it offensively, though. They're looking for the kill. Now the shard does come out, so he's going to summon out that Voidwalker. Will have that available. That is big for him. Going to have the Soul Link back up once again. It's very hard to kill off the Void as well. The Iron Bar coming out into Yun, though. Coding has no trinket available. He's going to displace her back to the pillar, trying to keep Yun alive. Will he be able to do it? There's the Wyvern on a Coding. Yun getting very low. Scatter, the trap going to come out for that. Nicely played by Dorothy. Death Innovators pushing forward here, getting aggressive. They do force out another block from Yunyun, and I don't believe he's going to have any more for a little bit of time.
No, he has a while on that so far, having to block earlier. As we do see the Stormbolt onto Dorothy, this cross CC is impeccable by Push Push.
Yeah, they did have the deep freeze on Casca there. Nothing to follow it up with this time, but Maldiva now in that shockwave, taking a bunch of damage. There's the full CC onto Casca. He does have his trinket. He's choosing to sit in this polymorph right now. I think that's a good choice, as it seems to be working out well for him here. Maldiva is a little bit low, but not in too terrible shape. Dorothy, though, taking a whole ton of damage. Gonna have to pop that deterrence to keep himself alive.
Yeah, down at 70K, the late deter from Dorothy, almost cost him the series there. He's gonna stay alive, though. But Young getting aggressive onto Maldiva, but Maldiva really needs to take the time to tap up when he's behind the pillar, man. It's just a constant problem. He's always zoomed. Casca into the deep freeze. Maldiva, low on mana here, is going to be pulling back. We'll see if it comes into play at all. The orb out there onto Dorothy. They're trying to turn it around onto this Hunter. He does have his trinket, though. He has a second deter. Casca holding on to his trinket as well. Death Innovators doing pretty well here in this game. Shockwave going to connect on 2, though. Maldiva now the target, down to half. Casca is going to pop the Ascendance. He's going to try to top them both back off. Shadow Fury connects on 3. Nicely played by Maldiva there. Going to get the Fear onto Coding as well. Young can go down here, 100K. He's into second win range, but will it help him out enough? Coding desperately trying to top his Warrior back off. He will be able to do it for now. In comes the deep. The ring is going to connect. No, he actually is not able to get it, but the sheep does come out. Dorothy with no trinket. Maldiva taking damage, just poured out of there. Now he's going to tap up a little bit, and Young has been cleaned of the dots. Coding starting to top his team back off, with Dorothy constantly keeping the pressure going. Maldiva gates out of there. Casca is into the clone, and if the CC continues, they could be in trouble. Dorothy down so low, 70K, does get the deter. They're going to swap it over on Maldiva. Both players sitting dangerously low. Shadow Fury comes out. That's triggered by Young. They want to get a kill.
Yeah, that's the last deterrence for Dorothy as well, so if they keep doing that, he could be in a lot of trouble. Maldiva also in a lot of trouble, though. This is just so much damage coming out from Push Push. There's the Stormbolt. Maldiva trinkets that instantly. There's the Deep Freeze onto Casca, which is also trinketed, and the Link comes out, but they're all so low. The Link can't do so much. Healing surges like crazy coming out from Casca. He's having to burn through his mana to be able to keep people alive. Coding does get a Tranquility off in the middle of that. Yunyun taking a bunch of damage over here. I don't think he has his Ice Block back yet, so he does need to be very, very careful dropping that Ring of Frost and getting that Polymorph out onto Dorothy just to slow down that damage a little bit.
Oh, the Wyvern comes out onto Coding right now. Yunyun still looking good. That Temporal is up. He's looking to turn it around directly onto Maldiva. Maldiva down to half with the Imp counterspell onto Casca, so Maldiva in the stun too, but look at Young's health, having to die by the sword and rally.
Yeah, almost went down there, down to 70k HP. Very close to a kill there for Maldiva, but he's getting low himself. There's no trinket on Casca. If they can get the CC over onto him, they could finish this game off, perhaps. Maldiva does pop the Dark Regen, though. Healing cooldowns coming out. Young still under heavy pressure, but he's not going defensive. He knows they need to push the pace, and they're doing just that. Now the Frostbolt's coming out from Yunyun, stacking up those Icicles. Once again, he's up to 5. He's going to look for the damage. Who are they going to go on? Deep Freeze onto Casca, looking for that ring. He's going to get interrupted. Now he's going for the Poly. The MCS Poly comes out. Maldiva's MCS. He can't port. He's taking quite a bit of damage. The orb comes out. Maldiva getting spiked low, but Yunyun's even lower. Does he have a block available? It does. Ooh. Just barely getting that off, but Coding's in the Wyvern. He has a lot of work to do. Can he actually catch back up? Now the trap. Beautiful CC from Dorothy. And now the scatter comes out. I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't know if he can keep his team alive here. 70k HP from Young. I think he's going to go down. No! Coding keeping him alive. He's somehow, some way. And now a beautiful Fear catches 2 from Young, and they had the MCS on Casca, so he could not tremor. Nice cross CC once again, but a great Shadow Fury catches both the DPS by Maldiva. He's looking to turn things around. He knows he needs to. Alter coming back up, though, looking for the kill. Maldiva down to 200k, 100k. Will he go down? The Roar comes over onto Dorothy. He's cloned up as well by Coding. Coding getting aggressive with the last of his mana. He has the heart available. He knows his team needs to get a kill. Will they be able to do it, though? The scatter coming out onto Coding. Can Dorothy get the trap of that? No, not just yet.
But the Wyvern follows up immediately. Coding is in trouble right now, sitting that CC followed by the trap and the Fear that were overlapped. Young down to half, having to shield wall right there. And look at the health on Death Innovator. Casca spending all his mana to keep up, but look, the trinket out of Young, getting so low. Wow, Coding has in that cap stun.
Yeah, and you can see Maldiva pumped up there, gets that kill. They're going to notch one for the North American team. And I mean, that was a full kill through almost the entire duration of shield wall. So the amount of pressure that they were putting out there at the end was insane. Young was pressured heavily start to finish. Coding just did not have enough. A fantastic CC, in the final moments there by Dorothy and Maldiva, and just able to punish Young so hard with the damage. And I mean, he had the shield wall up. I'll be interested to see if we have the replay to see if he was in battle stance or not. Maybe we can follow him in that replay. I'm not sure, but I was just shocked that he actually went down because he shield walled quite early.
Damage, yeah. Even though Coding did sit, I mean, that was almost 20-second CC at that point. It was just extremely long. We saw the Fear overlapped with the trap, the scatter, starting with the Wyvern. It was crazy, just the amount right at the end. I thought Young was going to be fine during that.
Yeah, we do have a replay that we're going to take a look at here very, very shortly. Looking like Death Innovators maybe has figured out how to beat this WMD composition. So I believe we're going to get that replay here for you guys in just a second. There it is.
Yeah. We can hear the guys talking about it. They are looking for the kill on Young, and he does have no haunts, as you did say, Jared. And you can hear them yelling for the kill. The Shadowfree came out, and I mean the Soul Drain was there. You can hear the team pretty pumped up, and yeah, just no haunts on him from coding. It was just CC'd completely out. Casca and Dorothy cleaning him of those haunts as well. Getting those purges down. So doing a good job with that, and honestly, a pretty impressive game from Death Innovators. To be down 2-0, the pressure's on. They've had a tough series, but they battle back. They take that game. Do you think that will be the catalyst to help them turn the game around? They still have to win 2 more in a row, and we're going to the Koreans map picks.
And that wasn't a landslide victory in that map either. It was great CC chains. Dorothy setting it up for his team. Maldiva having some trouble at the beginning, like we said before. So they have to, I would hope the Koreans are going to choose a close map to deny the gateway again, because that's really been putting the momentum in their favor early game.
Definitely has it. The big difference between the first game and that game was that Maldiva did actually take the time to get the gateway later on in the game. And I think, on the Grand, with how close that was, if he had done that, I think they could have maybe taken the Grand as well. But, he did a great job. When he had the time to get away, he poured it out of there with the Demon Soul active, or Dark Soul rather, I guess. I'm still so used to calling it Demon Soul.
Me too.
But with extra haste, it allowed him to get that off. And, getting that gateway was key for them. They were able to use it a lot. And it's something that you really need to prioritize as a Warlock. Sometimes it is easy to kind of just get frustrated. You get interrupted on the first one, you get interrupted on the second one. It's easy to kind of give up, but you have to think, this is a long game, and you need that. It's just pivotal to being able to survive.
Yeah, and even if you only ever end up using it once, that one time could save your life and win you the game. So I am curious as to which map they're going to end up picking. Like you say, another close map would be pretty good for push here, but we've already played Ruins. And we've already played, obviously, the Sewers.
And the Grand, so.
And the Grand, yeah.
Could be Tiger's Peak, that's probably my guess.
Yeah.
That would be pretty good. Getting the gateway, stopping the gateway at the start, they do have the possible LOS, so they have to kind of gamble which way the Warlock's going to go with it. But I think they can, as long as they can interrupt it right from the start, they should be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, a good heroic leap in off the Warrior into a Stormbolt. If you do it at the right angle, you can catch him even behind the pillar, depending on where he's standing. But it would be very, very tricky to actually pull that off.
Yeah, you definitely can. You can get a guaranteed gateway on that map as a Warlock, but only if you're willing to go to the kind of the side gate or do it from further back. You can do it basically just from right from your entrance. But it kind of the problem is the exit of the gateway ends up somewhere more near the middle of the map, and you really ideally want to have it pillar to pillar.
Yeah.
Because that does allow you to hop right out of the gateway, get out of LOS on the other side. So you can get a gateway guaranteed, but it's not going to be maybe the perfect gateway.
Right.
So you have to decide as a Warlock, the risk versus reward, right? Do I go for that perfect gateway? Do I trust, Dorothy to be able to get it out there, land a scatter, the grounding come down for the CS? That's the kind of stuff that they need to do to guarantee that kind of safer gateway, the better gateway. But if they're not confident that they're going to be able to stop, Young and Yunyun from coming in and interrupting that gateway, then they need to just take the kind of safer one
I think they have
wait
to take
till
the
later.
safe one, right? And I think that Maldiva really needs to identify the fact that they are doing nothing at the beginning of the map except for preventing him from using that gateway. We saw so many CCs going out onto him. A Stormbolt used on him instead of Casca to interrupt it again. So I think he should go for the easy gateway and then replace it once he can.
Yeah, we haven't actually gotten the final map pick yet. I agree with you guys. It's probably going to be Tiger's Peak, but we are still waiting for. Oh wow!
What do you think about this?
Okay, so it's just Toll Run. To me, I think it definitely makes sense as well, because there's just different ways. It depends. All comes down to really how you want to play it. And on a map like Tolvaron, I think that they're basically saying if coding stays out of CC, we're going to win the game. And on a map like Tolvaron, it's a lot harder for Maldiva to kind of push all the way in and get the CC onto coding. So, I feel like coding is going to try to play a bit further back. He's only going to come in to follow up on CC, probably not going to be the one initiating it himself. He may be going in, out of the Ring of Frost, things like that, to try to land the clones, but he's not going to be the one getting aggressive, probably going to try to just stay back, avoid the CC. He can eat some Hunter CC, but really doesn't want to be, getting feared, howled up for free by Maldiva. So, if his Warrior and his Mage can keep Maldiva pushed back, it's going to allow him to stay free for a lot more of the game.
Yeah, and I guess the other interesting thing about this map pick is that even they do still have 2 games that they can lose at this point. So even if they don't end up winning on this map, they will still have that that Tiger's Peak to fall back on if necessary. But the game is just about to start here. Push Push versus Death Innovators. We are on to game 3 here. Push Push looking strong in the first couple of games, but game 4 actually. Push Push looking strong in the first couple of games, was not able to take that last one. We'll see if Death Innovators can come back and turn this one around.
Yeah, right out of the gate, you know, you're looking for that gateway as he goes from the pillar to pillar, the more defensive one.
Oh, just barely missed that Stormbolt.
Yep, very close, but he is able to get that off, and that is key. That's a great gateway that he did get, pillar to pillar. It's the exact one that you would want. They're going to start things off on a Dorothy as a result. The explosive drops knock Young back, just trying to get as much pressure out on him right off the bat as they can in Coding. You can see how far back he's playing. He knows he needs to avoid the CC. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Casca into the deep freeze, Ring to follow it up. Now they go on Maldiva. Maldiva taking a fair bit of damage here. Dorothy already has that to trinket as well. So is Young and Yun Yun, though. Both of them are being pushed back very hard. Heart of the Wild up here for Coding. He wants to keep him alive. Beautiful Wyvern thing coming out there from Dorothy. Instantly on Coding. Now the trap is going to land as well. Yun Yun may have to be using his first block here if he can't get out of there. He's down to about half HP. Coding now into the scatter. If a fear comes out, it's definitely going to cost him something, but the Heart of the Wild NS enough for now to keep him from using that block.
Iron Bark used onto Yun Yun right there. Caught it barely. Yun Yun picked back up by those HOTS, as you see full HOTS on him, you know, choosing to use that Mage Armor, of course, during this matchup. But Yun is going to try to stay quite offensive, actually knowing, look at that, going into battle, even though he is being attacked right there, trying to kill off the pet for a bit since he doesn't have anything else to hit, as now he reconnects onto Maldiva. Maldiva double trinket up with those Dark Soul, but you see the Colossus smash on him too, but not too much damage coming out.
Yeah, Maldiva was looking to get a gateway right onto the pillar that Coding's playing on, but he was able to be interrupted. Maldiva now into the CS. We see the Wyvern into the trap. Young has to pop his shield wall. He's in some trouble. He's dying through the shield wall once again. Coding has to trinket. The Shadow Fear beautifully comes out, though. He may go down through the shield wall. Down to 10k HP. Will he survive? The heal comes out. Rallying Cry as well. Coding cost his trinket, though. The wall and the Rallying Cry. A beautiful push forward there by Death Innovators, and they are saying they are not dead in this series. They are looking to battle back, but now they're playing off of their gateway. They have moved pillars. Maldiva's going to have to look for another one, or they're going to just have to give up that advantage.
Yeah, even though Young obviously did not die there, that was still such a huge win for Death Innovators, being able to pull out, I think, 4 different cooldowns in that one little push. So Push Push is going to be in a lot of trouble from here on. Dorothy taking a whole bunch of damage, going to try and disengage out of there, will not actually have to deterrence just yet, so good on him for not having to pop that cooldown. Casca keeping him alive, getting it down to about half mana already. Both healers actually down around half mana, having to spend tons of it just to keep their teammates alive. Young taking a bunch of damage. Yun Yun now into that Hex. He's going to get dispelled out of that in a hurry, but now taking a bunch of damage as well. He's got the temporal shield
There's
up,
that cross CC, though. The Sheep comes out on Casca. Fear onto Dorothy, never allowing him to get that Tremor off on that Fear. They're making such good use of the Intimidating Shout. Now going to swap to Dorothy out of that. The Orb is coming down from Yun Yun. They have him down to about half HP, looking for the Scatter Trap. It is a Wyvern into the trap onto Coding. Dorothy's going to be deep frozen, though. He's holding his trinket, perhaps a little bit too greedy, getting very low. We do see the grounding drop there by Casca. Fear Orcus Grace comes out as well. No CC to follow it up. Coding, though, into the Scatter.
Yeah, if you're Death Innovators in this point, you need to not be super greedy with things like, well, I guess it's still a risk either way, but definitely a very, very scary moment for them there. If they lose this game, that's it. They are out. Pushman taking a whole bunch of damage. He's going to be okay for just a moment. Coding into a full fear, though. Full fear in travel form, actually. That's a bit scary. Young taking a bunch of damage. Hopefully Coding is able to get back and heal him up here in just a second, or he could be in really, really big trouble here as he actually is going to hide.
Yeah, he catches the mushroom explosion right before Coding gets buffed into the Wyvern. That was impeccable timing on that. Young down to half right now, taking a lot of damage. He doesn't have any cooldowns left right now with the scatter onto Coding. No trinket. This doesn't look good for Push Push.
No, not at all, but they are battling back. They're putting the pressure on Maldiva, who has the trinket. He sprint force. He heals as well. Casca into the Sheep. They're going to go right back onto him. They do have Recklessness active. Yeah, they're going for the kill right now. Casca into the ring. This could be it. They have the Roar coming out. That's going to be the trinket link. He will survive, but what a push back by Push Push. Dorothy now into the Sheep. They have the cross CC. Clone over onto Casca. They're trying to stabilize.
Yeah, and look at Yun starting to play defensive right now, knowing that that recklessness forced out the trinket link, as Coding is doing an excellent job of playing away from that gate. Actually, they pushed back onto the source gateway, so that's a pretty big opportunity for them right now.
Yeah, Scatter into the Shadow Fury. Now the Wyvern. Great CC from Death Innovators. Coding really having a tough time. Yun being pressured hard here. He's down to half HP. Catches a big Swiftman crit there, though. The Sheep onto Casca. Fear onto Dorothy. That's going to set something up for them as well. We do have the clone onto Casca now. Maldiva's out of mana again, and he's down to 200k. This could be it. They have the Deep Freeze onto Casca. The Fear is going to sit on Yun, though. He doesn't have Berserker range. That is huge.
Wow, as Maldiva lives because of that Fear onto a Warrior.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, not something that you see every day, but that just shows how tense these moments are getting here. Yun now in that Shadow Fury. He's going to have to get out of line of sight over here. Going to sit over here in this Mushroom, try and heal back up. Going to be fine for now. Maldiva now back at full health, but he's so low on mana. This is, like you were saying, this is when he needs to be tapping. Casca now in that Sheep. And yeah, it's definitely, it's hard to call at this point. The dampening is now starting to set in, so we'll have to see where this goes. Yun taking a bunch of damage once again here.
I think that was a meta reflect on the Deep Freeze right there to Yun, which is really unfortunate. Yun down to half right now. Double Trinket up, though, but he's having to play defensive behind the pillar as that Mushroom is popped back. No, actually, he's going to hold on to it. That was really good because he knows that his team was playing defensive. There we go. Now we see the gateway swap. Choosing to, Coding's doing a great job. Let's see if he decides to change pillars.
Oh, look at this damage on Dorothy, though, into the Deep Freeze. He's in some trouble here. Yun trying to finish him off. Yun pulled back, though. Maybe a bit of a miscommunication there. You know, Yun was trying to pull back and stop Maldiva from Furious Druid, but Yun wanted to go for the kill, even using his trinket in the offensive barrage there. Casca, though, has the Spear Augure's Grace active, uses the Unleash, keeps his teammate alive.
Coding playing max range, but also gets caught into the Wyvern. Full Wyvern right there. The trap is going to follow it up. It might not eaten. That was close, though. He almost got it. Having to trinket, too. That was a big play.
Yeah, for sure. These teams are both just going at it like crazy at the moment. Just so much back and forth action. It's actually kind of hard to keep track of all of it. Dorothy now in that Stormbolt, silence on the Casca, does fall off. Ring onto Maldiva, so interesting that that's who ended up in that. This is, they've been trying to kill him the entire time here. Trinket now down for Casca as well. Both Casca and Coding do not have their trinkets. Dorothy sitting through that polymorph. He's going to be okay for now. And things are just starting to ramp up again at this point.
And so now that we're at 10% dampening, we'll have to see if Coding can keep his team up. Casca's really low on mana right now, but as Coding is also. But look, he still has the time to dispel those dots.
Yep, definitely does, and it's important that he does take the time to do that. Casca, though, you know, no trinket critically, and now there's the Deep Freeze. The trinket howl comes out from Maldiva trying to stop that CC chain, but the Sheep does land. This could be huge. Maldiva in a lot of trouble. Once again, he needs to get out of there. The Reckless has been popped. We see Yun trying to get back to him. Will he be able to get over? No, he's going to swap to Dorothy instead. A re-Sheep onto Casca. Now the clone comes out. Stormbolt over onto Dorothy. Reckless is up. He may go down here. 100k, this could be the series. The Deterrence comes in just in time. A re-clone comes out a split second too late as the Link does land, but they're all under pressure. Maldiva's moved back into the middle of the map, and now is the target. He's in trouble. He still hasn't been able to find the time to tap back up. He's at half HP. Casca trying to top him back off. There's the scatter trap on a Coding. Casca into the Deep Freeze. Do they have the CC? No, they do not. The orb is out from Yun. Look at Yun, though. He bumps his wall at 90k. Will he be able to stay up? Maldiva down to 200k. He's trying to stay alive. They pulled off the pillar with the gateway. They moved to the wrong pillar, and now he's going to have to try to walk across the map to get there. Clone over onto Casca. Maldiva down so low. He has no mana. He has the heals active, but the MCS onto Casca. 250k on Maldiva. They're going to kill off the healing stream. They're going to pull back for now. The swap comes in onto Dorothy. Do they have a stun available? Not just yet. The scatter trap onto Coding. No, it's going to be the frost trap instead. Yun getting pressured hard, but this WMD so close to victory there.
Yeah, Maldiva barely sneaking out those empowered dots right there. You know, able to put some pressure out, but look at Dorothy taking so much damage with the MCS onto Casca. Dorothy's so low right now. Can't believe we lived through that with the Feign right there. Wow.
Yeah, the Sheep comes out. He's going to be having to trigger that immediately. Dorothy with no more defensive cooldowns. The Roar comes in on Casca. I think this is going to be the game. Shockwave comes in, full clone. Dorothy at 100k. Will he be able to survive? He does get out of there. He's running for his life. If they can connect to him, it's going to be the end. It's 70k. A re-Sheep comes out on Casca, 17. He's dying to the bleeds. Yun forced into the block, though. He's trying to get there. The MCS comes out. There's the charge. That's it. Pushpush does it. 3-1. The Koreans knock out Death Innovators. You can see the smiles on their faces. They're happy. They know that they are moving on.
I was so surprised that Yun and Yun were able to stay connected on to Dorothy during that match right at the end. You saw the disengage from behind the pillar. He even hit his first aid. You know, they're just doing everything that he can do to live.
Yeah, definitely a very, very impressive match from Push Push there. A very well-deserved victory for them. They played that incredibly well. Death Innovators just not able to keep themselves alive through that just relentless pressure coming out of that WMD.
Yeah, and I mean, just so impressive how well coordinated this team is. You basically never see overlap from them. The only overlaps we're seeing are intentional overlaps. Things like the sheep and the intimidating shout, knowing that he doesn't have the tremor available because he's stuck in the sheep. They're forcing out trinkets from Dorothy, or forcing out trinkets from Maldiva, using that intimidating shout. Whereas so many teams, would just use it as an interrupt. They just throw it out. It gets tremored. It gets wasted. And, nothing is wasted. Nothing is overlooked here. Everything is being perfectly chained. There's no overlap, and they're just playing amazingly well. We do have a replay to see the final moments of this series, but Push Push, they do take it 3-1 over Death Innovators. That means their second team eliminated.
Yeah, and this was just incredible, just how much Dorothy was able to, how long Dorothy was able to stay alive here, but Casca was just not allowed whatsoever to come over here and heal him up. He's stuck in the clone, stuck in the sheep. Dorothy's still stuck behind there. Even the brain freeze Frostfire Bolt hitting him, just not able to stay alive. Casca just stuck out of line of sight of him the entire time. Very, very difficult situation to ever recover from. Certainly no surprise.
Oh, that was such an exciting match.
Yeah, I mean, Dorothy did a great job kiting at the end, honestly, but Living Bomb was up on him, the Warrior Bleeds were up on him, and it was just too much at the end. Casca, just getting CC changed so well. They were able to chase him down. They sensed they had the kill. They went for it, and they are able to secure victory.
Yep, so we do have Zoe over on stage with our winners for the interview.
Thank you, guys. And I do now have the captain from Push Push here. So once more, please, a big round of applause for the winners. That was insane. That was such a big back and forth. Such a pleasure to watch you guys playing. Now, I actually want to know some stuff about the upcoming match you guys have, because you will be playing against Playing with Fire. That is a god comp, and your comp should actually work really, really well against him. Do you guys feel like you're gonna outdraft almost? Do you think the comp is going to make you win the next few games and you're going to end up in the finals due to that?
먼저 우승 축하드리고요. 그리고 다음 경기 상대인 Playing with Fire가 지금 조합이 저희 푸시푸시 선수들이 들고 온 조합이랑 볼 때 더 약한 조합인가 아니면 강한 조합이지. 그래서 지금 가지고 있는 조합이 유일한 전사가 있는 조합이잖아요. 그 조합으로 우승까지 할 수 있는지 궁금해서 물어봅니다.
일단 화암드랑 전법드는 거의 그냥 잘하는 쪽이 이기는 것 같고요. 그리고 아마 일단 흑냥술 첫 경기가 원래 예상은 조욱술 이기고 하려고 했는데 흑냥술 이겨서 아마 저희가 열심히만 한다면 우승도 충분히 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
He believes the same classes that they have against all the opponents, it depends on who is more skilled. It more depends on the HLS will determine who's going to win the tournament.
All right, so one last question for you guys. How did you prepare leading up to BlizzCon? How much hours did you actually put into that?
블리즈콘을 오기 위해서 얼마만큼 준비를 했고 몇 시간 연습을 했는지 궁금하십니다.
블리즈컨 일단 한국 예선을 한다고 하기 한 일주일 전이니까 2달? 3달 정도 연습했고요. 그 다음에 거의 하루에 한 2-3시간 정도로 연습했습니다.
Starting from the BlizzCon qualifiers, they started around 2 months ago. And every day they practice around 2 to 3 hours.
All right, it really seems to pay off. You guys played absolutely amazing and can't wait to have you guys here back on stage in just a bit. But before that, of course, we have one more match to go and also one more break to go. And then we will be right back with the next one.
You'll often see players focusing their attacks into one member of an enemy team, only to change their target to a different player as soon as the enemy team uses defensive cooldowns to keep the first target alive. This strategy is called swapping and is often the key to landing a kill in an arena. If multiple cooldowns are used to keep one player alive, they won't be available for their teammate, making them a much easier target. For more examples of team compositions and strategies, visit worldofwarcraft.com and navigate over to the Arena forums.
All right, and we are back again, this time for real. We have a great match coming up, and I see you guys are also sticking with us, which is great. So we are, without any further ado, always gonna get the players on stage. So please give a big round of applause for Penny for your thoughts. And those guys will be going up against the 3 amigos. So both of you have been playing already during the regionals against each other, and it didn't go too well for you guys. You actually lost. What do you think is going to make the difference this time around?
We're just going to play better. Well, I don't think we played as good at regionals as we could have. We're just going to play our best and take home the win.
Well, that's the best one can do. So you guys already played against them and already won against them. Do you think you can repeat that?
Absolutely.
Just that. All right. Let's keep it simple and short. Those are great answers. And I don't want to hold you off for much longer, so I'll let you get back. Thanks a lot for joining me here, and I can't wait to meet one of you guys again here on stage after the match is done. So for now, we're going to head over to our casters.
Thanks, Zoe. Welcome back, guys. We are ready for the next match. This is going to be a huge one. Only one semifinal spot available. We already have 2 European teams awaiting in the semifinals. Yep. Now 2 North American teams going to do battle for 1 spot. So we know it's going to be 2 Europeans, 1 North American, then 1 more additional spot up for grabs. So, you know, a lot on the line here for these teams. And, you know, that's going to mean we've already had 1 North American team knocked out. So only 1 is going to be remaining in the tournament after this.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a rivalry match as well. These guys have been playing against each other for years at this point. So it's going to be, obviously they both really want to win because, you know, there's a lot of money on the line. There's the prestige. There's the whole, you know, BlizzCon thing going on. Yeah. But also it's sort of like they need to be able to show their, almost like show their dominance over the other team at this point.
It's true. I mean, especially with a team that has faced off against each other so many times. I know these guys, you know, when you look online and you watch what kind of teams are queuing and stuff, we see a lot of cross-team queuing earlier on in the season. But then when it gets towards the end and you're starting to practice for things like this, it's serious.
Yeah, I mean, practice partners can become a real concern with some of these teams because so many of the top teams have these rivalries and stuff, and people be friendly enough, you know, during everyday games and stuff, and they'll mix and match teams, play together. But as you said, when it comes down to, you know, the really serious games, it's one of those things where all of a sudden sometimes no one wants to show up to play you guys anymore. Teams will leave games on ladder sometimes, even things like that, to avoid giving each other practice, and you know, it's one of those things that you can actually be a big advantage.
It really can, especially where these teams are putting in so many hours of practice. And we talk about how the teams always hide their secrets. You know, they keep their strategies. Maybe in the practice they'll throw games. You know, they'll do strats that they would never do, like train the healer when they know that it's basically impossible. You know, just to kind of throw the other team off.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you always want to try your best in the war games to get the most out of the practice, but you don't always want to use the right strategy. But here now on your screen we have Penny for Your Thought. It's gonna be their first game on the BlizzCon stage. Let's get a hand of applause for Thuganomics. He's gonna be playing the Warlock Sharpstorm on the Monk, and it's gonna be Novos playing the Elemental Shaman.
Yeah, and like we said, these guys have been playing for ages. Last year they were here at BlizzCon. Well, Thuganomics and Novos were. They were playing with a different Monk last year, but now Sharpstorm is here. He's been healing for ages. He obviously was very well known on his Shaman, now playing the Mistweaver, and just they've been playing fantastically so far. But they have a very tough battle ahead of them here. Obviously they did well against them in the past, but this is the 3 amigos. They've been playing incredibly well. We saw them play earlier, that 3-1 victory. That's going to be snubbed Snuts on the Warlock. That's going to be Sea-Doo on the Shaman and Venruki on the Mage.
Yeah, and the big question to me is, after for lack of a word, the beating that they got at regionals, do they actually dare to play the same comp into them? Novos can play a mage, Thuganomics can play Destro, at the highest level. We've seen Sharpstorm bust out the Shaman, didn't work out so well for him against Skill-Capped EU, but do we see them actually mix it up? Do we see them play MLS? Do they dare go for that mirror? Do we see them play the double Shaman comp even?
I would love to see the MLS mirror out of them. I mean, it's a toss-up. You really got to depend on your healer to know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They had some rough times with that double Shaman. Some of the matches were so fast that I walked out of the room in that studio just for a second and came back and they were packing up and I was like, what just happened?
Yeah, I mean, all three of their losses actually in the double Shaman game, there was some serious misusage of cooldowns. It basically just got killed in the first 10, 15 seconds of 3 of the games. One of them did go to dampening on Blade's Edge, and they did win that game. But we'll see if they're going to come out with anything different or if they're just going to be confident to go in with the same comp and play better. Nova's talking, had a lot of confidence in that pregame, and it looks like they are going to be sticking with the same comp. So, not just empty words. Definitely feels like they just need to play better, and they can win this series.
Yeah, they sounded really confident going in. These teams have so much practice against each other at this point that they know what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. This match is starting up right now. Penny for Your Thought versus Three Amigos will be getting underway here very, very shortly. This first match in what is sure to be an awesome series. I cannot wait for this match. This is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. Of course, Penny for Your Thoughts is going to be on your left with Three Amigos on your right. And just out of the gates from the Grand Arena, there's going to be so much counter CC, so much layered CC on both ends. Watch for the Lava Burst from Novos. That has a very distinct sound, so listen for that when he's starting to put the pressure on.
Yeah, definitely something you got to watch out for. Novos, pushing forward. Both Warlocks going to be able to get those gateways down. We'll see who's going to be the ones to get aggressive first. Sharpstorm's really going to have to play well. He's going to have to try to avoid that CC as much as humanly possible if they want to have a chance in this series.
Yeah, for sure. One of the awesome things on the new UI, of course, is that you can see the number of stacks that Sharpstorm has of his Mana-Tea. He's already up to 8 stacks, just building those as much as he possibly can. Those are coming in extremely handy a little bit later on. There's a nice silence on a Novos with that double Howl of Terror in there. Sharpstorm is going to get broken out of that right away. He does Dispel and gets that silence on him as well. Starting to put on the pressure, though. Venruki taking a little bit of damage. Snuts taking a little bit as well. There's the Hex onto Sea-Doo, will get removed. And just trying to do as much as they can. Just sort of poking at the moment, but looking for a good opportunity to move in for a kill.
Yep, definitely going to be looking for that. We see Noah's pushing forward. The ramp piece was used there onto Thuganomics, I do believe, and as he was running forward, Thuganomics going to be re-sheeped up now. Snuts taking a little bit of damage, going to get feared up as he does pop the Demon Soul. Sea-Doo did dispel off the dots, but a little bit too early to catch that fear as well. And we can see, Snuts being pressured relatively hard. Sea-Doo taking a fair bit of damage himself, down to about half HP there. Venruki and Snuts both caught in the Howl by Thuganomics. Nicely played by them. And Penny for Your Thought, out to an early start, getting a lot of pressure going.
Yeah, Sea-Doo already slipping behind health-wise as we see the dots are going to be coming out from Snuts right now. Venruki taking a little damage too. Thuganomics is so confident that he's just posting up in the center of the arena and just casting.
Yeah, for sure. And I think he's probably okay for that right now. Like, he is going to take a bunch of damage in the process, but I feel like their kill target is going to be Novos. He's just a little bit squishier, a little bit easier to kill. So Novos, as you can see here, is just hiding behind this pillar, trying to be as careful as he possibly can, while Thuganomics is free to sort of run around in the middle, doing as much damage as he possibly can, just trying to keep those dots rolling as much as possible.
Yeah, there's a Shadow Fury going to connect on Sharpstorm. He's going to get feared up. They see the Life Cocoon comes out immediately in that Shadow Fury, knowing the damage will be crashing in on Novos, and Novos going to try to hold his cooldowns. As a result, going to be able to do it nicely coordinated there by Sharpstorm and Novos, not overlapping anything. Venruki being pushed back here a little bit as well, down to half HP. Shadow Fury connects on 2, Hex onto Sea-Doo. This could be the first block. No, Sea-Doo going to dispel that off, and the Shaman Rage did actually have to come out there from Novos. Nature's Guardian proccing as well. They're trying to kill off the Water Rally, should be able to do it. It does fall, but Three Amigos get out of that, very low, but not having to blow the cooldowns.
Yeah, and their trinkets are now coming off the cooldown as well. Three Amigos having all 3 trinkets available to match up with Penny for Your Thoughts 3 trinkets. So we're going to have to see how this continues to go from here. Sharpstorm getting a little bit of a drink in there of his Mana-Tea, just trying to keep his mana going as much as possible, but he does like to stack those up. Oh, Novo's taking a whole bunch of damage, dipping pretty low there for a second. Does look like he's going to be okay, but that was a scary moment. And now Three Amigos at super low health as well. Venruki dipping really, really low. Does have to block, actually, trying to get that polymorph out. Don't know that he was actually able to land that. Sea-Doo now dipping low. Snuts in the silence, gonna have to try and they're gonna have to try and stabilize here. Three Amigos is starting to fall behind. Sea-Doo is more than capable. He actually pops that sentence there to try and top everybody off, and that should help him.
And Nova's actually in a lot of trouble here. He doesn't have the Shaman Rage available for 10 seconds. He's gonna be taking so much damage there. Their fear comes in onto Sharpstorm. He's sitting through that. Novos feels he can survive for now. The will gonna be used by Sharpstorm though. Then Ruki's still dangerously low. Sea-Doo did fake the CS a little bit ago, so he is gonna be able to have a bit more time to cast. Shaman Rage now available once again for Novos, and they are just really pumping out the pressure. All the credit has to go to Novos and Thuganomics, really just putting out so much damage in this match so far, looking like a much stronger team than what we saw at the regional tournament.
Yeah, they really are. It's a night and day difference for most of these matches that we've seen from them so far this whole tournament. Sea-Doo down to half right now, trying to top himself back up with those efficient healing waves, as both Venruki and Snuts sitting at about 75%, as Sea-Doo is just chain dispelling those UAs.
Yeah, and we've seen every single match that Sea-Doo ever plays in. He's very comfortable with his players being at kind of low health, especially relatively early on, because he's usually able to find some way to keep them alive if they do start taking a whole lot of damage, and actually predict that damage coming in and top them off ahead of time. So it's not as scary, I think, for Three Amigos to be low like this, but it is still potentially meaning that Sea-Doo has to sort of scramble a little bit to keep them alive.
Yeah, I mean, they did get the Life Coon out there from Sharpstorm once again, preemptively doing that, seeing the Deep Freeze was going to come in. And yeah, Sea-Doo, definitely known as a greedy player, likes to hold on to those cooldowns as long as possible, but more often than not he gets away with it, and it really can pay off in these long games. His team will be sitting low, but the fact is he has the mana and he has the cooldowns to top them up when he needs to use them.
Yeah, like you can see there, sitting at half health, he's going to cast a healing wave. He's not worried about it. He's okay with the less healing. Thuganomics now actually taking a bunch of damage out here. He's going to actually run over into those orbs. That's one of the nice benefits of having a monk, is even when he's CC'd, there's all those little orbs sitting around that you can run around and pick up. It's especially handy as dampening starts to set in.
Yeah,
just now
on a Sharpstorm. Deep Freeze comes in on Novos. Immediate Shaman Rage is used. Haunt, full dots up. MCS onto Novos now. Sharpstorm, is the CC going to follow it up? Yes, the fear does come in. Doesn't want to trigger this. It's going to be tremored late by Novos. We do see the Spirit's Grace not going to be popped. He actually did have the Nature's Guardian proccing there as well. So, a number of defenses are used, but those aren't really the big deal ones. Sharpstorm has his trinket, has his will. Novos has his trinket, and those are the important things.
Yeah, for sure. The one nice thing to note there, they are trying to stay by that pillar, which is where Sharpstorm has his Transcendence transfer available to, which will be super handy if they can get out on the silence. Ooh, that's actually dipping really low there on Sea-Doo for a second. There was a silence on Snuts as well. Sea-Doo now actually having to switch over to Healing Surge, and he's going to take that gateway to get across to the other side and try to keep Snuts alive as well.
Yeah, Novos does have the Ascendance active. He's trying to finish this team off. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. A massive heal comes out from Sharpstorm there, topping off his teammate, allowing him to stay aggressive. But the will was used by Sharpstorm, so that's going to be the shared cooldown with the trinket. If they could get some CC out on it, so they could start to turn this around. 15 seconds now on the Shaman Rage from Novos, but Venruki low. Sea-Doo going to Battle Master, feeling the pressure a little bit here, getting quite low himself. Snuts sitting at half, and Thuganomics has just been doing a fantastic job keeping the dot spread. Novos doing a great job as well, keeping those flame shocks up on everyone. Snuts still sitting about 1/3 HP right now. Venruki going to get topped off. Sea-Doo pops the Unleash. Will be able to top his whole team back off now. Three Amigos start to stabilize. There's the Deep Freeze on Novos. Lots of trouble on him. That shared cooldown on the trinket's still there. The late Tremor does come in. Life Cocoon comes out as well, but Shaman Rage, Life Cocoon, both used. Sharpstorm with his trinket available now, and Venruki taking a lot of pressure. Sea-Doo needs to get dispelled out of this hex. He's not being dispelled out by Venruki just yet. Sea-Doo was caught with the UA dispel before that, but they are going to be okay. The Halotary now comes out on Venruki. He's pushed into a bad spot. If they can get anything onto him, they will probably force the block, and I think that may be the case, but he blinks right back to Sea-Doo. The Ring of Peace comes out. They're trying to get aggressive with this. Everyone's sitting very low. Sea-Doo may need to start working through some of these cooldowns here. We'll see how he's going to handle this pressure.
Oh, Snuts taking a lot of damage in the center. Does not get hit by that Shadow Fury, which hit both Sea-Doo and Venruki, as Nature's Guardian procs yet again. Haunt up on Sea-Doo. That might be their kill target right now.
Yeah, they're definitely making it very, very scary for Sea-Doo, trying to keep everybody alive. Snuts dipping low, Sea-Doo dipping low, Venruki dipping low as well, just doing everything they can, swapping that damage around constantly. Venruki actually getting very dangerously low there for a second. Does hold on to, I believe he does still have
Look at
his
Novos though, down to about 150k. Sharpstorm into the Sheep. Can they follow that up? Shaman Rage out once again. They need to be working through these cooldowns. They just seem to be having a tough time getting the follow-up CC. Thuganomics and Novos are doing a great job denying those follow-ups.
Yeah, as you see the team of Penny for Your Thoughts playing very defensive right now, choosing to switch pillars actually. Look at this. And they're waiting a really long time, which is going to give Sea-Doo time to dispel his team, to use efficient heals. They're just not putting the pressure out again.
Yeah, but we will see Shadow Fury in on to Sharpstorm. Nova's in a lot of trouble here. He may just go down. They're holding on to the cooldowns. He's down to 60k. So dangerously low there. Nature's Guardian comes out, but neither Sharpstorm nor Novos do Trinket. A little bit greedy. It's going to pay off, though, as they do stay alive. We do see the defuse coming out there from Sharpstorm. I think it may have actually been an offensive defuse, putting the dots back on the opposing team. Sea-Doo catching another UA dispel down to half. Snuts below half as HP as well. And the dampening really stacking up 20% HP now. You can see this Block Shaman Monk team is really on their A game. And we're going to see Ascendance coming out from Sea-Doo. He needs that AoE healing. He's trying to top his team all the way back off, dispelling those dots off constantly, doing a good job of it so far. But they need to get aggressive. Sharpstorm is not having to use his defensives nearly fast enough.
Yeah, and Sharpstorm also sitting with 9 stacks of Mana Tea as well, so the possibility of him going out of mana anytime soon is not really likely. He actually gets a quick sip in there of a couple of those stacks. He's doing super well on mana, so the mana game of dampening is probably not likely to be a good way for Three Amigos to try to win. They need to make something super heavy happen in terms of damage very, very soon here.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of players do talk about the strengths of those monks in dampening. Their healing output is just massive, and I agree. It could be bad for Three Amigos going forward if the game continues this way. But Sea-Doo drops the Mana Tide. He's using those efficient heals, constantly dispelling off the dots. We just see the MCS out on Novos. They're trying to put some damage onto him, but they need the CC over onto Sharpstorm to make things happen, and Sharpstorm is just not letting them get it. I mean, Nimble on cooldown, but he still has Trinket and Will, and Snuts is taking a load of damage right now. It's going to be dispelled off by Sea-Doo, but now VanRookie dipping low, down below half. Snuts sitting at about 2/3. Sea-Doo at half HP, and everyone on Penny for Your Thought is sitting pretty. They're basically at full 10 stacks of Mana Tea on Sharpstorm. Sea-Doo doing well on mana, so it's not really a big issue just yet, but we need to see that CC coming out. We need to see the pressure being ramped up here by Three Amigos if they want to get a win, because right now I feel like Penny for Your Thought is the one controlling the game.
Yeah, Three Amigos historically in this tournament has had a lot of success when they push up as a team using the gateway offensively, but they haven't been doing it this round very much.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of scary to do that when you're all sitting at about half health. We talk about how Sea-Doo is comfortable with having his team at half health, but you really still can't go on the offensive with that. Thuganomics actually taking a bunch of damage there in the silence, gets the life cocoon as well as that dark regen. Still super low. Whoa! Thuganomics goes down out of nowhere.
Wow, so much damage coming in on Thuganomics there, and just, I mean, wow, what a burst on him. And that's one of the things that, Warlocks are such a tough target to kill throughout the game because of their strong self-healing. But as you get deep into dampening, the self-healing really starts to taper off. It stops being nearly as effective. And deeper you get into dampening, the more effective of a target that Warlock becomes. And, they are taking a look at something. I'm not sure exactly what they're looking at now, but, it becomes a better and better target. And I think it seems like maybe just a little bit of they underestimated the damage coming in. I mean, there is no Shaman Rage, there's no Nature's Guardian to kind of have that little buffer.
Yeah, I wonder if they're as confused as we are in terms of how exactly that much damage went out in a big hurry. They're looking at combat logs or something. We do have a replay, so that maybe we can take a look at that and see what happened here.
All right, so you can see, Three Amigos pretty low here, but they are going to look for the turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, look, Thug's at full right now with a Trinket up. I mean, he has everything available for him. It's just tons of damage comes out all of a sudden. If you watch VanRookie's buffs, he starts to get, the offensive pressure that he needs through his Trinket proc and stuff like that. But then there's a silence on top with the cocoon, and the cocoon fades and he just dies. I mean, the damage was crazy.
Yeah, they broke that life cocoon almost instantaneously. So Three Amigos in it to win it. There you go. So, shout out to that guy and the guy with the Murloc hat. Pretty awesome. But lots of awesome people here in the crowd today. It's been fun, getting to see all the fans out here and having a little chance to talk to some of them. Lots of really nice people at BlizzCon. I'm always impressed by, how many passionate fans are coming out to these events.
Yeah, so when they're very, very disappointed that Thuganomics is actually playing Affliction right now instead of Destro. He's sort of known for playing Destro, even in the face of...
Sort of known.
Well, okay, so he's definitely known for playing Destro in the face of everyone saying, well, Affliction is better, Affliction is better, Affliction is better. Thuganomics made a name for himself playing Destro in the face of all that. It's very interesting that he's chosen to play Affliction in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things with Destro is, it gets kind of weaker the better players you're playing against, because it's so much about getting off these big combos. And when teams panic and they rotate their cooldowns inefficiently, they're like, oh god, it's Chaos Bolt. 2 people trinket, 2 people use their healing cooldowns, that kind of stuff.
Sure.
That's when it really starts to shine. Or they underestimate it, they let the Chaos Bolts go off, and you can just get absolutely erased. But teams like at this caliber, they have it planned out exactly what order they're using the cooldown. So, the first Chaos Bolt being cast is going to be Snuts using his Unbound and CSing. The second one is going to be the person trinketing. The third one's going to be C doing trinketing and shocking. So it's like they have it all completely mapped out. So if you don't mess that up, it's so hard to ever get that Chaos Bolt off, and that's why the better the player is that you're fighting against, the worse Destro gets.
Right, definitely, and especially on a stage like this. I mean, watch Sea-Doo play throughout this whole thing. Even the threat of just the slot machine of Lava Burst coming out with chain procs, he's still letting his team sit dangerously low, but he's extremely confident that his team knows what to do in those situations.
Absolutely. So this game is going to get started here in just a second as the countdown goes down here. 3 Amigos up 1-0 versus Penny for Your Thought. We are on Tolvaron Arena. That is Penny for Your Thought's pick. So we're going to see if they can turn it around here, or 3 Amigos can claim their second win.
Yeah. All right. So right out of the gate, Venruki is going to try to get something set up with that Invis, looking to try to start some early pressure, maybe some early CC to toss some damage out and assist Snuts.
Yeah, and we need to see more of the kind of play that we saw at Thugonomics last game. He really had great pressure on the other team the whole way through, and Novos and Thugonomics are going to need that level of pressure if they want to be able to get a win here. Venruki kind of messing around a little bit with the back pedal in the middle, seeing he couldn't do anything with the Invis, so a little bit of fan service there maybe, but going to be looking to set things up. You can see he's just trying to build up those icicles right now. He's not actually going to use an Ice Lance to release them, so he's just putting up the living bombs, waiting for those Brain Freeze procs, and building up fingers with that. So now 3 Brain Freezes in a row, that's 3 icicles without actually having to do any hard casts yet. Now that's 4 icicles just from the Brain Freezes, and he's going to be looking for the setup.
Yeah, and being able to get those icicles on Tolvaron is actually kind of a big deal, because you have to expose yourself so much to be able to get those. So a little bit of a ballsy maneuver there from Venruki, but he was able to get those icicles built up and ready for that burst, as Penny for Your Thought now is looking to maybe move in here and try and make something happen.
Yep, they definitely are going to be looking for that. Venruki sitting with 5 icicles once again, and this is the time that they want to get that CC. Will they gate in aggressively? That's a question on everyone's mind, I think. As we do see the dots being spread back and forth, Thugonomics and Snuts kind of trading blows here. Venruki still with the 5 icicles, is going to get hexed up, moving back towards Sea-Doo for that decurse, but Dispel's on cooldown right now for Sea-Doo, so he's going to have to sit through it. Now looking for the poly. He's going to be able to fake the shear. I think he gets locked out by Thugonomics after that, though. Now going to go aggressive, perhaps, as he is once again looking for the poly. Just happy to kind of just bide his time. Now the MCS comes out, and he is going to be the Icy Veins on it. Novos, big damage coming out. He's going to have to, oh wow, nice dispel by Sharpstorm actually, but still, the Alter Time is actually just procking him down so low. Sean Rage has to come out anyway, even though the Deep Freeze got dispelled. So, a little bit of a mess up on the cross CC, or that could have been a trinket coming out from Penny for Your Thought.
Penny for Your Thoughts used a lot of cooldowns in that too, and didn't do much. And of course, now they're putting the pressure out, even without cooldowns up. We did see the Ascendance and the Stormlash from Novos.
Yeah, Sea-Doo now having to take a little bit of a break here to top his team back off, but that's fine. They had a nice little push there. They did pull all those cooldowns like you guys were saying. Even Nature's Guardian proccing there on Novos in that last little engage.
Oh, here goes Venruki.
Here they go.
He's going to gate in, and he does have 5 icicles as well, so they really want to get aggressive. They want to get back onto Novos before he actually gets Sean Rage back up, but Novos and Sharpstorm kiting away, just using that kind of aggression against them. They know what the plan is here, and they're just trying to hold on to it. I mean, last game, their coordination was so good defensively. They didn't really have to blow anything until late in the game, and then it was kind of too little too late, but still 3 Amigos really struggling to get the CC on a Sharpstorm, and he sits down for a drink. He's going to be standing back up at full mana.
Absolutely, and that also allows him to keep all of those Mana Tea stacks, which will come in handy if he needs to take a quick sip later on. Snuts actually summoning a Fell Hunter, probably going to go for that double interrupt to see if they can set something up here very shortly, and see what he can do.
And that's a smart play. Like, he's going to push up with that. There we go. Now we see the offensive gate as immediately Snuts is thrown back by that Thunderstorm.
And there was the Shadow Fear on a Sharpstorm, but just no follow-up once again. But the triple Howl comes in, that's big. It will force out the Tremor, so not too much there from Snuts, but still, if we can get another Howl up as soon as that cooldown's off, there won't be the Tremor available. Now the Sheep comes in from Venruki. There's the Deep Freeze, immediate Sean Rage used by Novos. Can they get the follow-up Sheep? It looks like they can. Do they have anything after this? Not just yet. Now the Fear comes in from Snuts. Will this be a Nimble or a Will? Doesn't look like it. Sharpstorm wants to sit through it. Now the follow-up Sheep does come out. We see a Hex coming out as well. Novos, though, with the Sean Rage up, is going to be just fine. And, you know, we see the Aura Mastery being popped there by Sharpstorm, dispelling off the dots. Now going to drop the Ring of Peace here onto Venruki, trying to shut him down and turn around the damage as Sea-Doo is into the Howl of Terror. Going to have to drop the Tremor. Will be MCS on that by Thuganomics, who has the Demon Soul active and wants to turn up the heat.
And Venruki taking a lot of damage right now from Novos, who did have to Trinket earlier, so he's not going to have that available. Wow, Venruki with the defensive gateway, first one we've seen out of this series so far. So you know it's serious defensive-wise when they're going to do this. Sea-Doo, absolutely perfect mana situation for him.
Yeah, and I think it's good for him to port out of there instead of like potentially having to use the ice block. I do like that maneuver. This is a game that could go actually very deep into dampening like we saw the last one, so it's good to not blow everything too early. Try and be defensive. There is actually a Life Cocoon now on Novos, which was another one that was done at a really, really high health. Actually waiting until the end of it to pop that Deep Freeze and put a little bit of damage into Novos, maybe not waiting quite long enough to actually do it, so he did still have a good number of that, or a good amount of that Life Cocoon available towards the end of it, but he is actually taking a bunch of damage in here as the Ring of Peace comes out to try and slow it down.
I really liked that Novos identified that Venruki did blink in, and that was the great time for him to hex Sea-Doo because there was no Dispel available.
Novos trying to get aggressive here, though. Does pop the Ascendance, has the Trinket active as well. Going to be getting feared up on it, though. Really struggling to get the damage out that he wants with his cooldowns, and it does expire. Shadow Fury comes in. It's going to connect on Sharpstorm. Do they have the CC on him? MCS Deep Freeze. Charm Rage goes up. There's the triple Howl. Not going to be able to tremor that. He doesn't have the cooldown. The Orb comes out. Novos has to gate out of there. Sharpstorm taking some damage. Does gate out as well.
Yeah, yes. It's good maneuver by Thuganomics in the middle of that to move that gateway so that the three Migos can't immediately follow back up with their own.
Yeah, but Snuts has replaced it, so they do have the gate stacked once again.
Yep. And just watch the gateways during this. Both Warlocks playing kind of mind games, especially where Penny for Your Thoughts has been using it entirely defensively, with three Migos choosing to use it offensively, which is where normally they pull the trinkets out of.
Yeah, and I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens if we do get late into the game, because although we felt that the pressure was heavily in the favor of Penny for Your Thought, they did lose in heavy dampening. So, you know, we'll see what they can get done this game. Venruki going to Trinket, but he gets incapped directly on that Trinket. Unfortunate for him, as his damage is mostly going to be wasted there. Nice play by Sharpstorm to set that up, and it's not even going to cost them a Charm Rage in this Deep Freeze. It's going to be back up for the next one. So that's definitely, you know, a win on the board for Penny for Your Thought as we start moving towards the dampening. Dots being spread around once again. Sea-Doo down to about half HP. Thuganomics wants to get the dots rolling on Snuts and Venruki, as Venruki's down dangerously low, down to 100k. Dips down to below 100k again. Sea-Doo really starting to struggle here. May have to blow some cooldowns. The pressure is massive, and the Shadow Fear connects. I feel like some cooldowns may have to come out, but they do get behind the pillar. There's the Ascendance NS. That's going to be enough to keep them safe.
Yep. Those are some big heals out of the Ascendance right there, but Snuts is still playing pretty aggressive right now, knowing that he isn't going to be the kill target, but look at how low he's getting already.
Yeah, Thuganomics actually getting caught in a Deep Freeze there for a second. Took a big chunk of damage, decided to use both his Dark Regen and his Trinket to get out of that in a hurry, so maybe a little bit of a panic move there.
Yeah, I think he just kind of got a little bit scared of what happened last game and pulling the trigger a little bit too early. If you're going to Trinket, you just have to Trinket port and you're 100% safe. So, you know, blowing both of those like that could be trouble for later in the game. Sharpstorm's getting hit with a lot of CC at this point, and three Amigos going on the offensive. We do see the Sheep over on Novos trying to shut down his damage, as they did have Thuganomics relatively low, but as the CC expired on Sharpstorm, the team's going to go back to full HP.
Yeah, and Sea-Doo once again sitting with his team at about 60 to 70% health on everybody. Venruki taking a little bit of damage here. That Tiger is out now. The Crackling Jade Lightning going as well. Thuganomics, though, Silence taking a bunch of damage into the Deep Freeze yet again. With the Orb coming out as well, there's going to be a ton of Ice Lances coming in, but Venruki having to Ice Block there to avoid dying himself.
Yeah, but look at how low he is still. The Incapacitate on top of it.
Nice Shadow Fear on Sea-Doo as well. Sea-Doo could be in some trouble. Snuts in some trouble. The heals come out from him. Dampening is pretty heavy here. Sea-Doo's going to have to blow some major cooldowns. Maybe the leg. Sea-Doo down. Oh, wow. Snuts was down dangerously low there. The triple Howl comes out. That's going to be tremored up, but still, they are under a lot of pressure. Can they start to turn it around? They need the CC out onto Sharpstorm. Will they be able to get it, though? As Sea-Doo still trying to pick his team back up. It looks like they are out of the woods for now, though. Sea-Doo back to the healing waves, feeling safe. You know, is just trying to be efficient once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Sharpstorm now dipping pretty low on mana. He does have 13 stacks of Mana Tea, but he does have to actually take time to drink those.
Yeah, Bargain came out there too. Snuts putting a lot of pressure out. He had double Trinket dots with the Dark Soul too, but Sharpstorm trying to clean his team of that. But look at all the damage Thug is taking as Life Cocoon gets tossed out right there.
And that was both Novos and Sharpstorm's Trinket. They were very scared for Thuganomics, and Thuganomics needs to have positioning. He needs to be near his portal, start using the gateway defensively, because he's just putting himself in way too bad of a position, and he's getting punished for it. He's having to blow these cooldowns because he doesn't have his port available defensively.
Yeah, absolutely. And since Three Amigos has been doing so much focus on Novos in the past, like this change to start focusing on Thugonomics a little bit more might be catching Penny for Your Thought off guard a little bit. Might mean that Thugonomics, like he just thinks he's safe out there because he hasn't been getting focused, and now Three Amigos is trying to make him pay for it. There's the silence coming onto Thugonomics again. Novos was feared there for a second. Deep Freeze is trinketed immediately by Thugonomics to avoid taking that damage.
Full sheep though on Sharpstorm. He's not out of the woods just yet. Yes, he has the heals up, but the gateways are stacked. Will they go and chase them? We'll see if they're going to. There's a resheep onto Sharpstorm. The coax comes out from Snuts as well. If they can follow this up, they may decide to chase. The Halitair comes out on Sharpstorm. That's going to have to be willed. We do see that Venruki is still chasing him down. I mean, that's pretty much all the cooldowns gone from Thug. He had to use the trinket. He had to use the heals as well. Sharpstorm going to get refeared up. This one's going to be tremored by Novos. So they have lived through this pressure, but you know, next time they go offensive, it could be trouble. But at the same time, Penny for Your Thought putting a lot of damage out on Three Amigos, and Seadu starting to feel the pressure of that. I mean, he's down low. Snuts is in a lot of trouble. The heals go up, but will it be enough? Snuts down is fully howled. Catches the big heal from Seadu, who has popped the Ascendance. He wants to pick his team back up and let them go offensive, try to get this kill.
Yeah, definitely. Seadu does still have his trinket as well, which is going to allow them to be a little bit more offensive, but still, that's a lot of damage coming out. Thugonomics taking a big hit.
Yeah, Thugonomics down to about half HP. Sharpstorm got a beautiful dispel off on the Deep Freeze, though. You know, they mistimed that cross CC the slightest bit, and that could have cost them their opportunity at a kill. We see the Diffuse coming out from Sharpstorm, just trying to put as much pressure on them as possible. Bringing PCUs offensively as well. Seadu gonna have the Nature's Guardian proccing. Venruki had to block in the midst of that. He's down low. He's gonna get in-capped out of the block by Sharpstorm. Nicely played by him. But Sharpstorm is low on mana. He has the T-stacks, but no time to use them. And Seadu, if he can keep them offensive, they could be going for something here. There's the Shadow Fury, full howl on Sharpstorm. He's gonna sit through. The Tremor comes out from Novos. Thugonomics sitting at about full HP now, actually does get topped back off, and Novos going for those lava bursts, looking to keep this pressure rolling.
Yeah, Sharpstorm dispelling right there, still sitting on 19 stacks, but he needs to find the time to use them. Nature's Guardian again proccing for Seadu because he's keeping himself so low.
Look at his mana, it just flies
a long channel.
He just used we got 200,000 mana back there, and I mean, you know, Snuts so low, has no mana. Nova's gonna trigger the Deep, doesn't feel comfortable to sit through it. Pops the Shaman Rage as well, so using both. Sharpstorm actually triggered there also, but look at how low they all are. Seadu, Venruki, Snuts are up against it. He's dropping the Ring of Frost defensively. Nice Shadow Fury catches all three. It's gonna take all three trinkets. Are you kidding me? The in-cap onto Seadu, full howl comes out. This could be it. I don't think Snuts can survive. Seadu's trying to keep them up, but will he be able to do it? The Chain Lightning's getting spammed out. They're being AoE'd down. They all gate out of there. Defensive Ring of Frost getting placed by Venruki. This will give them some time, but Seadu has the Battlemaster up. Snuts is so low, he can't afford to tap, and Seadu is struggling to top them back off. They need to get him top back off. They need to get him that mana back, but will they ever have the time? Seadu catches the Ueda spell. He's down about 20%. Snuts sitting low as well. CS lands onto Venruki there. Everyone on Penny for Your Thought is high on HP, but they did use their trinkets. They need to take advantage of this, but can they actually do it? Venruki gonna get hexed up. That will break to the dots. He's down to 200k. Snuts sitting low as well. Seadu catches a spell lock here from Thugonomics. It's just a blanket, so he can cast out of this, but will he be able to have the mana? Will he be able to have the time to keep his team alive? He dispels UA. They're both down to 100k. The full howl comes in. He may go down here, 90k HP, 70k HP on Seadu. He's trying to survive. The orb comes out. They're looking for the turnaround on Thugonomics. He's down to half, but Seadu is struggling. Venruki down to 80. They're all so low. Can they actually survive here? I don't think so. They're all sitting dangerously low. Sharpstorm does will. They're trying to stay alive. Snuts heals come up off cooldown. They're both using them. Thugonomics uses his as well. Nice Shadow Bear catches 3 from Thug. This could be the end. Snuts down to 60k. He's still alive. Are you kidding me? If they can turn this around, it would be huge. They need to get the CC onto Sharpstorm though, and Seadu is playing like a god.
Yeah, it is ridiculous that Three Amigos are still alive at this point. A lesser man would have let his team die at this point. Venruki at 1 hit point, and there it is. Wow. That's just too much constant pressure out of Penny for Your Thought. It just caught up to him.
Yeah, just, I mean, amazing play to stay alive at the end, but Penny for Your Thought, unrelenting, just keeping that pressure going the whole time. Thugonomics with some key Shadow Furies. You know, at one point, he had all 3 of the Shadow Fury, they all 3 trinketed it into a full howl, into the in-cap, and that is really where it spiraled out of control. You know, at that point in the game, you have to make those instant calls, you know, what you're gonna trinket, what you're gonna use it on, and I mean, all of them sitting very low. We can see Three Amigos here having a little team huddle. They're gonna talk it out, see what went wrong that game, what they feel they need to change. You know, but you know, you have to be feeling a little bit of pressure there. Lost the game in dampening. The previous one was looking really good for Penny for Your Thought as well, but it was kind of that surprise turnaround kill onto Thugonomics. So, you know, I'm thinking we're going to see a much more close quarters map. But before we get to that, we're going to be able to have the replay and listen in on the team in the final moments.
Kill it, please. Go. Killing streak. Look right.
You're good. And the sexy fat dude. He got fucking studs. Studs and bone. How? I'm rude. You're good. You're good.
Finish.
Finish. Chill. You're
Wow.
dude.
Very excited about that kill was Penny for Your Thought.
And rightfully so. I mean,
yeah.
If you lose that, if you're down 2-0, it's so hard to ever come back. I mean, you know, you almost never see the reverse sweep coming out. So, you know, if you lose that could be pretty much the end of your tournament. And now, you know, having it tied up 1-1, I love Pi too, man. You know, it's definitely anyone's game. And although, you know, Three Amigos is the ones with the map advantage, so that is gonna be key. We're seeing, you know, kind of a revitalized Penny for Your Thought here. They're looking so much stronger than they did in regionals. They're really, you know, pushing Three Amigos to the limit. In the first game, I feel like that game should have been theirs if they played it a little bit cleaner at the end. The second game was theirs, and now going into the third one,
It not
what
only
does
was
Three
there.
Amigos change?
I think it was theirs beginning to end.
Yeah.
Like it was just constant pressure. Even though the team, you know, might fare extremely well deep into dampening because of the healer, plus the amount of lava bursts that can just proc nonstop on him. But with Sea-Doo barely keeping his team alive when, you know, any other healer would have let them die at that point. That was crazy.
I have to give a nod to Venruki this game, though. Looking at the damage done, something I don't think I've ever seen in like a dampening game like this, the Mage is actually way higher than the Warlock. Snuts did about 17 million damage compared to almost 24 million from Venruki. Which is actually insane. Venruki actually outdamaged Thugonomics as well, and almost doubled the damage of Novos. So putting out a ridiculous amount of pressure, and that's just not something you really ever see. I mean, you see mages beat Warlocks on damage, but it's usually in the quick games. The orb comes out, all the cooldowns are up, and they're, you know, hitting everyone, and you can't compete with their damage on that kind of short term. But to be able to keep up that level of pressure throughout an entire long game is insane. You just don't see it.
Yeah, for sure. But that's also what sort of was leading into how Venruki was like going between almost dead and not quite almost dead for basically that entire match. Never really was ever topped off for more than a couple of seconds. So there is definitely a major risk there in trying to stick on that much to be able to put out that much damage. I believe the players are still deciding, Three Amigos are still deciding which map they actually want to play on here, which is an interesting choice for them to make at this point.
And I mean, they should take their time. This is not the time to rush into anything. You know, take your 5 minutes, take your time you have, make sure you're making the correct choice here. You don't want to have any regrets in a match like this. It's so important, especially, you know, this third game, giving someone that 2-1 lead really is such a momentum swing. So, you know, they've got to be sure they have everything sorted out. And, you know, looking at the damage again, you have to think that the interrupts from Penny for Your Thought were amazing in that game on Snuts, because there's really no other reason that he would be that far behind Venruki in damage. And, you know, Snuts is known for his offensive pressure. He's one of the very best in the game at doing it. But, you know, that game, Thugonomics did about 50% more damage than him.
Yeah, I think Sharpstorm was dispelling a lot more than the first game. Whether that was just whether he was given breathing room by his team just because they were playing so offensive. But it was just night and day difference in terms of dot coverage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is, though, obviously from Three Amigos, Venruki's going to be dispelling off those agonies constantly. Sea-Doo is spamming Dispel as well. So, you know, both sides, and I'm surprised to see that kind of a damage difference. It's just not something you ever really see, you know. But moving forward, you know, it is one game, and damage doesn't really matter. As we saw, you know, in some of the games from the WMD, you know, they had a couple games where they did, you know, a fraction of the damage to the other team because they were having to turtle out and play kind of differently. Same thing with the Windwalker Shadow Priest. I mean, the game that they won against Three Amigos, I think they did like almost 10% of the damage to the other team, but it's not always, you know, how much damage you do, it's when you deal the damage.
Yeah. Absolutely. So we will be getting this match started here in the very near future. Obviously, Three Amigos taking a good amount of time to make sure that they make the right map pick. They're talking over their strategy and everything, making sure that things are all set to go. And they do have the advantage, like we were talking about at the start of the day, the advantage that they did win on Nagrind, which means that now they only have to win on maps that they pick. So they can pick one that they're super comfortable with, one that they feel might disadvantage their opponents better, that will give them the advantage going into this next game. So it's definitely a good idea for them to sit here and think about this map for as long as they need.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think that map might be? Do you think we're looking at the smaller maps, you know, knowing that the strategy from Penny for Your Thought is definitely a very defensive one, kind of trying to turtle it out till dampening? Do you think we're going to see a Runes? Do you think we're going to see a Sewers? I mean, those are the two that stand out to me when you really want to kind of push the pace.
Well, the big thing for me with this map choice is, does it matter that much with these comps? Like,
I think it does.
I think
when
the map
team is playing that defensive. I mean, when they're trying to pull back, you know.
For sure. So we will be getting this match underway here very, very shortly. The teams are getting ready. The match is actually spinning up right now, so we should be able to get this started for you guys here very, very shortly.
Yep, and we are going on to Dalaran Sewers, which is, I think that's a good play. The knockbacks from Novos are going to play a little bit of role, but now that there's the back staircase behind the crates, it won't matter as much.
Especially, it's a double caster team getting knocked down. The positioning is really the key thing with it. It's not so much that you're stopping their damage; it's that you can put them in bad positions and cost them games. And we saw one game actually in the regional tournament where, or actually no, it was last weekend when Novos got knocked down out of position. He was able to be taken out in the total turnaround. So you do have to be careful about that positioning. But it is going to be 3 Amigos going up against Penny for Your Thought. It's game number 3. These two teams are tied. Let them hear it, guys. This is an important one.
All right, the match will be getting underway here very, very shortly here on beautiful and scenic Dalaran Sewers. It's exactly where I would like to spend my summer vacation. Here we go, 5 seconds to go. We'll be running out of the gate here very, very shortly. And this match is now underway.
So we are going to be following Venruki out of the start. He is going to start in Viz right now, trying to set a little bit up, looking for his targets. As you already can see, Penny for Your Thought posting up on the far pillar.
Yeah, Venruki actually moving around behind there, it looked like, trying to set something up. And there's the Shadow Fury, though, coming out.
Oh, that was a good setup.
Nicely timed out of that dematerialize. We do see the Howl coming out on Venruki. That's going to be triggered immediately by him, as Snuts was the one dispelled by Sea-Doo. Now the dots removed once again. We'll see if they can follow this up, and I'll be interested to see which Warlock is going to be the first to actually get that upper tier gateway. The Deep Freeze comes in on Novos. That's going to force out the Shaman Rage. We do see that Thugonomics actually used his will as well. Novos still under a lot of pressure, not being topped back up, but now the Aura Mastery comes in there from Sharpstorm. He's going to be able to top him right back off, and Novos starting to get a little bit aggressive. Going to be able to pop his racial trinket, actually. He wants to do some damage here. We'll see what the target is going to be.
Yeah, 3 Amigos already starting to get into that sort of like half health, hanging out at relatively low HP, where Sea-Doo should be mostly comfortable at this point. But those knockbacks, like we were talking about earlier, can cause something terrible to happen at the last second. So he's going to have to be a little bit more careful.
But I mean, how careful can you be when you already blew Ascendance and your team isn't even topped off? Snut's still sitting low. Sea-Doo does top himself back off, but this is some huge pressure. Snut's going to get CS there. The Ascendance does expire with both of his teammates down about 30-40% HP. So Sea-Doo, really is going to have to start burning through these cooldowns a lot faster. Snuts down dangerously low. He's down at 200k. Sea-Doo needs to get some work done here. He's going to dispel the UA off, but I mean, the pressure coming out from Penny for Your Thought is massive. But 3 Amigos, they want to stay aggressive. They want to just kind of dogpile on a Sharpstorm and try to get the CC, but it's not working. Sea-Doo actually hits the Nature's Guardian at 150k. The UA came up a split second too late, or he might have actually killed himself with that dispel. We do see the Snuts sitting about half HP. Venruki down 100k. That's going to be the first block, and no one is losing health on Penny for Your Thought. The pressure is completely one-sided. Venruki cancels the block. A nice end cap coming out from Sharpstorm immediately out of that is going to deny any forward pressure from 3 Amigos.
Yeah, Deep Freeze onto Sharpstorm, slowing him up there for just a second, but it does get the Life Cocoon out. So there's one cooldown used, but Life Cocoon has such a short actual cooldown that it almost doesn't really matter if they can't follow it up.
Yeah, and we do see Sea-Doo once again dispelling off that UA, down to half HP. He's going to be MCS'd off of that. It looks like Novos taking some pressure himself. He's down to half. We see that Snuts pulling back a little bit, going to reach off his port. Neither Warlock still has kind of moved their gateway up. I would like to see that, especially for 3 Amigos. If they want to play this aggressive, they can run forward, use the gate as a retreating mechanism. There's the Hex over onto Thugonomics. Deep Freeze on Novos. Big damage coming out. The trinket comes out from Sharpstorm. Shaman Rage as well. Nature's Guardian procs also. And we do see that so much damage coming in. Now the Shadow Fury on Sharpstorm. Can they follow this up? We see the MCS out onto him. They're trying to kill Novos through the Shaman Rage. Are they going to be able to do it down to 100k? The Sharpstorm has a lot of work to do. He's starting to pick him back up though. Full Sheep comes in. He's going to have to sit through this. 3 Amigos getting really aggressive. Thugonomics pops the Demon Soul, trying to turn it around. They need the follow-up on Sharpstorm. They get the resheep. Nicely done by Venruki. Novos is down so low. He may go down. He's down to 1% HP. He goes down. 3 Amigos strike back. 2-1.
Just an incredible amount of damage there, and that amazing sheep into the DR sheep right after that, just keeping Sharpstorm unable from getting over there to top Novos off. Just too much damage for them to actually be able to deal with. Novos was actually trying to spam healing surges behind the boxes to be able to top himself back off, but it just wasn't enough. That was a very, very well executed, just snap burst decision to come out of 3 Amigos.
And I mean, you see the massive amount of pressure that's coming out from Penny for Your Thought, but 3 Amigos keeping aggressive throughout it. I mean, they know they need to get through these defensive cooldowns. That is the key to their victory. It's not about the overall damage. As long as Sea-Doo can keep them safe, they can stay aggressive, they can kind of just get in Sharpstorm's face. That's where the Monks really start to struggle. The Monks have insane healing output, but they start to really get in trouble as you start to force their defensive cooldowns fast, as they start to run into those CC breakers. That's where, you know, their weakness lies, and they know this.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, it takes a while to get there because they have so many different ways to break CC.
Especially the fears. You know, Will, Nimble, Trinket, Tremor.
Absolutely. Yeah. It takes a while, but once you're there, you can make something happen in that little window. It's just really, really hard for them to deal with.
Especially even just with the shared cooldowns, because the thing is, they get that Will out, you get sheeped on your Will, you can't shrink it. There's nothing you can do. You actually have to sit through that. And once again, Venruki actually, you know, putting up massive damage numbers, you know, doing more than the Affliction Warlock again. So, you know, really stepping up here, I have to say, and the amount of pressure that he's putting out is just insane in this series. You know, he is playing human. He's taking full advantage of that. You know, stacking up the icicles and just, you know, doing these ultra time bursts with double 5 icicles, all his procs up. He's getting Brain Freeze, 5 icicles, and he's going nuts. I mean, he's literally almost killed Novos through Life Cocoon, through Shaman Rage at full HP. You know, like, there's massive amounts of heals coming out, all the damage defensive reduction coming out as well, and he's still almost dying. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, and I mean, they killed him through Shaman Rage, basically. Yeah. Like, that entire time, it was ticking.
They couldn't pop back up. Yeah.
So much damage.
And we may actually have a replay of the end of that game. I'm not actually sure, but if we do, we could hop into that and you know, and hear how these the game did end. But you know, for now, Three Amigos is just going to chat it out once again, and you know, they're going to take their time. I think after every single match, just making sure that they're all on the same page, making sure they still, you know, feel that they're going into the right strategy. You know, different strategies about each map as well. And you know, Penny Fear Thought has to do the same thing here too. You know, where did they go wrong? How do we survive to the late game where they're really starting to take control? Because I mean, they are putting out way more damage. They are getting out, you know, a massive amount of pressure, but they even when it seems like they're way ahead, they can have those snap losses, you know, because MLS puts out a massive amount of damage and the amount of CC that they have as well. So both teams have a lot to think about, and they have to really make sure that they're performing flawlessly.
Absolutely. So we should be getting into this next match here very, very shortly. Both teams are just readying up at this point. So yeah, Three Amigos just needs one more win, and they will advance through the tournament. Penny Fear Thought needs 2, but that's something, again, that they could totally do at this point. I think there's a good chance of us seeing this go to a Game 5.
I definitely would agree. Blade's Edge going to be the pick here. Definitely a go-to map for those lock LE Shaman teams. You know, LE Shamans definitely love this this map, and I mean, there's a lot of ways for them to kind of navigate the map. When you think about it, you know, Sharpstorm has his port up top. Thugonomics has his port up top. Right. Novus is kind of controlling the terrain with his Thunderstorm as well. So you know, there's a lot of ways to move around. You know, there are advantages for Resto Shaman also, though. You know, Sea-Doo can jump down. He can drop his healing stream below the bridge as well. And I mean, that's something that's so tough to deal with. It's really hard to take out those totems when they're constantly getting dropped off the edge. You know, he jumps down, drops his healing stream, goes wolf back up. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, it's just going to take full duration. I mean, they can't. The most that anyone could do would be Thug jumping down and porting back up, but that's such an important cooldown.
Exactly.
In this.
Yeah, you absolutely do not want to waste that on just killing a totem. But this game is just about to get underway. Let's hear it for these teams. Penny Fear Thought, 1-2 versus Three Amigos.
Yep, if Penny Fear Thought loses here, they are eliminated. And Three Amigos now match point, looking to move on to the semifinals. Whoever wins this series is going to be the last remaining North American team in the tournament. You know, having the hopes of their countries on their backs.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a tough situation to be in, no matter what. Lots of hopes and dreams riding on this. There's a nice Shadow Fury there to get things started. Followed up with that silence onto Thugonomics into the triple howl. That's a pretty good opener there. Thugonomics actually trinketing that so that he can get a little bit more use out of that Dark Soul. It's definitely looking a little bit more favorable in the opener for Three Amigos than it has in previous games. But once again, Venruki now starting to take a bunch of damage. Sea-Doo's going to have to try and keep him alive. He's going to be super comfortable with it right now, but it can catch up to him in a hurry.
Yeah, and one thing worth noting is actually Three Amigos did change to Horde for this one. Oh no, my mistake, sorry. They did not, so disregard that. But Nova's actually taking a fair bit of damage here. They are getting fully dotted up, and we do see that Snuts is actually spreading the dots around quite well here. Thugonomics, though, doing the same. We do see that Thugonomics is actually getting the better of this exchange. Sea-Doo getting pretty low here. Snuts rotting down a fair bit as well. The CS does land there on Venruki, and the fear does come in on Thugonomics as well.
Lots of dispels out of Sharpstorm so far, doing a great job of keeping his team clean. And of course, having to cast get that agony up. Stacking from 0 is a huge disadvantage. Novo's taking a lot of damage. Look at that Nature's Guardian procced there with the Shaman Rage on top of it.
Oh, and Life Cocoon also.
Bargain out of Thug.
Oh,
I wonder what happened there.
Definitely a misplay there from Thugonomics, and will Three Amigos be able to take advantage of that? I mean, that was the Nimble as well as the Cocoon, now the Dark Bargain wasted by Thugonomics, and if that's noticed, they can take advantage. We'll see if they're going to go for that, though. Sea-Doo sitting pretty low, his whole team rotting once again. Penny for Your Thought really ramping up the damage as they have each game. We do see that Snuts is rotting down. Nova's going to gate in there. He wants to get out as Sharpstorm's being CC'd. Now we see the Will actually coming in on Sharpstorm. He's going to be howled up off of that. Thugonomics has to trinket the Hex. Nova's in some trouble. He's trying to run away, but is he going to be too split up from his healer? He's down to half HP. Snuts going to be howled up. He's going to trinket that as well. Benruki with the trinkets active. Icy Veins is up there for him also. Sea-Doo trying to keep them offensive, but Sharpstorm has topped his team back off.
Yeah, there was an awesome little move by Sharpstorm in the middle of that there. Actually summoned several orbs around a pillar that he knew Novus was going to run to. Instead of trying to run all the way over and get to him, he was able to almost like pre-heal him so that as soon as Novus got to those orbs, he was topped back off in a hurry. Now Three Amigos taking a ton of damage.
Sea-Doo's actually just not even moving, so I think there was a DC, some sort of problem going on there. I'm guessing it's going to be a replay. But, you know, he wasn't moving for the last 20 or 30 seconds of that game, so we'll have to see what's happening there. The admin standing right behind them. Shout out to Vanguard's doing a great job adminning so far, but yeah, I mean, I think we'll have to, we'll have to wait for the official word on what went down, but, they stopped moving well before, so I'm guessing it was some sort of computer problem, some sort of disconnect, and we have the admins sitting on both sides, so they're going to be watching. There's no shenanigans going on. You can't just fall behind and kind of Alt F4 or something like that.
Absolutely. Unfortunately for esports, we are still somewhat reliant on technology. We haven't yet figured out a way to play it exclusively with our brains. But once we get there, then we can get rid of these sort of issues. But it does happen from time to time. I'm sure we will get things back up and running here very, very shortly.
And I mean, we really have had so few issues. It's been very smooth. We've been having a fantastic tournament so far. Large part and thanks to the wonderful fans out here. So a round of applause for yourselves, guys. I've been having a great time hanging out. And I mean, this is still at match point. Three Amigos, one win away from going to the semifinals. We have 2 European teams, as we've already talked about, awaiting them in that semifinals. And it's a potential for 3 European teams, all 3 to get to semifinals, because the other side of the bracket does have WMD against the LSD2. But while we are waiting for this to get sorted out, guys, we are going to check out how these teams made their way here.
Warcraft World Championship. Players from Europe, North America, and Asia will put their teamwork to the test as they compete for the title of Best World of Warcraft Arena Team in the world. 8 teams are all that remain from hundreds of online contenders, and now all have the championship trophy in their honor. Through Blizzard Entertainment's global qualifier system, teams faced off in regional events to find out who would secure their spot at BlizzCon. In Europe, teams clashed at DreamHack Stockholm in the historic Ericsson Globe Arena to compete in the European qualifier. Fighting for 3 coveted slots, teams battled across 2 days of matches. With a trip to BlizzCon on the line, World of Warcraft witnessed some of the best matches of the year. Skill-capped EU, Playing with Fire, and Bleached Bones secured their spots representing Europe's finest in the World Championship. In Asia, teams from China, Korea, and Taiwan faced off in regional qualifiers before advancing to the Asia Qualifier Tournament. With fierce competition, teams from China and Korea grabbed the 2 Asian slots to the World of Warcraft World Championship. Pop CD No Skill from China secured their nation's slot, with Push Push from Korea representing their homeland at BlizzCon. In North America, the best talent on the continent met in the Hammerstein Ballroom in New York City. There, fans watched on as the best arena teams from the region faced off for the remaining 3 slots. Three Amigos, a team who has been kicking tail in World of Warcraft PvP for years, managed to snag the first slot, with Penny for Your Thought, who escaped from the lower bracket, and Death Innovators grabbing the other 2. Despite their home turf advantage, the North American teams will have to give it their all in the quest for the title of champion. The World of Warcraft World Championship. Though their roads have varied, the top 8 teams have their minds, wits, and teamwork put to the test in a gaming event like no other.
Definitely an incredible journey for all these teams, even just to make it here, and gives you a little bit of an insight into why this means so much to them. I mean, qualifying from thousands of players online to get to the regional tournaments where only a couple teams from every region are able to even make it here, and then to be this far into the tournament, to be one game away from making it to the semifinals, where you're guaranteed so much more cash. You want to stay involved because it's a $250,000 prize pool, pretty sick. And first place going to be walking home with $120K. So, so much on the line, not only just for pride, but also it's pretty sweet to walk away with $40K.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Looking at just the difference between second and first place, even $50,000 for second place and $120,000 for first. That's a fairly substantial difference between the two. It's not something that you can sort of say, oh, second place is good enough. Like, I mean, you definitely want all of that $120,000.
It's literally insane to think about when we go to the grand finals. Two teams are going to play 7 games, potentially, of arena for $70,000.
Yeah.
I mean, each win at that point is worth, $23,000 something, right? So it's like, I mean, if you look at it like that, it's like, it's insane. It's just so crazy when you look at it in those terms, how much each series becomes worth. The farther you get into the tournament, the more you go home with. Every team is going to go home with something, though. Everyone's going home with at least $10K, as well as, this fantastic trip, the memories playing on the stage. We've all been hanging out in California for quite some time, so players have gotten a chance to kind of tour around, have some fun. I mean, I've been here like a week and a half, and it feels like I just got here yesterday, so it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and the one thing that we didn't mention about first place is you also get those awesome trophies, which are sitting down in front of our stage right now. Only the winning team gets those trophies. There is no trophy for second place, third place, anything like that. So if you want to put that over your fireplace next to all your awards from previous, like, gym class or something, if you want to sit that up there, previous BlizzCons even. A lot of these guys have been here before.
Yep.
So, yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, all 3 of the players on Three Amigos, have won a global championship. Sidu won an IEM, but he hasn't won a BlizzCon. His 2 teammates have already won a BlizzCon, and would like to add that second trophy to the case.
Yeah, for sure.
So we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. But they have a lot of competition in their way. When you look at some of the storylines here, Skill Capped EU, they were second place last year. They got all the way to the finals. They looked very strong. A lot of players actually thought that they were going to be the favorites to take it, but honestly, they just really did not play up to their standards. They didn't play, they were just such an exceptional team, and in the finals, it just did not feel like it came together. They just kind of got crushed by Skill Capped. They got blanked, if I remember correctly. I believe it was a 4-0 in the finals. It might have been a 4-1 or something, but still, not the result they wanted. And now coming back this year, looking so strong. Can they carry that momentum forward and get that championship that they've been seeking?
Yeah, and of course, the unfortunate, I guess, prize of winning in this particular match is you've got Skill Capped EU waiting for you.
You actually don't. You have Bleach Bones.
Oh no, sorry.
I had that back. So I mean,
either way, Either way, it's going to be a crazy team to have to fight your way through to be able to advance at that point. Bleach Bones played so incredibly well, actually beating Push last time, and it was just by the skin of their teeth, but they did beat them.
Yeah.
So
and Push is looking so impressive. So to have already taken down them, they went 2-0 through their group. This team puts out incredible pressure. They really impressed me in the European regionals. They really impressed me last weekend as well. So definitely not a team you want to underestimate at all. But before any of these teams can really think about that, they have to get through this series, and that's really where their minds are right now. The team's talking it through. There was a computer issue, but it's being sorted out. So while they are getting that fixed, the players are going to have a little bit more time to think about this. How do they want to play out this next match? Do you want to play it aggressive? Do you want to play a little bit more of a slow-paced game? And Pain for Your Thought so far has really been the team that wants to be playing it defensively, that wants to be playing it a bit more safe and kind of stretch out the games. But will they continue to do that going forward? What do you think?
I think they're definitely going to want to try and keep it, like the matches where they were allowed to play super defensively that was the one that they won so far. And I feel like that sort of worked out for them, but I could see them trying to go more offensive. These guys are known for being relatively they want to be on the offensive a lot in the games that they've played previously. It's almost kind of funny that they're the ones that are now sort of trying to play defensively and pull back in this particular matchup. But that just shows you how much pressure Three Amigos is able to put out in a hurry.
Well, and I think it speaks a lot to the adjustments that they made since regionals. They're looking so much better. You can see that they really do understand the matchup, I think, a lot more. than they did before. So they definitely have been playing very, very well this series, and I think it's anyone's game for sure. We do have a technical difficulty that is being sorted out though, guys, and we are going to go to a quick break. So if you have to run to the washroom or something like that, you can do that now. But we're going to be back pretty shortly with the rest of these games.
半打飞万丈，呀会蹦苏达，新北呀松湖的光上飞流浪。苏维古的表，家父马衰呀，你安放度家父一起，万丈。苏维湖一关，比亚登嘎世纪，流浪过的树梅泥上。
What is up, guys?
anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon? Drink, Hellscream. Claim your destiny. You will all be conquerors. And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything. Would reject this gift. And did you bring these mongrels here? Just to watch you die. This was not our destiny. Times change. We will never be slaves! But we will be conquerors.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
I am the swarm. Armies will be shattered. Worlds will burn. Now at last, on this world, vengeance shall be mine. For I am the Queen of Blades.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon? Wars are only won upon the anvil of honor. Victory or death!
Victory requires strategy.
I can help you with that.
Only strength can assure total dominance.
Of course, you could forget all that and just have fun!
Well played.
Hearthstone, Heroes of Warcraft.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Diablo was defeated. For a time it seemed we would know peace. But it was not to be. For Diablo's essence lingers in the Black Soul Stone. I cannot destroy the stone, nor allow its evil to remain within the heavens. And so it must be hidden, even from the angels. I pray that it will be enough. You have done well, Horadrim. Your service here is finished, and you should all run. Malthael.
Brother. Why? The Nephilim will stop you. No one can stop death.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
King Varian, the hour grows late. You must sign the declaration of war.
I was just a child when my father rushed to confront this same evil. He didn't understand these warlords at all. That mistake cost him his life and brought this kingdom to ruin.
You are not your father.
I know. But how can I succeed where he failed?
You can start by trusting my counsel. I have faced them before.
On Draenor, you were there all those years ago.
Yes. Believe me, they are not invincible.
Then tell me of them, Murad. Tell me everything.
Very well. Kargath had no clan. He was raised a slave. The ogre's cruelty was intolerable. So he sought a way out. The arena. 100 orc lives was the price for freedom. Fight. Kill. Salute. Kargath was unstoppable, and the day of his final fight had come. One last kill, and it was over. Kargath had earned his reward. Like every champion before him. Buried beneath the arena. The promise of freedom. Nothing but a lie. But Kargath would be chained no longer. Take your vengeance. Bound by vengeance. Their name would be spoken in fear. This was the birth of the Shattered Hand.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
I understand your hesitation, my king. This mission will take great resolve. There will be lives lost.
There are always lives lost. But marching our forces blindly into Dranu
poses unthinkable danger. Yes, but you must have the fortitude to face whatever awaits us on the other side. I assure you, our enemy's will is unwavering. Let me tell you of their leader. A warlord whose defiance in the face of death became legend. Groma,
mighty warrior, brought to heel at last. You are weak. Say it. Is that all? To think you once struck fear into my people.
Gromash had begun leading raids deeper and deeper into Ogre lands. He and his clan, the Warsong, were insatiable and relentless. It was only a matter of time until the Ogres retaliated. Among the victims of their retribution was Gromash's mate, Golka.
I am done. Give me the warrior's death I deserve.
No, you will broken. A true war song spits in the face of death.
Don't you see? It's too late. End it.
So many of my warriors bent like reeds. And now you are a wolf with no teeth. All of you. Look at you. The days have not been kind. Say the word, and I will kill you quickly. I admire your spirit, but I will break it.
Grommash knew the ogres could not have gotten far. He called upon his forces to hunt them down. But for many of the Warsong, the cost had already been too high.
Bury your weak. I will show you what it means to be Warsong.
Once again, Grommash struck deep into Ogreland. This time, however, the Ogre Warlord and his armies were waiting.
Your warriors. They begged for death. Your lands are mine. Your body is broken. You have nothing left. Say the word, and I will end your suffering. Yes.
He was certain that Grommash had given up, was ready to die. The body, after all, had grown so weak, had become so thin.
Say it. Say the word, and it's over. This wolf still has teeth.
From that day forward, the Warsong rallied to the banner of Grommash Hellscream. The Warlord with the Iron Will.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
You cannot hesitate, my king. The Iron Horde must be stopped.
You speak only of their savagery. But surely they are not all monsters.
There was one. Durotan. His clan prided itself on suppressing rage, for they knew that those who succumb to the beast within become their own greatest enemy. The clan was named for its kinship with the Snow-White Frostwolves. Together, they hunted the mighty Clefthoof. Every winter, the Clefthoof would migrate, and the clan would follow. But one year, when Durotan was very young...
Mother, they're leaving. You've got to wake up.
His mother Gaia had been bitten by a drift lurker. Those who suffered its bite fell into a deep sleep, and few had ever awakened.
We can do no more for her! If we don't go, the entire clan starves! Or worse, the Garn will be hungry!
And you want them to feed on our mother? Father wouldn't leave her, Gunnar. And neither will I.
Father would know we can't carry our dead with us.
She's not dead!
Calm yourself, brother. You know what your anger can lead to. While the others are gone, I speak for the clan. We leave! Now!
I'm not going!
Days passed. Durotan remembered the lessons his mother had taught him, and with the aid of Gaia's old wolf Stormfang, they survived.
Mother, winter is setting in. You have to wake up. Wake up.
Orc and beast alike feared the Garn. Great black wolves. Among the most vicious and cunning predators on Duran. Durotan and Stormfang killed the lone wolf. But Durotan knew that the Garn hunted in packs, and with the setting of the sun, they would attack. He prepared to make his final stand.
Mother, they're coming for us. You have to wake up.
Outnumbered and surrounded, Durotan fought. He fought not just the Garn, but the rising tide of rage within him. Durotan was driven to the brink, and in the heat of battle, bloodlust claimed him. Anything that moved, he killed.
Durotan. Durotan.
Mother. What? Oh. Oh.
I can see that you shed blood to protect me. But I would rather have died than know my son had become a beast.
Durotan wore Stormfang's fur until the end of his days. A constant reminder of the old wolf's courage and loyalty. But a reminder also that even the most noble of orcs may fall prey to the savagery within.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Taking the fight to our enemy may be the only option left to stop history from repeating. This very city was nearly burned to the ground by the same warlords we face!
Don't lecture me, Murad. I was there. I lived it. The only thing that got my people through those dark days was their faith in the light.
Faith is a powerful weapon.
So I'm told. The Alliance has the light from which to draw its strength. What steels this Iron Horde in its darkest hours?
One clan, the Bleeding Hollow, finds truth in the surety of their deaths. They are led by an orc named Kilrog. Kilrog's clan once ruled over the jungles. Until the Arakoa came. To survive, the clan went into hiding, living each day consumed by fear. Their chieftain even forbade them to stray beyond the borders of their forest refuge. For years, disease had eaten away at the once mighty warrior's flesh. And as he faded, so too did the clan's hope for the future.
Father. One day the stream will dry up. Then we will find a way to carry on. Like this. Look at us. We were never meant to live this way. Jumping every time the wind blows. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. Is this the death you saw then? No. This is not the death I saw. But perhaps it is time you finally saw your own. Go. Face your destiny.
Kilrog was bound by the legacy of his father, and ruled by ancient tradition. Those who would one day become chieftain performed the most sacred of rituals. They would sacrifice an eye for a vision of their own death. Sometimes, the vision would show much more. Kilrog saw his clan not as they were, but as they could be. Crushing their enemies in a tide of savage bloodlust. And Kilrog was one of them. His determination unwavering. Even when death finally came for him, he did not fear what he saw. He welcomed it.
So, tell me of your vision, my son. I saw our clan strong and proud, victorious against our enemies. A glorious vision of the future. Why then do you seem so troubled? Because you were not a part of it. You were right. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. At last, this is the death I saw.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Now know their leaders. You know what forged them into the monstrosities they have become. Put your seal on that order, and I will be the first to answer the call.
Why are you so eager for this fight, Murad? For a paladin, you seem as bloodthirsty as the enemy.
It is not blood I seek. When you look at me, what do you see?
I see a paragon, a champion of the light.
What you cannot see is the burden I carry each day. I was there during the assault on Shattrath City. Our beloved dwelling of light, under siege by a relentless army of demon-corrupted orcs. I witnessed countless acts of brutality, unspeakable horrors from atop the wall.
Group of refugees to safety! Go! Now!
Yes, Exarch! I did as I was commanded. I gathered the refugees, led them away from battle. And then charged to see the refugees to safety. Yet the horrors I had witnessed, the suffering, despite all my vows, vengeance burned in my heart. Take the path through the tunnel. I'll rejoin you when I can.
We have no weapons.
The path is safe. The light will be with you. Now go! Avenge the countless Branai who had perished! I struck out to find the refugees. My heart fell. The path had not been safe. The light that I promised would be with them had forsaken them instead. Just as I had. I know I may not return. But if there is even the barest chance of preventing the atrocities I witnessed from happening again, then I offer myself.
Hello and welcome back. It's been a little while. Are you guys still with us? Are you still pumped for the next game? Perfect. So apparently there has been a little bit of an electrical incident somewhere here in the vicinity of the convention center, but the tech guys have been working really hard of bringing it back online again, and that's the case now. So we will continue in just a bit. We thank you all so much for your patience. I see you guys are still sitting here and still ready to go, and so are we. So I would say let's head into the last game of that series, right? Good. Then let's hand it over to our casters.
Hey guys, what is up? Welcome back. We are here live once again in Anaheim, California, and we are still in the same series. It is a 2-1 lead for 3 Amigos over Penny For Your Thought. You know, it's been coming right down to the wire. The players, you know, have been having to wait a while, but we just saw some of them are warming up again. You know, making sure that there's not any kind of you know, jitters or anything like that. So. We are going to be getting back into this game as soon as the players are ready, and I think they are, you know, pretty excited to get this going. I know you guys are, and we are as well. You know, we have this match to finish off. This is going to decide which North American team will make it to the semifinals. There will only be one of the 3. 2 European teams have already qualified to the semifinals, and then after this, we are going to find out if it's going to be a Korean representative or a 3rd European representative in the semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. This game is now starting up, actually. It should be ready to go here in just a second. They're in the game. The doors are just about to open. Here we go. Penny For Your Thought. 1-2 to 3 Amigos. We got to see how this ends. Let's find this out.
All right, guys, it's going to be Thuganomics on the Warlock, Novos playing the Elemental Shaman, Sharpstorm on the Mistweaver Monk for Penny For Your Thought. And on the other side, we have Sea-Doo playing the Restoration Shaman, Snuts on the Affliction Warlock, and then Rookie holding it down for the Frost Mage.
Absolutely. So here we have Venruki with that invisibility poking out here a little bit. Looks like they might be trying to set something up again here. There he does get the polymorph off.
Right off the bat.
Yeah, onto Sharpstorm. And then the deep freeze onto Novos, taking a little bit of damage there. Sharpstorm's actually just going to sit through that. That's fine. Triple Howl there just for a second. Thuganomics actually trinketed that. Looked like a tremor went down as well, so maybe a little bit of overlap there.
Yeah, and they were trying to force that Shaman Rage without using their orb, but they're not going to be able to do it, at least not just yet. We do see that Venruki did pop his Icy Veins. His Trinket proc was up as well, so they're trying to continue the pressure here on to Novos. Sharpstorm going to get Nova'd up. Will they deepen for CC? Not just yet. Novos now trying to get a little bit aggressive. Going to pop the Racial here. Does have those Lava Burst procs. Catches the Ring of Peace as well. Shadow Fury now onto Sharpstorm. Can they follow that up? Grounding Totem going to be dropped there by Novos. That's going to eat the CC. Well played by him, but the Sheep comes in from Venruki. What do they have for Novos here? Novos trying to pull back. Is going to be able to do it. Gets out of LOS for now. Sea-Doo dropping those totems once again on the bottom, and they are going to look to continue the pressure as Venruki's now taking quite a bit of damage, being dipped down to about half.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though there was that little bit of a delay in there in between games, obviously these teams are still very excited to get in here and start beating each other up again. Venruki getting a whole lot of damage right now. Sea-Doo actually dispelling that UA. He's going to be silenced for a little while, but it is looking pretty good at the moment. Actually popped off a healing surge there, so he must have felt a little bit behind in terms of healing. Venruki's still taking a ton of damage here, trying to blink up here and keep the pressure going himself.
Here comes the orb, though, from Venruki. They're going to try to turn it around. Shaman Rage has to be popped. Shadow Fury onto Sharpstorm. He doesn't have a Trinket or will right now. If they can get the CC, they may be able to continue this pressure. Sea-Doo dispels the UA off himself, down about 2/3 HP. Snuts and Venruki gonna get howled up, and Sea-Doo tops himself back out. He's gonna get out of there, try to start dispelling these dots again, and keep his team aggressive. They know they have the pressure going a little bit. I mean, they're down on health, but they're up on cooldowns, and that's really what they need to work off of.
Absolutely, and you can see how much and how often Sea-Doo is actually dispelling those dots. Just not able to keep up that constant pressure that they were in the previous game. So maybe a little bit of a change in just the way that they're approaching this. They're having him dispel a lot more. There's even another one dispelled right now. Venruki, though, taking lots of damage, dipping kind of low. Looks like he's gonna be okay. He's gonna try and get a Sheep off there. Thuganomics in a full fear as well. Will get out of that, but yeah, definitely able to sort of defuse Penny For Your Thought a little bit better than they were in previous matches.
And Sea-Doo continuing the triage healing style that worked so well in the 2 games that they won. I mean, look at Venruki down pretty low, but Sea-Doo is still just dispelling off everything that he can when he gets that moment to breathe. But Thug doing a great job of
Novos is in a lot of trouble, though. I mean, there was some CC on a Sharpstorm. If they can follow that up, he was down to about 150k. Shaman Rage comes out, he's going to be okay.
Yep, full sheep on the Thugonomics. He's just going to go ahead and sit through that into a full fear as well. He doesn't have an answer for that. Saw someone getting across the top there. I'm not sure exactly who that was, but definitely a gateway was used. So that's definitely someone feeling a little bit under pressure here. Snut's actually dipping pretty low, getting silenced. It looked like he used
actually unbound UA, which is a big mistake, losing about 40% of his HP there. That's going to cost him his heals. Dark Regen, Hellstone go up for Snuts, so a costly error there from him. We'll see if it's going to come into play later in the game. Hasn't been a prioritized target so far, but they may decide to mix that up, knowing he's not going to have those cooldowns. Sea-Doo, same time, dispelling the UA, bringing himself down to about 150k. Nature's Guardian going to proc there.
Nova's taking so much damage right now. Sharpstorm able to not concede quite much, but look, even the Haunt is being applied to Novos right now, who still holds on to his trinket.
Yeah, he does pop off a couple of healing surges there himself, getting out of line of sight for just a second, trying to top himself back off. Sea-Doo once again dispelling that UA, just constantly making sure that there's as little pressure coming out as possible. And look how much safer the actual health looks on 3 Amigos in this match compared to previous ones. Yeah, Sea-Doo's taking a lot of damage. Yeah, he's getting silenced a lot, but his team is just in much better shape.
Yeah, Venruki, though, as you say that, taking a lot of damage here from Novos, getting spiked down relatively low. Novos trying to continue the pressure, looking to chase after him. Not going to be able to do it just yet, though. Sea-Doo is going to be able to top his team right back off. Now going for the Hexes. Sea-Doo, will he be able to land it? Comes in on Thugonomics, quickly dispelled though by Novos. Life Cocoon has to come out as the Halotera does come in. That's going to be a Tremor Totem from Novos. Will get Sharpstorm out of that. The Ring of Peace goes down as well. Sea-Doo caught the UA dispel once again, just constantly clearing those dots off. And now the Ascendant's going to be popped here by Novos. He's going to be looking at Venruki. Will he be able to get the damage done? We see the Incap actually coming in on Venruki there as well, as the Temporal Shield did go up. He just gets out of LOS and he's going to be fine.
Yeah, and having to run during the Ascendance isn't something Novos exactly wants to do, especially when they tried to line it up with the Dark Soul dots coming out of Thug. So those were 2 very important offensive cooldowns that they had.
Oh, this is trouble though. 5 Icicles going to be used. The Palm Sheep came out as well. Now the follow-up. There's the Resheep. The Howl comes out. Sharpstorm has his trinkets though. Novos sitting at half. Will they be able to get him? Yeah, the trinket comes out. Shadow Fury nicely on that. Could it be trouble for Novos? Doesn't look like it, as Sharpstorm is able to start topping him back off. Then Ruki goes into the Incap. Well played by Sharpstorm.
Yeah, that was a nice time to use the gateway there for Novos. Just a little bit of extra, every little bit helps in terms of keeping himself alive there. Anything that you can do to not have to pop extra cooldowns. Was a Sham Rage in the middle of that, so they did get a little bit out of him, but he does still have his trinket. Sharpstorms is coming up soon. Sea-Doo just dispelling those like crazy. Does have his trinket as well though, and Venruki also, and actually Thugs is about to come off too.
And now Sharp was pretty low on mana, but he had 20 stacks, so as you can see, his mana skyrocketing up to 50% as he is going to try to
setup though. There is that Halotera over onto Sharpstorm. What can they get off of this? A nice Incap over on his Nuts. Going to break from the dots though. Full Sheep out on Sharpstorm. Deep Freeze comes in. This may be the trigger from Sharpstorm. Novos going to trigger it instead, prioritizing keeping his Monk's trinket. I think that was definitely a good choice there. Quick reactions by Novos is going to keep his Monk having that trinket at least for now, but the orb comes out. They have the fear over on a Sharpstorm. That's going to be the will from Sharpstorm. Novos in a lot of trouble though. MCS comes down. The procs are raining out from Venruki, but it's not going to be enough to spike him down. They're not going to get any more cooldowns.
Look at the difference this game with Sea-Doo's mana and his team's health compared to the games before.
Yeah.
It just seems like 3 Amigos is just dominating so far.
Yeah, the pressure seems a lot lower for sure.
Yeah, definitely looking much nicer so far, but there have been a few sort of iffy moments. However, Venruki hasn't even ice blocked yet, I don't think. Novos now taking a ton of damage. The Sham Rage does come out. Looks like that's about, no, excuse me, there's a Life Cocoon as well. So a couple of big cooldowns there.
This could still be trouble if they can continue the damage. I mean, Novos isn't out of the woods just yet. The Life Cocoon expires, so does the Sham Rage. They have CC on Sharpstorm. That's about to end now. It looks like that is going to be the only cooldowns that they do force, unless Venruki does get some more damage in here, but he's not going to be able to. Popping the Temporal, pulling back up top. He's going to throw the CS over onto Thugonomics. Full Sheep on him. He's out of LOS. That's the Unbound from Thugonomics as he wants to continue the pressure. Full dots being thrown around everywhere right now. Sea-Doo just desperately trying to dispel them off, try to keep his team aggressive. Shadow Fury now going to connect with Snuts there. Sea-Doo again takes the UA dispel. And you can see Venruki saving up those Icicles, preparing for the burst. They're looking for the setup, and they need to start it off with the CC on Sharpstorm.
Yeah, they definitely need to make a move here relatively soon. Sea-Doo is starting to fall behind a little bit in terms of healing, although it's worth pointing out that this is where they were at like 2 minutes into the previous matches. So we're now at 15% dampening. Sea-Doo is doing an absolutely just ridiculous job keeping his team alive. Novos now taking a bunch of damage. Gonna try and Ghost Wolf out of there, but I don't know if he's gonna get away. There's a lot of damage.
If they can follow up with a Sheep, this could be it. He has to trigger the Deep Freeze. If they can get that Fear, yeah, the Fear comes out. They just need 1 Sheep and it could be the game. They do see the Windwalk Totem coming down. MCS over on a Sharpstorm. Still no Sheep out from Venruki. He's being interrupted very well by Novos and Thugonomics. The Thugonomics is feared up now. Novos does use the Sham Rage. Venruki now looking for the Poly. sheared again by Novos, just getting shut down so hard. Frustrating moment there for Venruki, as that could have been the game had he gotten the sheep.
The one downfall of Sea-Doo constantly dispelling was that he could not get Venruki out of that hex, and they would have been able to score the kill without that. So that was great CC by Novos, stopping so much damage.
Still though, this could be trouble. Shadow Fury onto Sharpstorm. The alter time comes out from Venruki. I believe it was purged off there though. That's nice play by Novos. He does get feared on it. They dispel it off. So really just kind of shutting down Venruki in these last couple moments. Once again, trying to get the sheep. This time it's going to be LOS. Now Venruki back into a hex again. And they are just constantly throwing these interrupts out on him. Now the in-cap comes out on Venruki. He's going for the ring. We'll see if this does connect. That one's going to go down, but he gets sheared again on the poly as the Ascendance comes out from Novos. They're trying to get the damage rolling on him. Out comes the Icy Veins from Venruki. Into the Deep Freeze on Novos, so they have the CC. Yes, the Sharpstorm does get Shadow Fury. Novos going to have to pop the Shaman Rage. The will is available for Sharpstorm. Trinket available for Novos. And Sea-Doo under quite a bit of pressure here. His whole team sitting about half HP, but he's going for the healing wave. Now a Surge does come out. As he starts to really fall behind a little bit, he realizes he can't worry about being as efficient.
Yeah, and in the midst of that as well, Sea-Doo dispelled the UA that actually dropped him low enough to proc Nature's Guardian. So he does not have that cooldown available for himself. Very, very risky play in there. Novos now taking a bunch of damage, dipped a little bit low there. Is going to be okay for the moment, but he's dipping so low. That healing surge coming out, just trying to keep himself alive. Sharpstorm, silenced, unable to help him out at the moment. He's going to come out of that silence. There is the life cocoon coming out, so Novos should be able to stabilize right now, but he's still taking so much damage.
Yeah, and Sharpstorm had to will there. They have about a 10-second window before he gets his PvP trinket back. If they could get some CC going, something could be forced here, but I mean, Novos still sitting low. Shaman Rage not for 20 seconds. They should be able to force the PvP trinket from Sharpstorm pretty easily if they can keep this pressure up. Sea-Doo just needs to use his cooldowns aggressively, keep his team offensive here. There's the sheep onto Sharpstorm. The Nova maybe going to come out. Shaman Rage comes up just in the nick of time. Shadow Fury to follow up the sheep. Full Howl now comes out. The Tremor goes down, but they do sheep right over it. That's going to be the trinket from Sharpstorm on the GR sheep. Novo's still sitting low, 200k. The big heal does come in from Sharpstorm, and he's going to be okay for now, but once again, the big cooldowns have been forced. No trinket on Sharpstorm, no Shaman Rage or trinket on Novos. Next CC chain could be the game for Three Amigos.
Absolutely, there's no life cocoon just yet as well. It does have a relatively short cooldown, but they have a big window right now where they might be able to use it. Venruki actually getting feared off to the side there as a frog even. Sea-Doo now dispelling dangerously low. He's going to proc that Nature's Guardian yet again and actually pop his stone form there as well. Three Amigos starting to get kind of low. They need to make something happen here soon.
Yeah.
We're 33% into dampening. Sea-Doo's not going to be able to keep them alive forever.
And a pretty big mistake. The Deep Freeze came out onto Novos. That was their kill Deep Freeze, and they did not get the cross CC on Sharpstorm. He dispelled it off immediately. They lose all their pressure with that. The cooldowns are going to be back up. He will have Shaman Rage for the next one. A huge mistake from Three Amigos to not be able to get that cross CC.
Yeah, and there's Venruki's first ice block of the game, actually.
Oh, look at Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo, wow, dipping so low, but he was out of line of sight, and these are risky dispels, but...
Yeah, but there's the full sheep. No trinket available from Sharpstorm. They're going to try to get aggressive here on Novos. Can they land the Deep Freeze? He's already down to half HP. A Shaman Rage does come off cooldown. They get the resheep. Shadow Fury comes in. Now the Shaman Rage comes out, but is it too late? Sea-Doo may go down. He's at 60k. He's trying to stay alive. Will he be able to keep his team up? Spearwalker's great up there, but Venruki's going to go down, I think. 60k, gets to the heal. Another from Sea-Doo. Battlemaster. Link comes down, but it still may not be enough. Novos with the MCS. Sharpstorm still with no PvP trinket. They're trying to retreat. Sea-Doo's desperately trying to keep his team alive, but he has no mana. Will they be able to stabilize? He gets behind the pillar. Healing Surge comes out, but Snuts is low as well. Dark Regen going to go up from Snuts. They need to get the CC and end this game now. Sea-Doo cannot keep them alive much longer. The mana tide comes down.
Sea-Doo himself is in so much trouble right now. Oh, the Shadow Fury lands on top of him. Trinkets that short Shadow Fury with one healing surge that picks him back up to 30% as Snuts is doing his best.
Could this be the turnaround though? There's the fear onto Sharpstorm. No will or trinket available. They're looking for the sheep. Deep Freeze could come in. They did get that life cocoon up, but Snuts may go down. He's down to 100k. Will they be able to survive? There's the full sheep. They're looking to get the kill, but it's not going to be enough because the trinket is available. They both trinket. They overlap, but Venruki is going to go down.
Wow. That was just so back and forth throughout the entire match. 43% into dampening. That match felt like it was only a few minutes long. There was just so much action in it.
Yeah, and I mean, really, I just think it came down to that one moment. They had all cooldowns forced. That was their kill. And unfortunately, they just didn't get the cross CC. You know, the Deep Freeze came in from Venruki, but there was no Blanket CS. There was no Shadow Fury. There was no Spell Lock. Nothing coming in onto Sharpstorm. He dispels the Deep Freeze before that cross CC comes in. And that gave them the time to rotate their cooldowns back up. So, you know, it's these little things that just make the difference in these games. You know, both teams playing fantastically, but I think that was Three Amigos' game to lose. And I mean, mean, you know, the one mistake there, it is a small one, but it's going to cost them the game.
Yeah, and there was actually a moment just before Venruki went down, just in like a few moments before that, where they had an opportunity to land a deep freeze on Novos and possibly kill him at that particular point in time, but Novos managed to get a Hex off on Venruki first, and Sidu couldn't dispel it because there was UA and he would have killed himself. So definitely a very, very tense match towards the end there.
I mean, so much on the line here. It's going to be game 5. We're playing for $250,000 total prize pool. You know, $120K for first place. If you get knocked out now, you go home with $10K. Not too shabby, but I mean, you know, none of these teams are here to lose. Both these teams, you know, we had interviews with them last weekend that we got to see. You know, both teams were saying it's first or it's last. You know, there is no in between. And to go home now would just be absolutely devastating for either of these teams. You know, especially Three Amigos, such high expectations. You know, crushed through this team in the regional tournament. You know, definitely extremely confident going into this. You know, if they were to fall here, I think it would be fair to say it's a pretty big upset.
What do you think was the big change between regionals and now from this matchup?
I feel like Sharpstorm is putting himself in a better position, and I think a lot of that is because Novos' positioning at regionals was not that good. I think that he was kind of pulling Sharpstorm into positions that were kind of not that great by getting too aggressive, and I feel like Novos has really kind of taken a step back on that. His positioning has been excellent. He's still keeping up the damage, but he's not putting his healer in those tough spots, and it's allowing them to have the chance to have those cooldowns come back up and, you know, to properly rotate them. You know, one mistake with the cooldown rotations, or, you know, one double cooldown usage, one early trinket, anything like that can spell the end of the game, because you know, although the Monk does have like insane healing output and can heal you up to full almost instantly if he can be free, if he does waste that trinket, he's not going to get a chance. You know, the CC chain won't end, and you're going to lose.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, like we were saying earlier, this team, Penny for Your Thought, is known for very, very aggressive play, and they've actually been the ones on the defensive for most of this. They've been just taking it back, saying, okay, we can win this eventually. We're okay with waiting for the win to actually come around, and it's obviously working out very well for them, though, because we're tied 2-2.
It is. Early on in that Blade's Edge map, I thought it was completely in the favor of Three Amigos. Just Sidu doing a great job of keeping his team very, very offensive, you know, able to dispel them out of all CCs, keeping up on all the UAs and stuff, but it wasn't, once the dampening started to kick in and they were about 15% into dampening, that's when they started to fall behind.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair though, we have to remember this was the map selection of Penny for Your Thought, you know, and Blade's Edge is really not where you want to fight against an Elemental Shaman, you know, and the Monk has a port, Warlock has a port, the LE has the knockoff. This is, you know, all those classes really have a strong way to kind of, you know, use the mechanics on the map. So, you know, using that second level is very advantageous, and, you know, it can make it pretty tough for them. You know, the amount of damage that was coming out on these guys, not really a lot of great places to LOS and stuff. We talked about some of the advantage that the Resto Shaman does gain from that, like putting your totems in tough to hit spots, but as the game went late, that becomes less and less of an advantage, because as we saw, Sidu was just completely tapped. It wasn't, you know, an issue of keeping totems alive or any small little thing like that. It was simply had no more mana, no more gas in the tank.
Yep. Yeah, so they are now discussing, I would assume, trying to figure out which map do they even play on, maybe discussing that last game a little bit, trying to figure out what they can do differently, if there's anything they need to do differently, or if just picking a different map might be the win for them.
It will have to be Tiger's Peak, I believe. That is the last map, right?
Let me see.
I'm not sure, because it's been a while since we started this series, so I'm not sure exactly.
Tolvaron would still be available.
Tolvaron's still available, or Tiger's Peak? Okay.
I believe.
So it'll be interesting. I mean, I don't think they would want to play on Tolvaron. I feel like, you know, with the play style that is being shown here, did they play? I can't remember. But anyway, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, I feel like they need to be the ones that are kind of like asserting their dominance. They need to be the ones that are aggressive and just, you know, constantly get through those cooldowns of Sharpstorm. If they can be the ones that are the aggressors, especially early in the game when Sidu has an easier time healing through that damage. I mean, if it gets super late into dampening, it's just so hard to even go aggressive because you're just at such a threat of dying the whole time.
They were playing just completely on their heels, just constantly, you know, trying to make up for what happened previously throughout the match. The thunderstorms were devastating because Snuts and Venruki got split so many times. And so every time that they wanted to set up for a kill opportunity,
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't see if that was what happened. It could have been a thunderstorm that knocked someone off, couldn't get the CS on a Sharpstorm, in that critical moment that we did talk about. So it is definitely something that is really important to keep in mind, because the thing is, although it's easy to say, oh well, they just shouldn't have gone if they couldn't get their setup. The problem is you have to go every time your deep freeze is up, or they will have a cooldown up for it. You can't just wait for the perfect time. You have to be able to force those attacks, force your opponents into bad situations, and coordinate really, really well. Because if you're not in the right spot at the right time, it just doesn't work out. You have to be so fast. Shaman Rage is a minute cooldown. Life Cocoon, 2-minute cooldown. You have 2 PvP trinkets, both on 2-minute cooldowns. You have to work through Nimble. That's a 1-minute cooldown.
Yep.
Will, 2-minute cooldown. These are all things that basically have to be down before you get that kill.
Yep, and that's so much to burn through. They were doing a great job early on forcing those, just back to back. We saw lots of stuff come out from Thug actually too. Lots of PvP trinkets, like just using everything possible to stay offensive.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give a lot of credit to Penny for your thought, though. I mean, they are just rotating those cooldowns so well, and keeping the pressure up. And as the team that kind of just has to live, sometimes it can appear easier, but you have to not make just any defensive mistakes. Those are the things that really cost them, and it can be the difference between getting something that looks like a pretty comfortable win and just losing in the first 15 seconds of the game.
And that's exactly true. Like, if Three Amigos can bring the incredible pressure to the point that Sharpstorm, is really panicking. I mean, what I've really liked out of Sharpstorm so far, that it might be a questionable decision when you're watching, like a few minutes into the match, when the first time he starts to get CC'd, he's tossing out that Life Cocoon.
I think it's really smart.
Hesitating. It's great.
I mean, it lets them hold on to Shaman Rage, it lets them hold on to PvP trinkets, and those are just so much more important, because the thing is, you can use the Life Cocoon when you're stunned, so when they do a Shadow Fury into the CC, he throws it out then, knowing that he's not going to have the opportunity to do it later. So, really smart stuff from Sharpstorm, but guys, it is tied up 2-2. If you would like to see Three Amigos go on, let's hear it for them. And if you want Penny for your thoughts to get the upset, let's hear it for them, guys. Seems pretty even, actually, on both sides. This is game number 5, guys. This is for the semifinals. Let's find out which North American team is going to be representing.
Straight out of the gate, Novos is looking for his target, has to really get those Flame Shocks off right away, because the pressure needs to start beginning to end for this team.
Yep, definitely does. We'll see what they're going to be able to get done. Benruki, invising in there, going to get aggressive. Will he be able to get off the start that he does want? I mean, just going to have to settle for the Sheeps on Thugonomics. And I mean, it looks like with the way they're set up, I really think that Sharpstorm is just going to camp the room. I don't even think they want to come out at all. And we can see that Snuts already has moved the gateway up on top of his opponent's gate. They know they have to play aggressive. They know they have to be the ones setting the pace.
Yep, absolutely. Thugonomics taking a little bit of damage here at the start. Novos into the silence, taking some damage as well. Nothing too major just yet. It looks like they're just sort of trying to build up here. Let Benruki get all those icicles built up, get the dots rolling, get everything ready.
Sheep, though, they are going to be going pretty aggressive here with that Palm Sheep. The Deep Freeze comes in on Novos. Hex over on Thugonomics is a 3v1. Can they follow that up? There's the Howl. There's the Sheep as well. The Shaman Rage comes out, as well as the AoE dispel from Sharpstorm there. Novos does have to use that, but if that cross CC came up a split second earlier, he may have been able to have to force a trinket.
Yeah, you see Benruki completely dotted up right now, trying to toss out a very DR'd poly onto Thug right there. Novos has Ascendance up too, so those are some pretty big cooldowns coming pretty early from the team with Penny for your thoughts.
Yeah, and they're not really giving Novos much of an opportunity to even use his Ascendance at the moment, so very, very good positioning there from Three Amigos. Actually, the silence now coming out on Novos.
Here they go. There's the Shadow Fury on Sharpstorm. Yeah, the Hallow Terror to follow that up. Deep Freeze came in on Novos. They are unleashing those icicles, but the Tremor goes down and easily shut down Swap there.
Yep. Very, very nicely handled there by Penny for your thought. They were obviously expecting that to happen at some point, and they were just ready for it when it happened. Thugonomics now in a fear, not too worried about it. Novos now in a full fear as well. He's going to go ahead and tremor that. So now they're switching over onto Benruki, trying to put a little bit of damage into him. Sea-Doo still dispelling those UAs like crazy. Sharpstorm as well actually starting to dispel those too. So battle of the dispels at the moment. Sea-Doo doing a really great job though, keeping his team topped off again.
Here is the Howl though. The orb comes out. Deep Freeze on Novos as well. No tremor available this time, so he will have to sit through it. They do get the Shaman Rage at least, but that is the orb gone. And really, once again, we see Three Amigos on the back foot here. Sharpstorm, sitting pretty well on mana because he has so many Manatee stacks. He's right back up to 170k. Novos, though, getting based down really hard. Sharpstorm does have to force a trinket there, so that is something very important. And honestly, that just seemed like he tried to drink too much Manatee there. Got a little bit greedy, fell behind on healing Novos, and out of nowhere, has to blow that trinket.
Yeah, absolutely. That's sort of how Three Amigos is playing this, is they're just every once in a while, out of nowhere, a whole bunch of damage. It's almost like jousting. They just show up and suddenly stab you with a giant angry stick. So we'll see how Penny for Your Thought can continue to deal with that. There's a full sheep onto Sharpstone. He does not have his trinket. He's going to have to sit through this whole thing. Deep freeze onto Novos. He trinkets that immediately. Good reaction there from Novos to get out of that. There's the triple Shadow Fury on them as well.
They are just so on the back foot, though. The NS Hex comes out there from Novos. I do believe it guts Dispelled right off. But I mean, Sharpstorm is just getting stacked on it. They need to start moving. They can't just be sitting here the whole time, I don't think. Benruki, though, forced into the ice block. Sea-Doo has some work to do. He's getting pretty low with that UA Dispel. Will he be able to pick his team back up? Sharpstorm has a lot of mana stacks, but does he have the time to use them? He's basically and Novos is sitting at half HP. Haunt, full dots up there. Sharpstorm's now at 1,000 mana. MCS comes in, and there's the Deep Freeze. The Howl comes out. He's got a Willis, surely, but he's trying to sit through it. He wants to hold on, but the Shadow Fury comes out. The Shawn Rage is up as well. Sea-Doo sitting pretty low, but Novos is even lower, and Sharpstorm is just not finding the time to get these manatees off. The pressure from Three Amigos is immense on these cooldowns, but at the same time, Benruki being pushed back once again. Sea-Doo in a good spot on the side, healing his team from far away.
Yeah, definitely. Keeping up the pressure on Sharpstorm as much as possible, not letting him get his mana back. They know that they can burst Novos down in a hurry, but they can't let Sharpstorm heal him. And there's a big drink coming from Sharpstorm, topping himself up all the way to 50%. He actually channels the Zen Med for a second there.
Though he doesn't have a break for this. Novos has no Shawn Rage either, I don't believe. Will they be able to get the Deep Freeze out and follow up with that damage? Doesn't look like it just yet. Benruki getting forced back. Halotera on both the DPS there from Thugonomics. Nicely done to shut down that surge forward from Three Amigos. And you know, you have to feel the pressure is on Three Amigos here. They're the ones who are kind of under the pressure to get something going here early in the game before dampening really starts to kick in.
Sea-Doo eats another Dispel onto the UA as Benruki is down to half right now, but look at these dots all over the team of Three Amigos. Sea-Doo's trying to keep up, but no, Thug's just doing such a great job of coverage. Here comes the Ascendants with the Deep on top of it, but no follow-up because of that Life Cocoon.
Yep, Life Cocoon, I mean, doesn't even bother willing or tremoring or anything for that full Howl. They know they can sit through it because of that Life Cocoon, so well played there. Snuts actually unbound Will's UA, takes a ton of damage as a result of that. That puts Sea-Doo a little bit more behind again. Sea-Doo, you know, is able to top off Benruki, but they have some work to do here. We'll see if they can get it done. Shawn Rage comes out before the MCS. Sheep was over on a Sharpstorm, but there's no follow-up, and there's no Deep Freeze on Novos. Things are looking bad for Three Amigos. Full X comes out on Benruki. That's going to break to the dots. Sea-Doo now popping his Ascendants. It does expire, and his team is still sitting low, so this is just such a tough position for him. He has the mana, but he's just not, you know, being able to get enough healing out right now to get his team topped off, and Novos, once again, sitting a little bit low. Trinket back up for Sharpstorm. Will as well. He has basically every cooldown he needs.
Yeah, Penny for Your Thought is doing an amazing job with that cross CC at the moment, making sure that every single time Three Amigos tries to push in and make something happen, somebody gets CC'd. There's a double Howl going out, a Hex onto Thugonomics, Deep Freeze onto Novos. He's going to start taking a bunch of damage here, but Sharpstorm now into a full poly. He has his trinket available. He doesn't look like he's going to use it, though. Novos feeling okay at the moment. Drops a Healing Surge on himself. There's a triple Shadow Fury also. Novos actually might be kind of in trouble here. Sharpstorm does still have that trinket, but he just hasn't used it yet.
Yeah, he does use the AoE Dispel to heal his team back up a bit, but there is that Nature's Guardian proccing MCS on a Sharpstorm. Can they follow this up at all? Nova's still sitting pretty low, but they're just having so much trouble with getting the CC out. Now there's a Fear coming in. Nova's getting very low. The Spell Lock comes out from Snuts onto him, trying to deny that Tremor Totem, and that's going to be the Will of Forsaken used by Sharpstorm there to get out of the Fear. And now, Penny for Your Thought, feeling confident. They're surging forward here. Shadow Fury connects on 2. Halotera to follow that up. Sea-Doo dispels the way off of Benruki. He wants to keep him aggressive. Knows he's the key to getting that CC on Sharpstorm and looking for a win.
Yeah, the dot pressure is just crazy on Three Amigos right now. Full row of dots up on all three of them. They are not able to keep the same pressure out. Snuts has not been able to keep the dots up nearly as much on Penny for Your Thought, and it's definitely giving them some issues.
They did get the trinket, though, and there's no trinket on Sharpstorm. Full Sheep comes out on him. This could be trouble for Novos. Do they have the damage to follow it up? Hex onto Benruki. Not going to be able to be dispelled by Sea-Doo. It's still on cooldown. Shadow Fury on Sea-Doo now to deny the end of that dispel. He's going to have to sit through everything, really. We see a CS now over onto Benruki. Shawn Rage has been popped here by Novos. A Fear over onto Sharpstorm, but he has his trinket available. And now the damage getting turned right back around. Sea-Doo sitting pretty low here. The Unleash going to be popped. Benruki taking massive damage, though. Temporal comes up. Can he get the CC over onto Sharpstorm? No, it's going to be LOS once again.
So now they're pulling back right now. This is really smart of Three Amigos. They need to get them out of that room. But the problem is they can't just let them sit in there. So it's a very tough decision for Three Amigos right now.
Yeah, it's Snuts dipping super low. Sea-Doo now in
This could be the game. Sea-Doo is so low. The MCS comes out. Shadow Fury to follow it up. He's going to feel confident to sit through it. Battlemaster does go up there, but look at how low they are. He's so far behind. Sea-Doo with a lot of work to do here. What is he going to be able to use to get it done? Venruki still sitting low, has the Icy Veins up, but he's having to use it defensively, just spamming out those sheep. Snuts pulling back as well. The healing rain goes down. Sea-Doo really feeling the pressure, needing every single heal he can to top his team back off. Now the fear coming out from Snuts. It's going to be over on Thugonomics, trying to shut down the damage, but the CS comes out on Snuts. He could be going down. He's down to 10% HP. Very big trouble there for Snuts briefly, but Sea-Doo once again picks him back up. Nature's Guardian procking though as the UA is dispelled, and they're getting aggressive. The triple Shadow Fury comes in. Howl surely he's going to follow it up. Knockback from Novos. Shadow Fury thrown back from Snuts. Howl comes out on both the DPS as well from Penny for Your Thought. Snuts trying to give Sea-Doo the time he needs to heal his team back up.
And Three Amigos in a very, very, very tense situation right now. Sea-Doo doing everything in his power to keep them alive, but I don't know how much longer he can keep it up. There is a full polymorph on Sharpstorm. He does have his trinket available though, and he's not really feeling like they're in any danger at the moment. A little bit of damage going out on Thugonomics there. He will pop the Dark Regen, but he's going to be completely fine otherwise. And now Venruki taking a whole lot of damage, dipping kind of low, trying to keep those polymorphs out just to limit the amount of damage that they're taking. There's a nice fear on Novos as well, but that's going to be tremored. And this is just looking really
Here comes
scary
the
for
burst
Three
forward
Amigos.
though. They're going to be popping the orb. Deep Freeze comes out on Novos. He's going to trigger that immediately. MCS on a Sharpstorm. Novos is in trouble. He's a 30K. He's going down. Are you kidding me? The turnaround out of nowhere. Three Amigos are going to the semifinals.
That orb.
I don't even have words. That was ridiculous.
That was so much damage.
They're going to fight it out. They're trying to kill off Sea-Doo, but we all know how this story ends. An Affliction Warlock should not be able to kill off the Shaman in the 1v3, but Sea-Doo is low. He's not going to take any chances. Does Trinket, pops the Spearwalker's Grace, but just the presence of mind there to be able to turn that around, to stay together, stay confident. You know, one overextension is all it took. Novos, Sharpstorm, Thugonomics, they should have stayed in the room. There was no reason to come out. They were dominating the whole game.
I love that Three Amigos baited them out. That was awesome.
That was the game. You know, Novos, Thugonomics, Sharpstorm get overconfident. They had the game in the bag. All they had to do was stay in the room. They were winning so hard in that, and they get aggressive. They feel like they can finish them off. It gets turned around, and there is your North American representative. They're going to the semifinals. That's Venruki and Sea-Doo, the Three Amigos, stay alive in the tournament against all odds.
And the damage difference from the Warlock, like you were saying, I mean, Penny for Your Thoughts was dominating that. Thug almost pretty much close to doubled Snuts' damage that match.
Yep. It just takes that one surge though, as we saw. Just that one moment you can do, like you can do 2 million, 4 million, 10 million damage over the course of a fight. You could do 1 billion damage. It doesn't matter as long as you can do that 500K at the right time.
And I mean, you have to give it up for Penny for Your Thoughts, you guys. Let's have a round of applause for them. They played a great series all the way to Game 5. Nothing to be ashamed of there, but it really just did come down to a little bit of overconfidence. You know, I feel like if they stayed in the room, the game was in the bag. You know, Three Amigos were completely ineffective. They were getting nothing done the whole time, and as it got further and further into dampening, it was only going more in the favor of Penny for Your Thought. But as they got them all low, they felt they had the chance to push forward, get that kill. But we saw as soon as Sharpstorm came out of the room, I mean, a sheep into a Shadow Fury, into an MCS, that was the game. It was it. I mean, Venruki had all his procs stacked up. That we talked about the ability of these mages when they have everything set up right to kill through all the cooldowns. And I mean, Sharpstorm used his trinket. Shaman Rage was used as well, but he just died through it.
Yeah, that was very much a last-ditch effort, though. If they hadn't gotten that kill right there, Penny for Your Thought would have won that match. But as it stands, Three Amigos are our winners. We have Zoe over on stage, ready to give the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. I am now joined by Three Amigos. They got to the semi-final, and that was the closest series we had so far. So, of course, I just want to know, like, really all the maps have been very, very close for both of those teams now. What do you think gave you the edge?
Definitely the small maps are where we excel. The Monk can't really avoid any CC, so we just get to push on them. And the long maps, they're winning the dampening game, so they're just running away, and we're slowly dying over time. And it's very, very frustrating. But they went down fighting, you know, hats off to them. That was the hardest series we played, and we played a series where we lost. So, you know, give it up for them, guys.
Yeah, please, give it up. That was just amazing. And now, I mean, the casters have been wondering, everyone here has been awestruck. How did you keep those guys alive? Like, literally, there were so many moments. How do you keep your cool there and your calm and just continue going, even though that it looks like it's done?
You know, we just try and keep calm, and it's my job to just keep everyone focused. They're CCing everyone, so a lot of credit goes to them. And a lot of the times when we were low, I actually stole a lot of cooldowns. And one of the things we had to change was, instead of us running away and me conserving those cooldowns, I was just using them more aggressively to keep them in the fight, because we realized that we were losing the long game, so holding on to cooldowns wasn't actually that important. So, yeah.
All right, so you are going to meet the Bleach Bones now in the semifinals. What are your thoughts on that? Do you feel like it's going to be just as tight a series as we just saw, or you think you're actually going to have the upper hand there?
The series is going to be pretty similar. It's going to be long games. They do a lot of damage, and they win over time, so we're going to be really aggressive, and that was actually incredible practice. I mean, we couldn't have staged any better practice, so we're pretty confident, and I think the matchup is pretty good for us. We played them before, but they're great players, and we're just going to go out there and do our best.
All right, well, thanks a lot for joining me. Snuts, Venruki, and Sidhu. They got to the semifinals, and we will be right back with the next game, so stay tuned.
Abilities with long cooldowns between each use are powerful in arenas. Lining up offensive cooldowns can lead to a large burst of damage on an enemy, to score a kill, or to force them to use defensive cooldowns. For that reason, the strategic use of defensive cooldowns can often be the deciding factor in a match. If the player uses too many defensive abilities too early, they'll leave themselves vulnerable to heavy burst damage afterward. If they don't use enough, they could die before their team has a chance to save them. Keeping track of the timers on cooldowns and taking note of which tools the opposing team has used is a skill you'll see regularly from the best players in the arena. For more examples of team compositions and strategies, visit worldofwarcraft.com and navigate over to the arena forums.
And we are back again for the very last match for World of Warcraft Arena here today. And I'm really, really excited. Are you still excited? Good, that's what I want to do here. Now, once more, one last time, let's take a look at the groups so we can once more see who we already saw playing. Some teams already have been eliminated and some teams already made it through to the semifinals. We have Skill-Cap, Bleach Bones, as well as the 3 Amigos who are going to be playing tomorrow. And this is going to be the last deciding match. So let's quickly once more take a look at the schedule for today so we know exactly where we're standing right now. And as you can see, some matches are already being through, and now we have one more to go. That's gonna be a very, very exciting one too. So I am ready for all the action to take place here on stage. I'm just gonna assume you guys are as well. So let's bring out the first team we're gonna see. Please give a warm round of applause for Playing with Fire. And their opponents, Push Push from Korea. So that's the 2 teams for our very last round. Let's maybe start over here. We haven't been talking to you guys on stage yet, so that's the first. And something a lot of people have been wondering is mainly about your composition, because normally the comp is more played with an Ice Mage. You guys are playing it with Fire, as your name already gives away. Why is that? Why do you think that's more valuable?
We have the best Fire Mage in the world, so why not?
Good, well, that's a good reasoning, I have to say. Now, our lovely Koreans, this is the first time you're actually on such a big stage. So what I've been wondering before, is there any stage fright whatsoever? Does that even play in, or are you completely like tuning out that you're on such a big stage in front of such a big crowd right now?
지금 이렇게 큰 관중들 앞에서 경기를 펼치게 되는 게 이제 별로 많은 기회가 없었을 것 같은데 이렇게 큰 관중들 앞에서 경기를 펼치게 되는 소감이 어떠신지?
일단 이런 게 처음인데 그래도 엄청 재밌고 긴장보다는 너무 재밌는 것 같아요.
So he made it short. At first he was very nervous to be in front of such a large crowd, but now once the game starts and facing these amazing, challenging people, it's just all about his game. So he's having so much fun with this BlizzCon.
That's nice to hear. And you definitely have a lot of support here in the crowd too. So I am really excited. Thanks a lot for joining me for the game here. And of course, good luck to both of those teams, which means we are ready to go. So one last time, I'm gonna hand it over to our casters.
Thanks a lot, Zoe, and thanks for the interview. I'm so excited for this match. I think it's going to be a really tough one for Playing with Fire. You know, Push Push has looked so good. Yeah. And I feel like this is, you know, a lot of the matchups that they've played are ones that are pretty tough for them. Now, I feel like this is one that their setup has the advantage in.
Yeah, definitely. They have been playing a lot of those matches, like you say, where they're going into compositions that should win against their Warrior Mage Druid composition. But in this one, it might be a little bit easier for them, but at the same time, like, it's really hard to say that because Playing with Fire obviously has been doing very well in this tournament so far already, got themselves into the quarterfinals. So we'll have to see what they have in store for us.
I'm just excited to see Warrior. I mean, just flat out. I mean, it's exciting to see like a lot of class diversity. I know that a lot of people talk about how we're going to see a lot of Lock Shaman something, you know, in all these setups, and then having that Warrior changes the pace so much. If these teams are so used to playing these long, drawn-out endurance games, like you got to imagine, you know, Sea-Doo during those last matches, that it physically tiring to play through that, you know, and mentally just exhaustion the entire time. And then these ones are going to be, you need to be on spot non-stop every global beginning to end, or these guys are going to kill you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely a very different play style, like you said, and it's very different pacing as well. You know, there are a lot of really good Druid Mage teams in this tournament as well, you know, and two of them are going to be going up against each other here in this matchup. So it'll definitely be interesting to see, you know, who comes out on top playing with fire. I know they are definitely, you know, not happy about their road to the finals. I think this is a team that they're hoping to avoid. We'll see how they're going to be able to do, but it is going to be Rin playing the Druid. It's going to be Sad Story on the Priest, and it will be Livin playing the Fire Mage. So yeah, you talked about the class diversity. We have a Fire Mage here, we have a Moonkin here, we have Windwalker monks, warriors, hunters. We have all kinds of different stuff. So it's definitely been one of the most exciting BlizzCons ever. You know, the games have been extremely close. I think it's probably the most competitive one we've seen yet.
Yeah, and like Zoe was saying, it's usually a Frost Mage in this composition, but if you're just really, really good at fire, why not play what you're really, really good at? But of course, they will be going up against Push Push here from Korea. That's going to be Coding on the Druid, going to be Yun Yun on the Mage, and that's going to be Young on the Warrior. And these guys, they played earlier, and they just looked absolutely fantastic. Their crowd control was just spotless. There was very little overlap, if any. And even when they did like follow up one CC with another, there was always like just barely any time left on the first one to begin with. Very little wasted time on CC, which is just so powerful in the arena.
Yeah, I mean, their team is so well coordinated, and I think we are already ready to get this going. It looks like the teams are raring to go. They are queued up, so we can hop on into this game. It will be opening up for you guys very shortly. But yeah, I mean, it's for the Fireplay team, it's all about just kind of that setting up that one burst opportunity. You know, getting the Fire Mage to get his damage out. But you know, with a Warrior riding Sad Story, if he's riding that Shadow Priest, I feel like it's going to be really hard for Sad Story to get involved to get the CC and the damage out that he does need to do.
Right, and that's going to be the determining factor of this match. Like the Shadow Priest is really the clutch player basically, because he's going to have to flex and both be able to stay defensive, like have the defensive mindset to help out Rin when he does need to get out of those CCs.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So this match is just about to start. We will be heading in here very, very shortly. The gates are just about to open. This is Playing with Fire versus Push Push. It's our last match of the day. Let's get a good one out of this.
Should be a good one for sure. It's definitely going to be very exciting. These Koreans have been playing so damn well today, and they are just chilling in the entrance. We'll see if there's any sort of issue going on there. But
I think they're waiting till they push in, and then they're going to start.
I'm not sure. Anyway, you know, Rin and them are still playing, and they see now that something is going on. So I guess it's going to have to be a replay of something.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So with this Warrior Mage Druid playing against the... what would be the difference if they weren't playing against the Fire God Comp and it was the normal God Comp setup? Do you think that it's a very large playstyle difference from the mindset of the WMD?
I think the thing is, it's harder to predict sometimes when the Frost Burst is going to come out. I mean, it's like we see the amount of damage that, you know, Venriki's putting out in some of those series earlier. You know, they don't have to do as obvious of a setup. Sometimes it's, you know, it doesn't have to be the deep freeze on the DPS. It can be a deep freeze, you know, for CC, and then the orb comes out and just procs being spammed out with trinkets up and things like that can be damage that just kind of comes a bit out of nowhere. Whereas when you're playing with the Fire Mage, everyone knows exactly what the setup is. The setup is, you know, you get heating up, you have that pyro proc, you alter time, you deep freeze, and you spam the pyros into the deep freeze. If the deep freeze gets dispelled, if a cooldown is, you know, pre-popped for that deep freeze, those are the kind of things that stop it. So, you know, the players know exactly what to expect against a Fire Mage. And I mean, if it was you know, the easiest thing in the world to stop, they wouldn't be here, obviously. It's even though you know what's coming, it can still work.
Right.
But the thing is, it's more predictable because you know exactly what the setup they're looking for is, and especially against another mage, they can you know, be spell stealing you down and harassing you pretty well. You know, if you get MCS when you throw out your deep freeze to burst as a Fire Mage, something like that, that small can really shut down the whole burst.
Yeah, for sure, but like it is still a truckload of damage that can happen in a hurry. And sometimes you can see the truck coming all you want, it's still going to hurt when it hits you. So Yeah, that's definitely still something that's very difficult to actually have to deal with. Hopefully we can get this game going here again relatively soon. Had some sort of issue with one of the computers, I believe, but that should be resolved here very shortly, and we can get back into this game.
Yeah, and if you're following along at home, the big keys to this match for the CC is you're going to watch for the cross CC that's going to happen right when the deep freeze is going to land on the kill target. So, keep an eye on Rind and see what debuffs are thrown on him. It's kind of like the tell. You might see the combustion impact as the quick stun setup on that.
Yeah, and I mean, looking for things like, Fear Silence into the deep freeze on DPS, things like that. So they're definitely, are going for those setup kills. But WMD is a very setup-oriented comp as well. It's more of a pressure comp than the other team is, just because the warrior can constantly be in your face, just putting out that damage and forcing you back. But in general, the two teams are definitely very CC-based, definitely very setup-based, and I think that the team that kind of gets the earlier start, the earlier CC on the opposing team's Druid, could be the one that really takes the match, especially in the case of playing with Fire. If they can get early Fears on the Druid, can definitely make a huge difference. It really can kind of just set them ahead enough that they can, get a kill, because the thing is, if you have help to get those fears and stuff, that's really what it's about. The mage and the priest are going to have to work very well together. Maybe throwing Dragon's Breaths on the druid to hold them in place so that you can get there and actually get that fear off. Things like that is what's really important. Those two players have to coordinate very well and make sure they're constantly CCing the druid if they want to have enough pressure to get a kill.
Yeah, and we've seen them using Dragon's Breath very, very effectively in the matches that they've played before. They can generally find a good time to get a nice Dragon's Breath on all three of them. And it's just every bit as effective as like a triple Shadow Fury or something in those situations. So definitely still very much some advantages to having a Fire Mage over a Frost Mage. Maybe a little bit different overall. But like they said, he's one of the best Fire Mages in the world, so why not roll with it?
He said the best.
Oh, the best. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, yes. The best.
Yeah, but I mean, there isn't a lot of Fire Mages around, especially because of how good Frost is right now for setting up. We talk about there's so much preparation that the other team almost can't stop once it gets rolling. There's no way to prevent a mage from never getting procs. Because Living Bomb is going to be all over the place. They are going to get that deep freeze. They are going to get fingers.
All right, so we are going to take a very short second here to look at a video real quickly. While we get this figured out, we will be back here in just a moment with this match.
The World of Warcraft World Championship. Players from Europe, North America, and Asia will put their teamwork to the test as they compete for the title of Best World of Warcraft Arena Team in the world. 8 teams are all that remain from hundreds of online contenders, and now all have the championship trophy in their honor. Through Blizzard Entertainment's global qualifier system, teams faced off in regional events to find out who would secure their spot at BlizzCon. In Europe, teams clashed at DreamHack Stockholm in the historic Ericsson Globe Arena to compete in the European qualifier. Fighting for 3 coveted slots, teams battled across 2 days of matches. With a trip to BlizzCon on the line, World of Warcraft witnessed some of the best matches of the year. Skill-capped EU, Playing with Fire, and Bleached Bones secured their spots representing Europe's finest in the World Championship. In Asia, teams from China, Korea, and Taiwan faced off in regional qualifiers before advancing to the Asia Qualifier Tournament. With fierce competition, teams from China and Korea grabbed the 2 Asian slots to the World of Warcraft World Championship. Pop CD No Skill from China secured their nation's slot, with Push Push from Korea representing their homeland at BlizzCon. In North America, the best talent on the continent met in the Hammerstein Ballroom in New York City. There, fans watched on as the best arena teams from the region faced off for the remaining 3 slots. 3 Amigos, a team who has been kicking tail in World of Warcraft PvP for years, managed to snag the first slot, with Penny for Your Thought, who escaped from the lower bracket, and Death Innovators grabbing the other 2. Despite their home turf advantage, the North American teams will have to give it their all in the quest for the title of champion. The World of Warcraft World Championship. Though their roads have varied, the top 8 teams have their minds, wits, and teamwork put to the test in a gaming event like no other.
Well, a pretty amazing road to get here, and the teams are continuing forward on this journey, but unfortunately one of these 2 teams is the only one that's going to go forward. One team is going to have their road end here. It's all or nothing for these guys now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a crazy journey thus far. Even just today, we've seen a lot of teams eliminated entirely from the tournament today. And like we saw Pop CD No Skill get eliminated earlier. They played some amazing matches both last week and today, but they still were not able to make it through. Now Push and Playing with Fire, one of them's got to be the next one to go.
Yeah. It's always so heartbreaking that when you're at this level of tournament, you always wish that the teams could get one more shot, you know, especially if they just came down to a nail biter, a 3-2, deep into dampening games that were decided by one global, this way or that. And it's always unfortunate, but there's always next year.
Yeah, man, and that's the thing is, that's the difference between these teams that are very good and qualify and the champions is these one little things. It's the one mental error. It's the one thing that you notice, you take advantage of, and you claim that game because it's so close between these teams in so many of the series that one little difference can be the difference between getting like 6th or 7th or whatever and actually winning the whole tournament because sometimes it's just that one series, that hump that you have to get over. And we've seen lots of series where teams can barely get out of the group and things like that. They just squeak by. Sometimes having to rely on other teams to win a game to push them through and things like that. But then the things start to come together for the team, and they're able to actually catapult that into an entire tournament win.
Yeah, absolutely. And like looking at this tournament overall, this is actually one of the most evenly matched World of Warcraft tournaments possibly ever in terms of the skill of all these teams. We've seen plenty of 5-game series. We've seen 3-1s. We have seen some 3-0s, but even the 3-0s we've seen have all felt like super close the whole way through.
Oh, yeah.
Like it could have easily been a 3-2 in any of those matches. So these teams are absolutely ridiculous. Any single one of these teams could be the champion. Obviously, though, only one of them actually can be.
Yeah, I mean, 3 teams have already, been eliminated. We're about to eliminate our 4th team, so we will be left with only the best 4 teams tomorrow. That's going to be, only 3 series played tomorrow. It is single elimination, so teams will either get that 3rd or 4th place spot, or they'll go straight to the grand finals, playing, for the difference between 120K and 50K. So, it's so much on the line for these teams. They know they're only a couple series away from being the champion. If you win here, you're 1 series away from being in the grand finals, 2 series away from being crowned the victor. I mean, it's so close. These guys can taste it, and they don't want to have the dream die now.
Yeah, and that's a heck of a payday difference going from 50K to 120K in terms of the overall prize pool. Plus, you do get that trophy, which is so awesome looking this year as well. So
yeah, and I mean, if you lose here, you go home with 10, which is still pretty nice for a week's work or whatever. But it's not the same, and it's not what they're looking to get.
Yeah, and it's still like it's way more than a week's work when you really think about it. Like the amount of time that these guys have been putting into this, the amount of effort that they've been putting into this. Like it becomes your job when you really want to be the best at World of Warcraft. So these guys put a ton of effort into this. To go home with only 10K at this point, yeah, it's great, fantastic. $10,000 is still a lot of money, but you really want to get a lot more out of it than that.
Of course, and that is split 3 ways as well. But you say it is it's your life. Yeah. And for a lot of these guys, it is. I mean, a lot of these guys in the tournament are popular streamers, things like that, and it's something that's kind of cool. With I think as the years pass and stuff, players are better and better known, and then fans kind of feel like they're closer to them and stuff because they get to watch them all the time on Twitch. You get to learn about them. You get to know their ins and their outs, what they like, what they don't like, their personality and everything. And it really does kind of create that backstory that has the fans really supporting them that much more. And I think that's the biggest reason that a team like 3 Amigos has so many fans is because they're all 3 streamers who are streaming all the time, and they just develop a bigger connection with the fans.
Yeah. That's a very good point. If you compare to when, the days of MLGs where, people might have been flying around and appeared on stream maybe once a month, right?
Yeah.
Just you show up to whatever city it was, you play your best whether you did well or not. Now, these guys are going to go home. They might take a couple days off, but they're going to be back streaming immediately.
Yeah.
And you can really tell the difference because when we were in China for BWC, we kind of saw Reckful get mobbed by the Chinese fans, right? He was standing there signing autographs for like an hour, basically. Yeah. But this happens everywhere now for these streamers.
Yeah.
Like, there are so many, even the non-esports streamers that we've seen. We see Serious Gaming is out in the crowd, and saw Abdu, out there too. Like, tons of people just signing autographs nonstop, and they have such a big following at this point.
Yeah, and that's really cool. That's one of the things that's so amazing about being at BlizzCon itself, is you just get to sort of mingle with all these awesome people and just hang out with like your internet family, as I use air quotes here. It's really fantastic being out here and being in the crowd with all these people. Like, and people walk up and talk to even us. They'll walk up and talk to us, and it's just so fantastic to actually have that opportunity.
For sure. It's definitely pretty awesome. And hopefully we will be able to get this series underway quickly. I know that they are just working away, trying to get that sorted out. So some sort of a PC issue for the Korean team, and hopefully not going to be a lingering one, you know, as everyone's definitely eager to get this going. And I know that the Heroes of the Storm guys are definitely going to be eager to get their series going as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be fantastic to watch as well, the Heroes of the Storm matches afterwards. I am really, really excited for those, almost as much as I'm excited for this next match.
Well, I really like this one because it's kind of going to be something that people don't see too often, this kind of match, especially not so far in the tournament at all, where you have the Fire Mage that's going to do so much damage, but it requires the setup. You can see it coming, versus the Warrior Mage. The Warrior is so good. Like, Young is just outstanding, and I really like that. A lot of times you might see warriors that'll just sit in defensive stance the entire game, beginning to end, knowing that, at any one point they can switch to me. But we really see him swapping and going battle, like almost constantly, to the point where he's going to die because of it, but he knows that he has to put that damage out.
And I think, traditionally with all the best Korean teams, the biggest difference it's not so much about individual skill with these teams. It's not that they're not individually skilled, but when you look at guys like Orange Marmalade and those kind of teams that were, the best Korean teams, it was about their team play. It wasn't about the individual skill. It's the fact that they work together as a cohesive unit better than anyone else. And I think that is really what shows through. When you watch the players individually, yes, they're very skilled, but I don't think that, player for player, some of these the Korean players are as strong as some of the counterparts from Europe and from North America. But what they do have is they have better team play than anyone from those other regions. I think they're more coordinated. They're better on the same page. You talk about battle stance, D stance, going back and forth, things like that. And it's just, I feel like, because it's such good communication between the teams, they know exactly when they're safe, when they're not safe, and that's why you never see CC being overlapped. You never see those kind of mistakes that are just so common, even among the very best teams from the other regions. It's just such an easy mistake to make, but these guys just seem to never do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, our other team as well, playing with Fire, has done incredibly well in the past themselves, but it looks like the match is just about to get underway here. We got our technical issues sorted out. We will be getting into this map, Push Push versus Playing with Fire, starting off on the Grand Arena. Just so much building up to this match. It's our last match of the day. I think everybody wants to see a good match. I'm super excited for this. I'm hoping for a good one.
Yep, definitely. So we are going to be getting on into the game, guys. It's going to be game one between Push Push, the Koreans, going up against Playing with Fire, another European team, making their stand here, trying to make it all three European teams in the semifinals, and that would be massive for the European regions. But the Koreans looking to play, a little bit of an upset there, and it would be pretty cool if they made it as well, because we'd have representatives from every region if they do.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be fantastic. All right. Here we go. Doors are now opening. We're following Young out the door here. I'm going to see what his plan is. Wow, he is just getting aggressive immediately, jumping right over there onto Sad Story, trying to start putting a little bit of pressure out. Rind already in a deep freeze there as well. Push Push is out for blood in this match.
Yep, and Rin to pop the Heart of the Wild early on here. Wants to keep his team topped off. We see the clone coming over onto Yeon. That's going to be trinketed up. As he does trinket, he gets MCS, Deep Freeze thrown out. They're going to be throwing the pyros out onto him. That is going to cost him his trinket. He does get dispelled up by Coding, though. Living in a lot of trouble. Oh, he's down to 20K. Oh, my God. That was almost the game right there. He gets the block off just in time. Now out of the block, the Sheep's still sitting onto Rin, and Rin has no PvP trinket. We do see that the alter time is up there for 11. He's going to alter back now, looking to start getting some damage going. There's the Deep Freeze over on a Rin. Sad Story in trouble. The CC is coming out very one-sided. Yeon going to be sheeped off, but Coding popping the innervate early, wants to keep his team aggressive. Now, the Dragon's Breath coming out. It's going to connect onto the Mage. Impact onto Coding. Coding going to be sheeped up by Livin. It looks like he's going to try to get the setup here onto Yeon. Pyro does connect onto him. MCS thrown over onto Livin, and they're going to go back onto the Mage. Remember, he did blink forward aggressively, so he could be in some trouble, but Yeon is as well. He's down to about 400K.
As Coding had to trinket there on that fear, so that is going to play a difference, because look at the silence onto Young and Coding. This CC is excellent.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we're seeing it as well. Livin now in that Cyclone. They can see the heating up procs on him. They can see that he's trying to set up for his little combo, the Pyroblast combo that the Fire Mage just relies on so heavily, and they do not want to let him get that one off. If they can keep him from ever actually using his procs, they will eventually fall off, but it takes quite a bit of CC and just general hiding to be able to avoid that.
Yep, and we did see a nice MD there from Sad Story over on Rin, removing him out of that sheep. So if you're not going to sit on the Shadow Priest, you have to, shut him down in other ways. We do see that the Symbiosis Fear came out on Livin there. It's going to break from damage, so Sad Story into the sheep. Yun going to be MCS. Coding is free from CC right now. Young is going to be put into the Cyclone. He's going to be rooted up after that. Now the Intervene into the charge. They're going to be going aggressive onto Sad Story. Deep Freeze on a Rin. That's a full poly coming out. Will they be able to get the MD? Doesn't look like it. Dragon's Breath does come out, though. Rin now out of the CC. He's going to be re-sheeped up. We see that there is some more damage coming in, though, onto Yun. The Pyro is now going to be swapped over onto Young. They're splitting the damage a little bit. Oh, down to 60k. Wow. The block going to be forced by the Koreans.
Yeah, that was interesting. Living actually deeped the Warrior and dumped damage into Yun, but it paid off.
Yep, definitely did. Now a nice Dragon's Breath going to connect on 2. That's going to be the Warrior's Trinket coming out there. Livin going to trinket as well as he gets feared up. Rin has the Trinket also. A lot of damage coming in onto Livin here. Sad Story is into the Cyclone. He's going to be pushing forward, looking to get that sheep out. Yun going to be sheeped up by Livin there. That's dispelled off by Coding. Nice play. Very back and forth game so far.
Yeah, it looks like Livin actually had actually stuck in a polymorph. No, excuse me. That is not a reflected polymorph. I thought it was for just a second because I saw the animation, but it looks like something else was reflected. They are trying to just keep the CC going as long as possible. Coding in a polymorph there for a second. That is going to get knocked off of him. Livin now in that stun. He's just going to go ahead and sit through it, but Rin now in a full polymorph. He does not have his Trinket. And Sad Story in that Cyclone as well. They need to try and set up some damage on Livin in the middle of this cross CC, but they just were not able to do much.
A nice sheep there onto Young, back behind the pillar. Livin doing a good job so far. They're going to be pushing out, looking to set something up onto Yun. I think once again, Coding though has his PvP Trinket, as you did say, and he's sitting very high on mana. Rin definitely, way behind in the mana department. Does no Trinket either. Sad Story in some trouble. He's into the Deep Freeze. The Stormbolt onto Rin does expire. Some heals do start coming out. They throw the clone out offensively. Now the charge over onto Livin, trying to swap up the damage. Coding gets thrown into the sheep though, and the Koreans will retreat. They're going to go back onto Livin though. He's chased in a little bit too far. He's into the Shockwave. Breakfast is going to be popped. There's the Skullbender as well. They're trying to get aggressive here on Livin. Can they force another block? A nice Deep Freeze, no dispel from Coding, and that is going to mean that Livin is okay for now. Another Dragon's Breath connects on 2. Well played by Livin. All the Warrior cooldowns used there offensively, and nothing happened at all. And now the Alter Time coming up from Livin. They're trying to spell seal off, but they can't. He goes right back to full HP, able to allow Rin to sit through all that CC.
Stormbolt comes out on Rin right there. The deep onto Sad Story, plus the fear. Look at this CC all across playing with fire. Not doing too much damage to their target though.
Was it dispersed though?
Yeah. So they were able to force that dispersion out, which is really good for their next setup.
Yeah, they definitely.
Oh,
it could be right big now. Damage right there. Sad Story goes down.
Wow. And that was really good. That CC that was lined up onto Rind with the fear plus, and I really liked that they had the Cyclone onto Livin too to prevent the Warrior from being CC.
The cross CC from this team has just been fantastic, and that's what we've been talking about. Their team play is so good, and you can see just how excited they are. They know they're only a couple of games away from moving on, going to the semifinals. After having such a tough first round opponent, losing to Bleach Bones, they're trying to battle back here. And I mean, it was an early disperse from Sad Story, which I think was actually really intelligent there, because he knew the CC wasn't going to end on Rind anytime soon. He used it at high HP, but it just wasn't enough. Rind was about a second or two away from having his PvP Trinket back, but they had a fear into the clone, into the sheep. I mean, there's so much CC on the Rind, and once you get hit by one, you're no longer able to really avoid any of the others. And I think the Symbiosis Fear that they're using is actually really intelligent as well. Almost everyone would be using Symbiosis with the Mage. That's just something that you would never really see. Like anytime Druid Mage plays together, the Symbiosis is on the Mage, like 100% of the time in this comp. I think this is actually the first time I've ever seen Warrior Mage Druid played with the Druid using Warrior Fear, and I'm sure people are gonna be tweeting me now saying, no, I do that. But anyway, regardless, in a tournament or anything like that, this is like the first time. And it makes a lot of sense, because the thing is, I was thinking, well, yeah, Rin can get CC, but they don't really have that much. Sad Story has the fear and everything, but now with Intimidating Shout, plus the Symbiosis Warrior Fear, plus Sheep, plus clones, there's so many extra CCs, and that really just puts it over the top. It makes it so difficult for Rin to really do anything.
Yeah, and obviously, because of the two targets that they're going to kill, playing with fire is going to kill Young or Yun. I don't see them ever going on Coding in this setup.
Yeah.
And I could be completely wrong, and they make me eat my words at this point, and they go on him. But I think that Symbiosis was a good idea.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And I mean, it's not just defensive, though. You know, you can use it for a trinket, which is really one of the biggest reasons that people do it. So, you know, there's lots of reasons to use the Symbiosis on the mage, but in this case, it really worked out well for them. And the team is just playing so well together. We'll see if they're going to switch anything up. Maybe Coding is going to Symbiosis on the mage now. It'll be interesting to see if he does change that around, you know, anticipating them going on him.
Yeah, so here we go. This match is now starting. Push up 1-0 versus Playing with Fire. We are on Ruins of Lordaeron, which is Playing with Fire's pick. So it's going to be interesting to see how they actually decide to go with that here. It's an interesting choice because I would almost think it's a little bit in favor of the Warrior comp actually playing on this map, but apparently Playing with Fire disagrees. They think that they're good on this map, so we'll have to see how this goes.
Yeah, there was a full sheep over on a Rind out of the Stormbolt, but it's going to be MD'd off by Sad Story, so nice start for them. Yunyun has had a trinket. A lot of damage coming in on Livin. Yunyun did lose his trinket there, though. Now out comes the orb. Whoa, look at the damage on Sad Story out of nowhere. Getting very, very low as we did see those mage cooldowns coming out. There's the full fear onto Livin. He's actually going to be broken out of that now. The temporal coming up there from Livin as the damage is swapped over from Yunyun onto him. Rind has had to trinket as well. Coding still sitting with his, so this is looking a little bit rough. Now the Stormbolt comes out onto Livin. The Warrior, Young, trying to push the damage onto him.
As you see Young trying to connect to his target of Sad Story. They've been training him the entire game, as we do see the heart come out from Rind also, just getting that little bit of extra healing that's needed to keep Sad Story almost topped, as you see that Sad Story does have to trinket that also. So this is looking really good for Push already.
Yeah, and there's the silence on a Coding. They're trying to set something up. They have got his trinket, so that is something. Heart of the Wild's up for Coding, though. He wants to keep his team topped off, and so far it looks like he's doing a great job at it.
Yeah, definitely. You're talking about trinkets. Push has already used all 3 of their trinkets very, very early on. Livin has his available on Playing with Fire, but both Rind and Sad Story have had to use theirs already as well. And there's the Frozen Orb coming out, and the combustion, I heard it. I didn't see who it was on, but I heard it. It must have been dispelled immediately.
That orb was a rough orb, not hitting anyone whatsoever, not getting any procs out, just spinning against the wall. So that's pretty rough for Push, but look at Livin pushing up, doing some damage, as we do see the fear onto Coding that does fade, but Livin taking so much damage, having to block. So that was a great offensive push by Push.
There's a Shattering Throw coming from Young. They're going to try and keep up the damage on him. Rind is now in a polymorph. Livin is got the Alter Time up, and he's going to jump back over here. It looks like he might be okay. He's still taking a lot of damage, though. Rind now in that Cyclone. Livin is silenced, but it's looking like they are going to be able to stabilize here. There is a fear on Rind, but that's going to get broken, and they are going to be able to top Livin back off.
That was actually the Symbiosis Ice Block coming up from Rind there, so he doesn't have that, doesn't have the trinket either. And it's also interesting, you know, that Young is playing Safeguard, so he is playing Safeguard for the damage reduction to be able to use that onto Yunyun, and that was a big reason that, you know, even though Coding got CC'd, it didn't really matter. The Deep Freeze comes over on Rind, full sheep out onto him. There's a Symbiosis Fear over onto Livin. Sad Story is the target. It's a 3v1. The trinket's going to have to come out from Livin, it looks like. Sad Story down to about half. He's going to get cloned up offensively. Now they're going to look to perhaps swap it over. Yes, the clone does come out onto Rind. That's going to be the trinket from Rind right as it came back off cooldown, and he's not out of the woods just yet. Sad Story down to 200k. It may be this burst as he hits 100k there briefly. Catches a massive heal, though, from Rind. Looks like he's fine.
Yeah, he did get the Iron Bark there, so that's one little cooldown out of Rind out of that, but it looks like he was able to keep him topped off without actually using that Dispersion, and now Sad Story does have his trinket available once again. So Playing with Fire actually doing a great job keeping up with this constant pressure coming out of Push. They're actually trying to turn it around on Young right now. Does have the Cenarian Ward up and has actually used his shield wall as well. Not quite dipping low enough to dip into second wind area, but there was a combustion on him. Also lots of damage going in on Young for a moment. Now stunned as well, as Yunyun is dropping down that Ring of Frost to try and break things up a bit.
Yep, Rind now into the clone. Livin taking some damage here. The Koreans battling back. We can see Sad Story throwing out the palm, throwing out the shield, trying his best to help him out. And I mean, Rind really struggling on the mana. That's the biggest problem here. We see the trinket from Sad Story. He's trying to get the MD on the sheep, but he's going to be charged on that. Well played by Young, denying that. We do see that the Alter Time does come out there from Livin, but not that effective. Now full fear onto Rind. The CC is just not ending, and it's just going to be this constant 3v1. I think this could be the game, as it's probably going to be shattered off. Does he have it available? It doesn't look like it just yet. Now he's going to charge over onto Sad Story, just try to spread the damage around. Livin does come out of the Ice Block. He's back to full HP. Full sheep from Livin onto Coding. Can they actually ever get anything going, though?
And look at how fast Young retreated behind the pillar, knowing that Coding was going to eat this long CC chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good communication coming out of Push Push. That's sort of been their MO this entire time, is just constant communication, very, very well coordinated, and it's working out very well for them as they're now putting in a ton of damage onto Sad Story yet again, trying to do what they can. He's in the Stormbolt. Rind now silenced as well. Sad Story could be in a lot of trouble right here. Has a Cenarian Ward in the Ironbark, but it might not be enough. Sad Story dipping so low in there.
He has dispersed in 5 seconds, and he is going to live to get it. Young almost went down. So did Young in the meantime, though. We did see the rallying cry from Young, the block from Yun. So really, that was the reason that Sad Story was able to survive. Just now, his disperse does come back up. So I mean, the presence of mind there to be able to push them back, to get that damage out on them during that was really all that kept him alive. But Rin is so tapped on mana. He's going to have the Innervate spell stolen off by Yun. He's into the Stormbolt. The Will of Sheep come out after. It doesn't look like it. We do see that Rin has to Ice Block to try to get out of that coating now. Is going to be feared up. Is Yun actually going to be put into the damage? We do see the MCS over onto Pyroblast coming out, taking a lot of damage, and Livin may go down to 90k HP, 200k HP as he
Rin has no mana. He has no mana. He's completely tapped on mana right now. This is not good for Livin. Livin really has to kite right now.
Yeah, and we're only 3% into dampening. Rin has had to spend so much mana.
Oh, here comes the Warrior Timers. As Recklessness is popped right there, they're going to dump a lot of damage into Livin. Livin has the Pyro proc right now as he's going to try to make something happen. Blanket Silence onto Rin, even though he's completely tapped. But look at the cross CC onto Young's team. He's not able to do any damage whatsoever with those cooldowns.
Yeah, playing with fire, absolutely running on fumes at the moment, but they're making it happen. There is that poly into that Ring of Frost on Rin, which means Livin could be in trouble, but they're actually kiting relatively well at this point. They're able to stay away from that massive damage that Young really wants to put out right now.
Yeah, and they're going to have to be able to do that if they want to survive much longer. Rin has just been so low on mana for such a long period of time now. You know, if they get that one big burst, it just may be the last one they need. Sad Story getting relatively low here. He does have his disperse. Rin is going for a drink, though. We'll see how much mana he's actually going to be able to get back. Here comes Yun. There is Young going to be able to land the Stormbolt. The trinket comes out on the Dragon's Breath, Living down dangerously low. Stormbolt is followed up by that Deep Freeze onto Rin, but so far he is going to be able to survive. Deep Freeze thrown back onto Yun. That's going to be dispelled off by Coating. We do see that the Reflect goes up there as well. So PvP trinkets and cooldowns being traded back and forth. Livin did have the Ice Block in the midst of that, though. Sad Story still taking a lot of pressure, and there's a full sheep onto Rin. We see the Ring of Frost connects on Livin as well, and Sad Story maybe forced to disperse here. He's down relatively low, throws out the Fear. Then we just see the clone now onto Livin. Rin pops the Heart of the Wild, but he's going to be put into the Shockwave. It's connecting on multiple members. He's still stuck in that. Another clone comes out on Livin. MCS onto Rin. Sad Story still just desperately trying to stay alive. He's so low on mana, and now the Deep Freeze into the clone onto Rin. A full Fear onto Livin. Sad Story still has held onto his disperse, but for how much longer the disperse does come out.
Yeah, this is a very scary moment here. Rin once again in that clone, but it almost doesn't even matter. He doesn't have the mana to spend to even keep his team alive. He looks like he's going to try and get out of combat and stealth. No, he's not able to. He's going to have to keep spending what little mana he has to try to keep Sad Story alive here, and I don't know that he can hold on to it too much longer. The VE even coming out from Sad Story right now, trying to do every little bit that they can to help keep his team alive, and they are actually going to stabilize just a little bit very briefly, but no, Sad Story still taking so much damage. It's dipping so low. Yeah. Livin doing the best he can to try and keep Yun polymorphed just to limit that incoming damage, but I don't know how much he can even do.
Yeah, and there was a full sheep onto Rin. That's going to cost him his trinket. Young just constantly pushing out this damage, and Rin is at 3,000 mana against 150k from Coating. Coating just has such a big lead at this point. And I mean, the dampening is coming in, and that stacked up with the Mortal Strike effect is making it so hard for Rin to heal through this. He does pop his Innervate. That's going to give him a new lease on life, at least briefly, but his mana is just not going up. He's having to spend it as fast as he gets it.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised that they let Rin sit with that Innervate so long that it wasn't spell stolen that time. Push has just been so on top of everything else. I would have expected to see that, but maybe they just decided it doesn't matter. They've got Rin now in a full polymorph. Livin silent. Sad Story in a Cyclone. Livin taking a bunch of damage. I don't believe he has an Ice Block available yet. He's going to try and get a healing touch off, but he can't do it. That's a stun onto him now. Taking so much damage here, actually getting really low, and down he goes.
Yeah, and he actually had his Cold Snap ready. So he did have that at the next block. It just came up right before he died, and unfortunately unable to get that off was Livin, and now they're up against it. They're down 2-0 against Push, who is just playing so well.
They were. The thing that really stood out to me in this match was Push would go on Sad Story. Rind would spend his 2,000 remaining mana on getting those life blooms and rejuves up, and then immediately they would go on the mage. And then they would keep swapping back and forth, and it just absolutely drained him the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, he was really struggling, with low mana for so long, and he did a good job to keep his team alive for that long. Sad story, doing a good job also really helping out, with the palms and shields and so on and so forth. So, they were doing a good job to survive, but it's just hard to see where they ever get their kill. And not once in this series has it ever really seemed like there was a legitimate threat of a kill, unless we're talking about, the mage not blocking or something like that. But, I mean, it's really tough. And, Skill Cap DU has got to be sitting there looking on, wondering, what the heck are we going to do against these guys tomorrow if they have to fight them? Because that is going to be their opponent. They are playing a different spec, sure, but they're playing the same comp, and they're playing at a similar level. So, you got to be thinking they're pretty nervous.
I think Push Push is reacting very, very quickly to the fire cooldowns, though.
Yeah.
I think that they're just doing a great job. And one of the things we were talking about, when we mentioned older Korean teams such as Orange Marmalade's team, was that they know exactly when to go offensive and when to bet it all on the match. I mean, there were times that we saw, the Priest just smiting while his entire team was dying. But with Push Push, it seems very calculated exactly when they're going offensive and defensive. And Coding is just a beast. Like, he lets his warrior do whatever he wants during that match, and he sets it up for him.
Yeah, I mean, this Druid is incredibly impressive. Especially, I mean, he's playing very well in this series, but the games against the LSD2 against Bleach Bones, I mean, I've never seen a Druid heal through it that late in dampening, and he was keeping his team alive with 50% dampening. It was just ridiculous.
All right, well, here we go. This could be game point. If Push Push can take this, they will 3-0 against Playing with Fire. We're here on Blades Edge Arena. I do like that map choice for Playing with Fire here against the WND. It's very, very difficult, but we saw Push Push playing on Blades Edge before, and they almost won against an LSD2 on this map.
Yeah, and I don't think this is nearly as bad of a matchup for them in that. So they are going to be starting off hard onto Livin. We do see that the Sheep did go over there onto Sad Story briefly, but it's going to be broken. Sad Story is going to be the main target, but both the Shadow Priest and the Warrior being thrown in clones by Coding and Rind going to be able to pop his Innervate immediately. He knows how much of a problem his mana was last game, and he's hoping to avoid that somewhat this time around.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can look, and we're only like 30 seconds into this match, and Rind's mana is already starting to dip a little bit. He is keeping up with Coding, but he has used that Innervate already, like you said. Now into a full Polymorph. He will have his Trinket available if he needs it, but obviously he doesn't want to use that this early. Livin taking a bit of damage. There's now the Ring of Frost onto Rind as well. This Shockwave comes out. They're trying to just keep that constant pressure up, and this is what Push Push has been doing every single game, is just constant, non-stop pressure. You cannot get away from the damage they put
I mean,
out.
Yun Spell stole off the Fear Word from Rind into the full Intimidating Shot, which cost Rind his Trinket. So, once again, that is going to be gone. Young is going to be dispelled up by Coding. Coding has had to use his Trinket as well. Meld's going to be blown there also. We do see that Fear was out onto Rind, now into the Shockwave. Rind going to be taking a full Sheep after that, and Livin could be in some trouble. We'll see what he's going to be able to do for himself to stay alive. And it's actually going to be the Trinket on the Dragon's Breath there by Young. He's thrown into the impact though. Now the Sheep Reckless is going to be popped. He's going offensive here.
Double Trinket Reckless
a lot of damage coming out.
Yeah, double Trinket Reckless is a lot of damage onto Livin. Rind is not CC'd right now, which is great for Livin, because this was a lot of damage out of that Warrior as the cooldowns fade. But look at the swap back onto Yon as the Dragon's Breath hits both Coding, as we see the Deep on top of it from the Frostjaw, and an immediate block.
Yeah, actually the first Ice Block now coming out of Push Push in this map. So that was some very, very scary damage. Playing with Fire showing that they can actually be a threat to this Korean team. But right back into it. Push Push just dives right back in. Livin actually at very low mana. He's been spell stealing like crazy, just trying to keep those hots off. But I don't know how much it's actually doing for them.
Yeah, and we do see that there was a Dragon's Breath thrown out there, and Coding actually playing Face Silence this time around, so using that as well, very nice. And we do see the Deep Freeze going to be on Yon. A lot of damage coming in on him. He could actually go down. He's still on Hypothermia. Coding is into the Fear. Hypothermia does end, and he's going to get the second block off. So much more aggressive, much better game here from Playing with Fire. They seem to be able to control Coding very heavily. Dragon's Breath comes out. What do they have to follow this up? A DR Sheep. Yon may go down here. He's down 150k. Rallying Cry comes out. Silence over onto Coding. The bash overlaps completely 50, unfortunately. Will that be enough to let him live? He's down to 50k, 40k, and that overlap is going to cost them the kill, at least for now. Because Coding does have that heal up, but it's not going to be if Yun may go down here. He jumps down, Heart of the Wilds didn't pop. He's down to 40k, back up to 100k.
No way.
And the healing
No way.
touch
How did he live?
How did he live?
That rallying cry fell off, and I thought for sure he was dead at that exact moment in time, but somehow or another, Yun is still alive, even using the Symbiosis healing touch on himself in the middle of that to top himself back up. Now Young taking a bit of damage into that Cyclone there, and they're trying to turn it around onto Livin here. He's going to be trying to get that Polymorph off. He does get it off onto Coding, just sitting over here by himself. The saddest little sheep ever. Yun now once again taking some damage into the Deep Freeze. He does not have Ice Block. This could be big trouble for him. He does have the Iron Bark up, but is he going to be able to stay alive through all of this damage again?
I mean, full silence on Coding. The clone to follow it up. Surely Yun has got to be going down here, but he's just kiting so well. They're peeling excellently. Now the offensive clone has to come in. That's going to be triggered by Yun as Rind was able to land that. But somehow, some way, they do survive again. And I mean, it all comes back to the overlap fashion silence earlier. That was their kill, and that tiny overlap is going to cost them, at least for now, but they're not out of it just yet. Yun still doesn't have another block as far as I know. The sheep comes over onto Livin. Livin trying to get aggressive here. Now we do see Rind popping his innervate once again. His mana's starting to get pretty low here. There's a Dragon's Breath over onto Coding. What do they have to follow that up? Young is actually the one getting low. The Warrior going to be the target for now. Rind put into the Deep Freeze. Sheeped up after that. Living into the Shockwave, and he is taking a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Icy Veins to spam the Dispel. I love it. This is so good that Yun is trying to set up just off of that, just peeling off the dots, because look at Livin's life, down to almost nothing. Just the block because of that Cyclone. Push is doing an amazing job.
This could be the game. The Shatter comes in. Reckless is going to be popped here. There's the trinket on the Dragon's Breath down to 50k. Rain is in a fear, and that is that. Push are going to the semifinals.
Look at those guys. Look at how happy they are.
Oh man, I would be happy too if I just played that game. That is amazing. Very, very well played coming out of Push. They just seemed so in control for that entire time. There were a couple of times in that match where it looked like Yun was in a lot of trouble, but somehow he survived.
Yeah, I mean,
just a wing and a prayer.
The bash and the silence, full overlap on that the one time where he barely lived. You know, the Symbiosis heal coming out. You know, so Coding obviously playing Symbiosis block that time, but you know, we knew it was going to be a tough match for the Shatter Play team. They played their hearts out, and I mean, it's unfortunate for them that their road is going to end here, but nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, what a team to lose to. Those matches were just incredible.
All right, guys, let's hear a round of applause for these two teams. That is going to be our last series of the day, but you know, we're not done just yet, and we are going to have, you know, more series tomorrow. This tournament is just shaping up to be absolutely insane, and now we do know the semifinals are going to be set. We have 2 European teams already in the semifinals who have been waiting from last weekend, and now we have added our North American team. We have added our Korean team as well, so each region is going to be represented. You know, the Americas, Europe, and Asia are all going to have a team in the top 4.
Oh, every remaining match at this point they're just going to be crazy. I mean, look at how well every match has been played this weekend.
Well, and you know what the crazy thing is? I mean, after Europe looking so dominant last weekend, I feel like with the way that the brackets have ended up, I feel like there's a high chance that neither European team makes it to the finals.
You think so?
Yeah.
Wow, because I mean, this team is scary right now. They are on point. There was so many excellent CC opportunities that they took advantage of. Just having Young being able to just stay as defensive as he wants to, and even when he's scared, he's hitting those defensives, but he's not running away. He's just staying on his target.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like, you know, the LSD2 matchup is good for 3 Amigos, and at the same time, you know, do you really want to play Shatter Play into that team after you just saw that? Pretty scary. So we'll see what's going to happen with that, but before we find out, we're going to go to Zoe with the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. And now I have Push with me. They also advanced to the semifinals. That was incredible. What a great victory. 3-0. And now you got your spot in the semifinals. And really, like, looking at those games, your CCs are lined up perfectly. The communication between you guys seems to be just so on the spot, so 100% on it. How long have you guys been playing together, if I may ask?
보니까 이제 팀원들 간의 호흡이 정말 엄청 인상적이라고 해가지고 이제 묻고 싶은 거는 얼마나 함께 팀 플레이를 해온 건지.
일단 법사님하고 거의 한 5달 정도 그냥 북미에서 따로 이렇게 둘이서만 맞췄고요. 그리고 전사님이랑 건 맞춘 지 한 3달 정도밖에 3달 정도 됐어요.
So with the mage, he played about 5 months with him. With Warrior, he played about 3 months. So it's even less than 6 months.
Oh, wow. That's even more surprising. Like, you guys are doing an incredible job. So tomorrow you are going to face up against a skill cap. They're going to play a God comp, and by any means your comp should work pretty darn well against that. Do you expect skill cap to actually mirror yours, or do you think they're going to stick with what they got?
내일 이제 준결승에서 스킬캡이랑 상대하게 될 텐데 그쪽 팀에서 지금 조합을 따라 할 거로 이렇게 기대하는지.
그러니까 기대하는지, 그러니까 미러를 할지.
예, 미러를 할지 안 할지.
아, 그걸 저한테 물어보는
거예요.
예. 버밤들을 너무 잘해서 잘하는 팀이라서 아마 미러보다는 버밤들을 할 것 같아요.
He says since their original class, they are so good at it, they don't even need to mirror these classes. Yeah. So he's not expecting they will mirror them.
All right, well, we're going to see what's going to happen tomorrow. Of course, once more, congratulations. That was absolutely incredible. And thanks a lot for joining us once more here on stage. And we are now going to take a look at the brackets to see what is coming up tomorrow, as we had 4 matches today being played, and all of them really have been absolutely great to watch them, as we had some really close ones. But in the end, we did see 2 teams advancing into the semi-finals, joining Skillcapped EU as well as Bleach Bones there. So of course I'm talking about Push Push as well as 3 Amigos. This is what we can expect from tomorrow. So we're definitely going to have some amazing games for that very day. And I very much hope that you guys all are joining us once more tomorrow. I want to thank you all for watching. It's been a great pleasure to host the event, and I can't wait for tomorrow. Good night.